Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. Bite my ass.
Guys, it's a crazy good day. Good morning. Welcome. Johnny's smoking his dick off already. I'm here. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got it potted down because of the music. I keep forgetting. You pot it down on the damn YouTube thing because Johnny's on the same pod as the intro. What a dick. Welcome to the show. Well, let's phase out that intro then so we can bring Johnny aboard. Oh, for God's sakes, everyone, thank you very much for being here. I've got so much to tell you today, and so much I can't tell you. So much, and by the way, before you start thinking that, oh, he's being so unfair by teasing us, I can't even tell Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny doesn't.
But I mean, why do you want to tell me that I'm going to be unemployed? That's going to suck.
That's the other theory. People are like, oh, is Johnny unemployed? And I'm like, why would I be sitting here celebrating going, guys, this is going to be really good news when I tell you. And then what an asshole if I went, yeah, we get to finally cut Johnny loose. Actually, see, God damn it. Now you said that. Now I'm trying not to give too many things away.
No.
Johnny doesn't know that Fiona and me do it in my van every Sunday. She tells him she's at church, but she doesn't go. She's on her knees, and Johnny doesn't know. That is a solid flick. Anyway, I told you I'm excited about. Yesterday, Johnny can attest to this because I did not keep him in the dark about this. Yesterday did a total 180 at around noon or so.
Mm-hmm.
Yesterday just completely flipped around. Fairline Defense, which I thought was a 30-day thing, so I didn't count it towards anything. They said, no, dipshit, like, we're here. Like, we're digging the results. We like it here. And they re-upped. I didn't have that assigned to anything, so I said, well, we came up short on Monday morning. Let's throw that towards Monday morning. Let's throw it towards Monday evening. Let's throw it towards Tuesday morning. Let's kind of throw it throughout the rest of the week. And all of a sudden... And I feel bad because so many people hate this show and they actively root for goals not to be hit and things like that. And just when we think we've given them the win they've been looking for, out of our control, by the way, we didn't even do it. We didn't even beat them. We had to yank it from them. We had to take it away from them. I felt bad about that.
Technically, it's not out of your control. You could have just pocketed the money and kept the goal thing there and pushed for that. I mean, you could have done that.
For a show that relies on its audience to be generous with it, how big, a scale of 1 to 10, how big of a scumbag move would that have been?
About 20.
Yeah, to just keep it and go, oh, the fucking audience doesn't know. It's like, yeah, but the audience has to know. It's kind of like I believe if your audience supports you, I think it's like being a publicly traded company. I think there has to be a level of disclosure. And I don't think you can just pocket a bunch of money and just go, fuck them. They don't know. They'll think we still lost by 150 yesterday. No, you put it right back in. And now today, 190. That's it. 190.
Well, I mean, I'm for it just because I'm lazy.
I'll tell you this, though, Johnny. I don't know how much I can say. Well, I know how much I can say. I don't know how much I'm... I would say you can start to feel comfortable getting used to that number every morning. Put it that way. 190.
Oh.
For a goal.
Well, that's nice.
Does that sound better than 350?
Yeah, it sounds a lot easier to make, overall.
Maybe around 190 in the morning, 200 in the evening. And how busy are you?
Well, technically not really busy because I don't leave my house much. But I mean, I do my show every day. Not that I know. Would you
like another one every week?
Another show? Yeah, I could do that.
Could you do one like maybe an evening show?
Yeah, probably. I could.
Remember when we used to have people do evening shows on our channel so that April and I could take a night off, and then the other person could make a nice little chunk of change?
Yeah,
I think that's what we're doing. I think it might be going that way. We'll see. You know what? I'm already saying too much. You
are so bad at this, man.
I'm terrible. Actually, you know what? If the audience knew what secret I'm holding on to, I'm actually doing very well for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think I actually know this one. So yeah, I kind of get what you're going at. But no, dude, it's all good. I'm not. Look, if you've got to drop me, it's fine. Like I always tell people, like, hey, dude, wouldn't that be fucked up? And I'm like, no, dude, I'd be proud of him because he's learned. You can't fucking trust these crippled people. You gotta fucking cut them loose.
Isn't it amazing that I'm sitting here like this is the greatest thing, and then there's still the idea of, and he's gonna get rid of fucking Johnny, and I'm like, why? Like, why would those two things need to happen?
You know, we could have done that any time before now.
Red Fox Mad says, bring back Savage Thoughts. I would like to bring back Savage Thoughts. We haven't had them on our channel since they showed a stripper's asshole on Twitch and got us suspended.
I was there for that one, too.
Now, would I bring them back if they could promise me they'd be good? Yeah, I'd throw the Savage Thoughts guys out there on like a Thursday. For sure. Yeah. But, you know, the thing is, when it comes to, like, putting other shows on, the tricky part doesn't become finding good shows. It becomes finding people you're friends with that you can trust with your password. Because I'm not going to sit here and produce the fucking thing. The whole point of giving other people shows is I can go away. I don't have to be.
You have a night off.
Right.
Right.
You know, so I can trust you with my password. Because if you fuck us so, like, because the whole thing you worry about is, are they going to change like your payment shit? And luckily, if Johnny ever changed our payment shit, I know where he lives. I can go just beat the shit out of him.
Or I can't even run.
Yeah, or just change it back. Matt, same thing. He's a big fat fuck. I can take care of him. It's no problem. So there's a lot of things we can fuck around with. We're heading to some very interesting times when it comes to Steel Toe and the growth thereof. Like I said to Johnny yesterday, boy, today just took a crazy 180 on us.
Yeah.
In a good way.
It fucking switched really, which was nice because that was a nice little pickup for me while I was prepping my show. I was like, oh, well, good.
Yeah. David Allen Toe says, you did say 120 most in the mornings, maybe 0. Now it's 190. Would you stop being so goddamn literal? I meant you could get used to lower goals, David Allen Toe. Just relax.
This is partially why he's trying not to give you information, because then things change.
Right, exactly. I will say this. 0 might have been a little arrogant on my part. Right away. Eventually, yes. But we're going to be cutting that thing by at least 60%, probably more, in the very near future. So, very, very cool. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I just said awesome. That's all.
I'm just very excited today. Also, we're trying to find a time. There's 2 things we want to squeeze in this week. April's got to find time to go to the Barbie movie and go twice, the poor thing. She's got to go twice.
Yeah, she's really devastated about that.
She's got to go this week, and then she's going ahead to scout it to see if the 9-year-old can go, because the 9-year-old wants to go with April.
I'm pretty sure it's going to be fine.
It's probably going to be fine, but you don't want to be in one of those positions where you take the I
saw Ken's dick.
You don't want to be April doesn't want to be a shitty parent like me. Oh my God, what I did yesterday.
What did you do?
Holy Jesus. So I'm driving the kids home yesterday.
Okay.
And April's off running errands, getting groceries and stuff for the day, just doing all that domestic shit.
Off to a bad start. Got it.
And I'm driving, and there is St. Cloud, Minnesota, if you're not familiar, is home to probably the worst drivers on earth.
I think it's actually a fact.
They're terrible. It's either Somalis or elderly people or drug addicts. And they all are just way worse than the rest of us. Not that we're the greatest drivers, but we're at least average. And so I have a woman in a old beat up Nissan Maxima. We're at a 4-way stop. A guy goes, I'm waiting for that guy to go, then it's my turn. I go turn left. She goes and turns right into where I'm turning left. Like, as I'm turning left, she's just decided, oh, it's my turn, I'm going to go. And I almost hit her. And I let it go because the kids are in the car. I don't say anything. I have an earbud near my ear, not in my ear, but near my ear, so I can listen to I wanted to listen to a Dark Ages documentary, and I always do this with the kids. Listen, I always do this with the kids. I go, hey, guys, I'm going to listen to X, Y, or Z, and I list it. I go, do you want me to go through the speaker, the headphone speaker, or do you want me to go through the car? And if it's really shitty, they'll just be like, Dad, do the headphone. I'm like, okay. So I'm
Dad,
listening
we
to
don't want a history lesson.
Yeah. So I'm watching the complete history of medieval Europe on YouTube. It was very good. And this woman kind of cuts me off, but I let it go because the kids are in the car. Then it's a 1-lane road, and she starts basically driving on what would be the shoulder, and I'm driving where you're supposed to drive. And she's going to turn right at a stop sign, and she cuts like in front of, like, she's driving off to the side of the fucking road. I'm going up to the stop sign like a normal human. She's turning right, so I'm thinking she's going to stay over on that shoulder. As she goes to the stop sign to turn right, she starts veering into me. And I have to hit my brakes. This is the second time. And then she just stops there. There's nobody at the 4-way stop. She stops. She's not turning. She's got her signal on. And I just lost it. I forgot, literally, Johnny. I mean, one of those moments where you forget your surroundings. I forgot there were 3 children in the car, the whole deal. And I just yelled, fucking go, you dumb bitch. And our oldest daughter I just hear this voice from the backseat. Oh my God, Dad. Like she caught me fucking a guy. Like it was that level of surprise. She goes, oh my God, Dad. And I went from the Hulk to Bruce Banner. Or like, remember when
instant shrinkage.
Yeah, remember when Edward Norton would go from Roy to Aaron Stampler in Primal Fear? I did that. It was like she went, Aaron. And I went, I'm sorry, Mr. Vale. Mr. Vale, what's wrong with your nose? I start apologizing to the kids. Now, they're old enough now where, unfortunately, they probably heard that kind of talk.
Yeah.
So they're like laughing, like that horrified laughing, like, oh my God, what did you do? And I start apologizing profusely. And they're laughing as I'm apologizing. I'm like, guys, no, what I did was awful. That was not good. But that lady almost got us in an accident twice. I was really upset with her. I was angry, and I yelled at her and everything else. And then they start laughing like, it's okay. And I'm like, no, it's not. Guys, the point is it's not okay. So now I'm worried how much they're hearing that stuff when I don't slip up. And then I told the kids, I go, yeah, but I held it in. And, I just, she almost hit me again. And so I yelled at her. And the oldest one she's so smart now. She goes, how often do you do that? And I went, what? She goes, yell at people when you're in the car. And I go, honey, it just depends on the day. I said, on the way to pick you up today, a lot. A lot. I was yelling at a lot of people on the way to pick you up. But when you yell that shit, like, and you forget your kids are there, and you just have that moment where they remind you that they're like, holy dude, we're here.
I haven't had that happen yet. I haven't forgotten she's there. I don't drive with my daughter in the car enough. So like when she is in the car, I am paranoid. Yeah. I'm like looking everywhere. I'm like, I don't give because I love my car. I don't want anything to happen to it. But when my daughter is in the car, I'm like, I don't care if this thing ends up in a ball of fire as long as the little thing in the back is fine. Like that's all I'm giving a shit about. But yeah, I only end up driving her like when we go out to get ice cream, so it's always awesome time. Like it's always just like, hey, we're gonna have fun.
Yeah, that was not good on my part. By the way, if you guys like the new intro, I'm behind in the chat. I'm just checking things out here. If you guys like the new intro, thank Awake Jimmy. There he is. He's in the chat there. Jimmy made those intros for us, and they have been remarkably well received. So thank you, Jimmy, and everyone else thank Jimmy. Hobo Chili says, I don't even know why I'm here. The show is awful. That's fair. Razor Tip says, looking a little thick this morning, Aaron. Ha, you can't get me. I'm 2 pounds down from yesterday. I do really weird shit when I drink. Like when I drank on Saturday, and the next day I'll be dried out, but I'll eat a lot, feed a hangover, starve a flu. And then the next day I'll gain weight. Like Monday morning, I'll puff up from all the drinking water and eating I did, and your body will retain it to heal itself. Right. And then like by the day, like the second morning after, so you got Sunday, Monday, by the third morning after, I have lost a shit ton of weight. Like I lost 2 pounds in a 24-hour period. I'm guessing because all the fluids I put in just let go. They released. So I'm feeling I'm feeling much better today. Much better. SC Motorsports says, now it's not $190 goal. April has to go to the movie twice now, so the goal is higher today. No, that's not. We're trying to work it in where April can go to the Barbie movie and I can golf this week. Those two things can probably not happen in the same week. You have to be responsible, but I'm hoping. Fingers crossed. That's what, what's it called? That's what Boulder Ridge is for. Nice, cheap golfing. Hobo Chili says, again, my campaign for glassing Minnesota is still on the table. Look, man, I understand. If you drive here, especially in central Minnesota, you'll get it. You'll get it.
I'm fine with that. I just like to move first. I'm just saying.
Toastmaster says, that's tame. My dad would have been screaming at her the whole time. I really don't like cursing in front of the kids.
I grew up with my mom doing that, and we used to have to ride 30 minutes to go to school because I was in a small town, but I went to Rochester to play hockey. So I would regularly hear my mom screaming while she's driving down Highway 52. God, if I only had a fucking tank, I'd lay every one of you fuckers out. If I only had a goddamn tank. And I was like, holy Jesus.
So she didn't hold back.
She wanted artillery shells.
I don't know. I think people always kind of become the opposite of how they were raised in a way, or not the opposite, but they change it up from how they were raised. Like my dad yelled a lot.
Responsible.
Yeah, my dad was a yeller. My dad swore and stuff like that. And like, I don't want to, I want to see if I can be the Zen parent. I want to see if I can be like the Gandhi parent, if you will.
Yeah,
like,
my dad was a hitter. I try to go psychological. Don't leave a scar, but leave a memory.
I don't mean like let the little shits get away with everything. I mean, discipline them. But like, here's how I see it. I'm a big dude, and like that's intimidating to kids to begin with. So
most of the time,
I don't have to yell. I don't have to do anything like that. I just, deep voice, talk authoritatively. It typically works. Although my 6-year-old son, and we were talking, like all the kids in April, we were all talking to him about this today. That kid is like one of those clowns that you can punch the living shit out of.
And he just pops back up.
Pops back up. You can't shame that kid. Like he was doing, he almost hurt his.
You can't shame your kid.
His 4-year-old sister and him were playing, and she has a wound on her nose, and he almost like caused her to fall and hit her nose on the wound. And I had to yell, I'm like, buddy, you do not be that rough with your sister. You could hurt her. Do not do that. And that's more than I usually give him when they do something like that. But he's a boy, so I don't treat him the same as the girls. And I felt bad, like inside. I was like, oh man, I really kind of laid into him. He literally snickered at me. And I'm like, you little fucker. I'm sitting here going, hey, we do not do that. Like I'm getting mad. And then he goes, okay. And I'm like, it really is. It's different strokes for each kid because the 9-year-old is so sensitive. Like you can't raise your voice with her. The 4-year-old is a 4-year-old. They're all the same. But the 6-year-old boy now has his own personality. And it's, I don't really give a fuck what you tell me.
Yeah, imagine that. Your kid with an IDGF attitude. Like, I mean, that just doesn't make any sense.
Is that the payback they talk about?
I think so. So. Like I was kind of a little shit, but I was always relatively good. But my daughter's mother was very, very snarky and really kind of an attitude. So now, like with my daughter, like even a couple of years ago, we started noticing. We'll be like, "Come on, just eat a little bit. Just take one little bite." And so, like, she'd have a bunch of food on her fork. She'd put it all off except for like the tiniest little morsel, and she'd put that little piece in her mouth, and she'd look at you with a smile, like, "I ate it." And it's just like, "No, you did not do that, you little." And she was like, or not even when this happened. She's getting so snarky now that it's just fucking horrible. Like, she just has attitudes of, I want to do something. If you say, like, you get involved, she screams at you and she flips out. And you got to be like, hey, you got to calm down. We don't do stuff like that. And she'll be like, oh, okay. So then, like, if you tell her, like, hey, don't yell, she'll be like, all right, are we supposed to talk like this? And I'm like, oh, you know what you're doing.
What a shit. Yo, dude, that you got to be careful, though. That's becoming a woman. Like the stereotype. That's like, you fucking women playing dumb, and then you having to go like, you know what I fucking meant. It's like, you can have that yelling match with a woman at 6 or 60. Like, that doesn't wash. That doesn't wash
it doesn't
out.
change. But the point is she's my daughter, and she's like, 5. I'm gonna hold off for a bit. But
I see, with guys, it's different. Like, women only think like women. Guys can think like both. And like, when a guy goes, yeah, I got it. That means we got it. That means, like, you don't need to beat the shit out of me over it. I got it. I fucked that up, whatever. When a woman goes, I got it, that's like a defiant thing. So, like, when women chew out a guy, you'll notice this. They'll badger their men. Like, they'll yell at them about something. The guy goes, yep, I got it. And since they only think like women, they think that the guy's going like, oh, fuck you. Because that's what they mean when they say, oh, okay, got it. So, like, when we say, oh, this is where fights come from. Guys go, okay, I got it. And women go, oh, yeah, yeah. And you're like, I don't understand why you're lashing out like this. I just told you, yeah, I fucked up. I got it. But they don't understand. In man speak, that means I'm really embarrassed. I really don't need to be yelled at. I fucked up. My bad. Humiliation serves its purpose. But women are like, oh, he's going to be a dick to me by saying he understands? You're like, oh, shit. Here we go.
I don't mean to take the lady's side here, but you being a dick to women does not sound entirely out of character.
I am a dick to a woman in the same way that Byron Smith shot those 2 teenagers. All right? They were in his home. They broke in. They were there to do harm, and he just got proactive. That's it. $5. We'll catch up with you guys, and then we'll get into our first stories today. I prefer starting the show with a little small chit-chat like that versus jumping right into the audience. And right into the
people
chat.
Filter in, as Corey would say.
Yeah, let them filter in. Hobo Chili with $5 says, Jesus, you're a terrible parent. I'm calling child services now. I hope they send the SWAT team. I slipped them an extra 20 to shoot the dog. Have a good morning. Thanks, Hobo. Appreciate that.
That one would be a fun one. Why did you shoot the Chewie? He was coming right for me. Like, dude, you have a foot. Like, I mean, what?
Johnny, you'll love this. TFN Network decides to jump into the Steel Toe chat. Probably never saw Steel Toe before. Jumps into the Steel Toe chat. Like, you want to discourage people from spamming your chat, right? You really do. Like, hey, keep on topic if you can. We appreciate that, whatever. We've gotten a lot better with being lenient about that in the past, but, like, within reason. TFN Network comes in, and I don't know if this guy knows me. I don't know if this guy's like trying to go, oh, I just discovered Steel Toe, allow me to give you a gift. But he writes, kicked out of 109 countries over 1,030 times. We get it. We got it. We understand. I think we're good now. If you know, you know.
The show hasn't been in 109 countries. I don't think we've been kicked out of all of those.
I know, but he's not talking about us. Toastmaster says, that's tame. My dad would have been screaming at her the whole time. Yeah, I try to be conservative about swearing and stuff. Richie C says 3 times a day in St. Cloud seems light. What, yelling at cars? That's just an average 15-minute drive. Is just fucking yelling at people. Oh, man. 109 unsatisfied customers, one person writes. I'm off in the chat here. We'll catch up here a little bit. Thank you very much to Mr. Tony Soprano with 5 gifted memberships, Austin Walls, Dave Manbrain, Gray Idols, Griddle Gorilla, Fuse 4 Gaming, Muddy Baboon, and Stut Joe is a Lucia, all getting a membership from Mr. Tony Soprano, 175, away from killing our goal today. Thank you, boys and girls, very much. Balls Deep says, snickering at being chewed out is on brand. Yeah, I guess it kind of... You got to lean in a little with the boys, I suppose.
Well, I don't know what to do about my daughter because she's at the point now where she laughs at reprimands too, and I'm just like, And this is the thing, I'm not very imposing because people can walk away from me. Yeah. So I'm just like, how do I make you realize I have authority? Like I have to I don't know, I have to trip her when she runs by or something. Like
there you go.
Get a taser. There we go. Just a shock collar. Can you put dog collars on kids? I mean they're about the same size.
As long
She's
as
90 pounds. That's like a Doberman.
As long as nobody rats you out, really.
And I mean, it's not like I'm going to shock first. There's a system. You beep because that's the warning.
D. Gulag says, my dad would yell the N-word a lot when he drove. Yeah, see, that's way beyond the pale for me. I could never yell the N-word when the kids are in the car. Kids are out of the car, fucking game on. But, I mean, when the kids are in the car, you can't.
You haven't even once thought, let's play a little Fat Joe, girls, and let's sing along.
Dude, as I get older, I appreciate Fat Joe more. I really do. I mean,
well, I'm just saying,
because even Lil Bow Wow throwing it up, B2K, Crip Talk. God damn it, I fucked it up.
You got that Crip Walk thing stuck in your head from
yeah, I know.
Your buddy.
Chilling on the sidewalk. Can someone please teach me how to Crip Walk? Patrick Carney. What's your favorite line from Patrick Carney Jr.? Sindhu Sesh.
For some reason, I really like. He says you'll be chewing on cheap ham, and then he turns and he just goes shit pork.
Shit pork. I think I like fuck you and your fat mother. She could use a tree for a back scrubber. Make a raft from her back blubber. Sail to the long lost worlds on her back, brother.
Yeah, that one's pretty good too.
That's a pretty good one.
I have made that my new my new gaming song. Like when I put on video games and stuff and I'm playing them, I get sick of the music in the background all the time. So I just with a lot of the ones I play, so Patrick Carney has been the theme to Diablo 4 and World of Warcraft for the past week and a half.
Give her PK juice in me Lonsdale shoes. I like that one. It's just a fine song. It really is. Let's just skip around.
With an elegant flavor, your wife came round for the gourmet, and I gave her the tip like a waiter. Bark at a bitch like woof, till I bring friends that could do times two. And we could do it on Zoom, give her PK juice in my Lonsdale shoes. Now fuck you and your fat mother, she could use a tree for the back scrubber. I could make a raft from a back blubber, sail to the long lost worlds on her back, brother. And you're a virgin.
Oh, this one too.
You've never had sex with a person. You've only had sex with your right hand.
We both know that ain't right, man.
Right, and I'm hot shit. Flyer than a pilot in a cockpit. Your nana's got a neck like an ostrich. I tell her come gobble on this PK cock, bitch. Kick back like a big zone. Wife steady working on the game nose. Shit, this is how the game goes. Grandson's flipping on the packs on the payroll. Catch me on the curb like shit, dog. Can someone please show me how to Crip walk? Don't say much, I let the fist talk. You've been eating cheap ham, shit pork.
Fucking PK, man. That's a funny old dude. Oh.
He's so animated way he sings. You don't need a music video to that. You just watch him do all of the verses. It's amazing.
Yeah. Doble McPoyo says, I'm content with this channel. You know what? If you're someone who watches this show and you start out like that, you're going to be just fine here. You're going to be a fan for life. I feel like most of our long-term fans are like, I'm content. It's not, holy shit, I can't fucking wait. I'm very content with this. Help Solve writes, my daughter just reminds me that they can't hear me in the other car. I'm yelling to myself. Keeps me from ramming into them, I guess. All right. Zesty Taco Paco says, just throwing it out there, April's Magic Bean is good. It's a very good coffee. Other people have been telling me the same thing. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Mods, if you want to throw that in the chat, please do. And you guys can click on that and grab yourself some April's Magic Bean or Steel Toe coffee. I think they're going to throw another coffee, one of their best sellers, on our shop too. Nice. From Crescent Mount Coffee. CrescentMountCoffee.myshopify.com. Make that the place you get all your coffees. Is at
Zen
Crescent.
keeps saying that he mixes the two. I gotta try that.
Zen gets both and he just mixes them up. All right, boys and girls, thank you very much for your generosity. 175 away from nailing today's goal and doing overtime. We can either do that early or we can just, it can trickle down slowly. We can shut the fuck up about it until 9:30. Your call. If you feel like contributing, there's the PayPal and Streamlab links in the chat. YouTube, Rumble, Streamlabs, those are the best ways to give to our program. About 500 people hanging out in the first half hour. Thank you guys very much for being here today. Let's get into it, shall we? Johnny,
right.
this first story that we've got, I want you to behave yourself.
No promises.
Can you Okay, so you can't promise me that you're going to behave yourself. I want to thank my golfing buddy, Nicholas, with $5 over on PayPal. I just refreshed there. 170 away. Sorry about that. There we are. 170 from knocking it out today. So a Toledo man went on a special 3.5-month diet where he only ate one type of food. Okay, you don't know. So far you're telling me you can behave on something like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
One type of food.
Yeah. Okay, so far so good.
I'm trying to figure out what one type of, like, dude, that's got to be rough. You got to get sick of it eventually.
Would you like to know what the food is, and then you can for sure answer?
Yeah.
Well, you can't for sure answer. You could probably, even after I give you this answer, you could be like, oh, yeah, I could behave myself. 103-day fast where you only ate watermelon. I mean, I haven't given you any information other than that. So far you can behave yourself, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I can.
Let me put this on the screen here. When I hit play on this 2-minute video, you're going to be a good boy, right?
God damn it, no.
Now.
Fruit up, man.
He does have a shirt that says fruit up. For 103 days, this man with clearly a very generic one-bedroom apartment ate just watermelon for 103 days.
Why? What do you accomplish on that? There's got to be no nutritional value in there that you can like live off of.
I have a quote from the man. He says, "We've made too much progress in civil rights. It's time to set this bitch back a bit." So he just chomped on watermelon and only listened to Wash Me Mama with a Boogie Beat for 103 days.
Well, don't worry. He's decided to switch things up. Now he's going to meet. Next, it's fried chicken.
Oh, well, hey, at least he's switching things up a little bit. Okay, let's hear the guy out. The Blade.
Well, I'm Bobby Smith. I'm from Toledo, Ohio. I'm a fruitarian, and I've been a fruitarian for about a year now. Currently, I'm on my 68th day of eating only watermelon all day long, every single day. I've been doing it since May 15th.
You know what makes me mad immediately is that he doesn't start out with, "Look, I know what this looks like." I wish he would just address the elephant in the room or the fighting pit bull in the room, whatever, culturally, whatever you say in your family. I wish he would just come out and say, like, "Look, black, watermelon, got it. It's a good fruit to eat to kind of wash the system out. That's all." This guy's going to have ants all over his fucking apartment, too.
All over his apartment. And again, like, dude, what are you? There's not a whole lot of nutrition. It's mostly water. Like, it tastes good and it's fine, but, like, you can't. Oh.
Just admit you love watermelon a lot.
Just eat some vitamins.
On this journey because I just like to challenge myself. That's what I do. I've been doing it.
Challenge yourself? You're literally eating the food most culturally associated with your skin tone. That's like me saying, "Hey, you know what? I'm going to eat, a deli ham with mayo sandwiches the rest for the next 103 days.
Dude, you can sit in a chair and still get everywhere you need to be because you are not getting outside of your wheelhouse, man.
Yeah.
You are just staying in there.
I'm a Midwestern white man. If I said something like, "I'm going to go outside my comfort zone for 103 days, this guy going with what he's going with would be like me going, "I'm going to go outside my comfort zone, nothing but tater tot hot dish for 103 days.
That actually doesn't sound half bad.
It sounds delicious.
All year long in like these fruit challenges where I do like 30 days of only smoothies, or I might do 10 days of only a certain fruit here and there. So
Actually, all of America has been doing a fruit challenge lately. It's called Tolerating Dylan Mulvaney.
Oh, dude, Who's filming this? I just realized that camera is not stationary. Someone is filming this, and as I see it on a pause screen, I have several questions. One, why did you pick this angle? You didn't clean very well. There, it looks like it's a little
got shit all over the place.
Your door is leaning up against. I love a bathroom door that's already off its hinges.
No, I think that's a closet door because the bathroom door is there.
Oh,
I think that's that looks like when your closet door comes off the tracks and you have to take it off. Have you ever had that happen?
Then put it back on.
Well, he probably lives in a shitty apartment, and you're not allowed to fix that shit yourself. You have to have someone come up and fix it for you. And so he lives in a shitty apartment, and nobody ever gets up there. I mean, he's even got the RV sink light.
Yeah,
above his sink.
Look, it looks like my apartment before I moved into my current home. But I'll say this: I didn't ever wait for anyone to fix shit. I just fixed it myself.
Well, he doesn't have the strength to do it. He's only eating watermelon for the next 3 months.
He can't exert himself too much or he has to lay down.
I'm really testing myself and pushing my boundaries. So for 103 days, I'm only eating watermelon, being late to work, and playing basketball. Wow, this guy's really knocking down. I tell you what, the barriers are just crumbling like the Berlin Wall over here.
I was going to challenge myself even further, but they're really phasing out menthol cigarettes. It's a pain in the ass.
Damn white liberals.
It's just something I like to do to build discipline. So that's why I do it.
I figure if I eat watermelon for 103 days, I'll be on time for work more often. They keep telling me if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. I just can't get a grasp on the motherfucker.
Look, I just don't understand how we started out eating watermelon in the closet. He just goes Petey going
all you got to do is pick it up like this. You pick it up like, I don't want to miss syrup. Where is the P? I gotta find the PD Green now. So many pages of drops on this fucking show.
It's made me overall more healthy, more vibrant, make me look forward to my days a lot more, and I have a lot more energy.
That's bad cutting etiquette.
But look at how much joy it brings him to cut into that watermelon. This is definitely being used in like a Klan recruiting video. As you can see,
it's like catnip. He's just rolling around playing in it.
As you can see, the two of us are not the same. We are very different. Look at him cut into the watermelon like the joy of a boy getting a bicycle on Christmas. You join up today.
It's also to prove people wrong.
A black guy eating nothing but watermelon for 103 days. I don't really know how many people that's proving wrong, sir. I don't know if that's going to accomplish what you think it's going to accomplish.
Look, man, I'm just out here crushing stereotypes. That's why I never see my daughter, and
Oh, now, I got to go to the grocery store quick. You guys haven't seen my EBT card, have you?
Who am I kidding? I'm just going to bring a bag.
All right, guys, I got tickets to the hockey game tonight. I'm just fucking with you.
Saying that we can't live off of all just fruit. So that's another big reason why I do things like this, to prove a lot of naysayers wrong. So
you can live off of fruit, but you need to diversify, my friend.
Right. You can just look at a watermelon. It's nothing.
Yeah, you need to add some raspberries, blackberries, blueberries, cherries. Grapes. You really got to step it all around. And even then, fruit's mostly water. That's why every fruit, bush, plant, tree needs a shit ton of water. My cherry tree needs a fuck ton of water because they're all water.
I know a guy, if your cherry tree is too much of a problem, I actually know a guy who can help you with that.
Really?
He's a guy named George Washington. Just comes by, he chops them down for you. And he admits it when you ask him about it. You chop down my cherry tree? He's like, I cannot tell a lie. It's like, well, Norm Macdonald had a fucking joke about George Washington and the cherry tree. First of all, that's a weird thing for a kid to say while he's holding an axe. I cannot
tell a lie. Well, have you murdered anybody?
Let's finish this up. Then I got to find that Norm George Washington
on this
joke.
In 68 days, I've lost 26 pounds. My skin has gotten a little bit clearer.
Usually it's the opposite when you eat that much watermelon. Sorry. I can't help it. I told you had to be good for this story. I never said I could.
I've been behaving myself this whole time. It's not fair.
I don't have hypertension or diabetes, so I guess in that sense he's proving people wrong.
Yeah.
Good job,
I
buddy.
mean, At least you're changing something.
If he really wanted to troll people, he should just have jars of pickled pig's feet behind his sink here.
Yeah, but he's on the watermelon kick. I mean, that wouldn't make any sense.
When he drinks, he doesn't drive. He does the watermelon crawl. All right, I'll stop. I swear to God, I'm done.
I've gained a lot more clarity. My energy levels went up, and my ability to complete tasks has changed. My awareness, my clarity, everything. So my energy level in the morning time has increased tremendously. Like I get out of bed with very much ease. No aches.
Now the clan watched this and they went to each other and they had notebooks and they're like, "All right, boys, we're gonna have to reform our hypothesis. Apparently, it makes them more active." It's like catnip for these motherfuckers.
I think like, all right, now to figure out how this works, we're all going to start eating watermelon. We've got to figure out how to harness the watermelon power the same way that they have.
Yeah, I mean, today they're discovering the energy they can get from watermelon. Tomorrow it's vibranium. This is a goddamn arms race, boys.
Cletus, I don't want to interrupt, but I think just maybe white people need a different fruit. Have we considered trying potatoes? I heard that Crowder guy, he's fueled all by potatoes.
And have you seen the delicious chest on that feller? He's my kind of guy.
Some pains or anything like that. Okay, so as far as how I feel about like blood pressure, cholesterol, and all that, so I was on blood pressure pills.
I hate that he's not addressing the whole, look, I'm a black guy and I understand this looks fucking silly.
And I'm leaning on a watermelon.
I'm literally leaning on a watermelon. In the other hand, I mean, he should have like a 40-ounce bottle of malt liquor. He should have a Colt 45 in the other hand so he can stereotype this up a little bit. If we go in the bathroom here, I'll pull back the shower curtains. Please don't let the bathtub be full of watermelons. Please don't let the bathtub. My bathtub is full of watermelons. Motherfucker. You're doing this, not me.
Prior to this. And now that I've embarked on this fruit journey, I haven't had any like problems with my health. I don't have aches and pains. I don't even have sleep in my eyes. I don't have wax in my ears.
Okay, hold on a minute. The buildup of the crusties and the stuff in your ears is not from the food. You don't eat your food and then it goes into your digestive system and your digestive system distributes it to your ears. That's just from an accumulation of dirt and bacteria and shit.
And dead cells and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then in the case of your eyes, when your eyes are closed, they're continually watering and some of it's even uric acid. So it's almost like you're peeing out your face.
Yeah. So congratulations. The watermelon's fucking you up and drying you out and your body's filtration systems aren't working.
What else? I had sleep apnea before this. I had I was a real heavy snorer, and all of that has stopped. The calluses
I had erectile dysfunction, and now like I'm hard all the time. I call it watermelon. Watermelon dick.
I got melon dick. I used to be a soft ass motherfucker. My dick couldn't get hard for shit. I mean, I just wish so that the rest of us didn't have to point it out. Because there's, like, you see a story like this, and you need that guy to just say it, to be like, all right, I know this sounds silly as shit, but, you know, it works for me. Because otherwise, that means every white person watching this has to look around like this and go, anybody else? Like, anybody else want to comment that anyone? I mean, it's
all right. Before we get started, let me just say, I see how this looks. That's all you got to do. It's all you got to do. Look, I understand what this looks like. Or just later in the video, hey, y'all, we're about to talk about watermelons. Yes, and we're moving on. That's all you got to do.
I understand. Let's all try to be adults about this. Let's go to Gray Idol says, you do know it's not him saying that. He's lip syncing. No, it's not. It's he may be lip syncing in the video, but that is Patrick Carney Jr. rapping. That is him. He does other songs.
He's actually rapping.
Yeah. He does other songs with like Pete and Baz and stuff like that. That is PK. The Fire Ginger with $5 says, are you going to name the new flavor the Cripple in honor of Johnny? No, John. There's more to Johnny than being disabled. Unwanted Reaper says, that's what we call a fruity. I can't read that. P.S. YouTube doesn't like the word. I blame South Park. Well, that's because it's very close to the other the no word, if you will. But that puts us $10 closer to our goal today. Guys, we're only 160 away. If you guys want to keep chipping away at that, very pleased. Thank you. Rumble and PayPal and Streamlabs, the best ways to do it. YouTube, the most convenient. Gifting memberships. If you want to do it on YouTube, gift memberships. That's pretty cool. We appreciate that. Building those membership numbers back after they took a fucking nosedive while we were suspended for 7 days. So thank you.
Yeah, because, it's not like YouTube's throttling us.
Yeah, I heard a bunch of people in the chat today. They were like, oh, I didn't get the notification. I haven't gotten the notifications for a while that the show's on. Well, luckily it's on at the same time. But yeah, that's what happens after you get a strike. They throttle you each strike, and we get throttled more and more. That's why when the Rumble numbers went crazy and then Rumble called us and was like, why don't you sit down and meet with us? You guys are doing very well here, and you're suspended on YouTube. Why don't we help you out, figure out how we can push your show a little more, this and that. We jumped at it, and we went, well, we have to stay on Rumble now. And it's been a godsend for our program. It's been, really, really great for us as we push 600 people right now. And we're not even through the first hour. Thank you guys very much. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 says, see that enjoys watermelon. Scholars say that the watermelon was a treat for the slave. A nutritious attaboy for the simple-minded. I can't read the... Hobo, I cannot read the rest of that. God bless you for being on Rumble, sir. ADMD Design says, is this the black version of the Liver King?
Kind of.
I mean, he's the watermelon king?
He's the melon king.
The melon king, yes.
The melanin king.
He's not... Yes, he's the melon king and the melanin king. Actually, in fairness, I think that's Wesley Snipes. The Melanin King, but that's just me. J Dead says, energy levels up so much he almost went job hunting. Nah, JK, you son of a bitch. J Dead says, Jesus Christ, did Aaron just do a cherry tree George Washington joke? Fuck yeah, I did. Act like I'm not proud of myself, you joke shaming son of a bitch. Somebody says, yeah, I'm a member and subbed, and I have to find your channel every day. Yeah. I mean, hit the notification bell, set it to all notifications, but I do know after you get a strike, and then you get a second strike, like, when you start getting strikes, they start fucking with your channel pretty hard, so. What do you do? We're on Rumble, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, or X, whatever the fuck they're calling it now. I don't know. But
X gonna give it to you.
We're very happy with where these audience numbers seem to be going, guys. Thank you very, very much. So 160 away. Thank you very much for all your generosity. I want to find this Norm Macdonald, George Washington joke. If I can't quickly, we'll move on. But okay. I think it was from the Hitler's Dog special.
Of course. It's from the special called Hitler's Dog, and you just keep all of that together.
Sex to me is first of all, I'm an old man, I'm like.
I'm gonna skip around a bit.
He thought that was gonna go, you know what I mean? I say 4-7, believe me. Score is gonna catch on big time. And they said, oh, he chopped down a cherry tree, when he's a little child. And then when his parents came home, he said, they said, who chopped down the cherry tree? And little George said, it was I who chopped down the cherry tree. I cannot tell a lie. And you go, wow, what a great story. But then you think about it a little bit. Right? Imagine if you drove home to your house, right? And you get there, and you go, hey, what the fuck happened to the cherry tree? Somebody chop it down or something? And then you go inside, and there's your child with an axe. So you go, what happened to the cherry tree? And then he goes, I chopped down the cherry tree. I cannot tell a lie.
Yeah, but why are you holding the axe?
Hey, hold on, this is fucking good.
Cherry tree. I cannot tell a lie. And you go, okay. The first part of what you said, it bothers me a lot. The second part scares the fuck out of me. You can't tell a lie? Incapable of lying? That would scare me.
Fucking Norm. I just love, imagine you and your wife come home and you see the cherry trees falling. Like, the fuck happened to the cherry tree?
Cherry tree. Again, for me, the weird part is always your kid's holding the axe. That's the fucking weird part. Like, you don't really need to tell me you chopped down the tree. You're holding the axe. But yeah, Miss Norm.
Norm's, he was so goddamn good, man. And like all of his jokes, it was just, they were all unfinished. Like he just would have thoughts and he would go with the thought and then it would get the laugh and he'd go, I don't know. Yeah,
all right, then we're good. And then the best part is like, I don't know, for me, he was always the best person to have as a guest on a show. Oh, God. Because he didn't give a shit about anybody and just said stuff. Like my favorite thing of his is still the View thing where he's talking about, it was the View, right? Where he's talking about getting the murderers out of the White House.
Is it our annual time to revisit the Norm Bill Clinton's a murderer bit?
I believe so. I think we just came across it.
Guys, July 25th, 2023, write it down. Our annual revisit of Norm Macdonald on The View. This is during the 2000 election when they were fighting it out in the courts as to who won. And Norm Macdonald was on The View, and he pissed off Barbara Walters so goddamn bad. I don't think they ever invited him back after this.
Yeah, but I love how they don't have the balls to call him out on it. They just kind of sit there, oh, no, They just kind of jokingly laugh it off.
And Barbara's really passive aggressive. Like, you're supposed to be funny. It's like, Babs, you're old and out of touch. This is fucking hilarious.
He is killing it right now.
You have to remember, this was before people had shows on the internet and podcasts and shit like that. Like, this was a guy on regular daytime TV fucking around and trolling. We never got to see this. We never saw shit like this. The last time something like this happened on TV, like, Crispin Glover tried to kick David Letterman in the face. Like, that was the last time something like this happened.
Hey, Lori. Hey, look, I can see you.
Whole presidential mess.
Well, I hope that the Democrats don't steal the election from the winner, you know, but who knows?
That's the thing. Like, the other thing about Norm, because he never made a big deal about it, like celebrities always do. He's a big-time Republican.
Yeah, well, that's the funny thing. Most of the celebrities who are big-time Republicans don't really make a big deal of it. It's almost like the rest of the entertainment establishment doesn't like Republicans.
Yes. It's almost like you have to. I shouldn't say he didn't really talk about it much. He wanted to have a career, and you have to shut the fuck up if you're a Republican or be blacklisted. It's basically how it goes. Right, John Voight? Hey, what's that new movie with James Woods that's coming out in a little bit? Just kidding. Hey, why is it Jim Caviezel had to do a film with like a Mormon movie studio? I can't figure it out.
Because, yeah. Oh, I thought that was because he's a giant QAnon guy. Isn't that right?
He's a super Christian and he's like very conservative and shit like that. Oh, yeah. And that movie is totally a QAnon movie.
Steal the election from the winner, you know, but who knows?
You like George Bush, don't you?
I love George Bush, man. He's a good man, decent, you know, none of this. He's not a liar, a crook, murderer, or anything like that. So it'd be good to get the...
Which, by the way, he turned out to be all of those things.
Yeah, just saying.
In fairness, he did lie. People were killed. Crook, I'm going to give him a pass on Crook because... the bar is so high for Crook in the White. Like, everybody does, like, against the law shit when they're president. So Crook has to be, like, out of the ordinary, and I don't think maybe no bid contracts to Halliburton.
Yeah, but that was more of a Cheney move than him.
Yeah. So I don't know. I'll go with liar and murderer. But Crook, I'm going to draw the line, goddammit.
He's not a liar, a crook, murderer, or anything like that. So it'd be good to get the... See, I think we should get the homicide out of the White House and get like a fresh start, because we don't want any more murderers.
I think we should just go on to the next question.
You know what I like about this is Barbara Walters, who's a big friend of the Clintons, by the way. Like, the Clintons' absolute mouthpiece on television for decades. until she retired. She knows what he's talking about.
And she knows that he's not just making jokes. He has some actual points.
Yeah.
Not that he's right or wrong, but just that, again.
Like, Joy Behar's confused, and everyone else on the panel is confused. And this is back when Joy Behar wasn't like an angry, bitter, postmenopausal cunt.
She was technically kind of funny.
She was still a comedian, yeah, and she was still pretty funny. But she doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Barbara Walters does, and she's like, you better shut up, bitch, or I'll give you cancer in 20 years.
Actually, what would have been funnier is you better shut up, bitch, because the Clintons are watching.
Yeah.
Let's go on to the next question.
Oh, the murderers.
Yeah.
Oh, Clinton, he murdered a guy.
Yeah, you know. This every time. I love it so much. He's on daytime television. And in 2000, look, man, I was 13 years old when this happened. There weren't like a ton of kids with cable even.
This is almost like the Margie Taylor Greene, like fucking the spat on the House floor. It's like, we've really taken a new. This doesn't happen normally.
Right. So he goes, Clinton, he murdered. He accused. Clinton's still president at this point. He accused the sitting president of being a murderer on daytime television on network TV.
Well, hey, at least now our current sitting president's probably only a massive embezzler. So
yeah, that's kind of nice. Bribery guy. Yeah.
Hey, how's that economy doing?
Bidenomics, baby.
Boy, are we in debt.
You're not allowed to put out no accusations without.
That's a little too far.
That's the way it does work.
Let's just go on to the next question.
Yeah.
This is not my week. What can I tell you?
Oh, it's not mine either, and I'm being very nice, okay? Be a good boy. Now, Norm.
Do you never hear that?
No.
I love that all these women are trying to shame him, and he's like, bitch, I'm Norm Macdonald. I'm not gonna have like a fat black lady shame me on TV and then, I'll be a good boy, I'll behave. It's just like he's totally not reading any of their cues on purpose. He's like, what, you never heard that he murdered a guy?
And he just keeps bringing it in.
Now, Norm.
Do you never hear that?
No. Listen, we don't need to talk
want to get
about
into this, and I don't want to hear it, and this is not the place to make those accusations, and you're supposed to be funny. Let's get on to the next question. So get with it. There you
He was very funny. I'm enjoying this greatly.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
It's only when you talk that I start to get bummed out.
go.
This is a live show.
Norm, but you have been properly chastised by Barbara, so I'm now going to ask the next question.
I thought it was a matter of record.
Every time. It's like watching a guy absorb all of their shots and weapons and energy and just throw it right back at them.
It's so beautiful. And again, he's got a bigger career and a bigger name than all 5 of these bitches. And so for them to sit there and just, well, actually, Joy's not really doing any of that. But for the rest of them, hey, behave yourself. Like, what are you going to do?
Right. What are you going to do to Norm?
Look, let me do this, okay?
I'll tell you what's a matter of record. You will not be invited back if you don't shut up. All right.
I don't think he cares. I think he's shown clear disdain for this program.
And I don't know if you realize this. He wasn't here by choice. It was probably a publicity thing. We're like, look, we need you to go pump the show. We need you to get new people to come check out Norm. So let's just do it.
Right.
And then he's like, oh, this is going to suck. At least I'll have fun with it.
Let's talk football.
All right, manslaughter.
Norm, did you ever hear the word?
The phone is ringing.
I certainly hope that's somebody calling to tell you to go home.
Oh, no.
Dude, you got a phone ringing.
Oh.
Answer the phone.
Hello? Oh, yeah. Oh, no. The thing is this. Matt Strauss?
Yeah, the producer.
The producer. He told me it would be funny. He said, like, why don't you carry a cell phone on and then let it ring and then pretend like there's a guy on it.
Is there anybody on it?
No, it's a pretend thing.
You know what, Norm?
I love this.
And he torched the producer's stupid bit.
Yeah. He's just shitting on this entire show.
You're a dead man.
Here, you talk to him then.
You know what, Barbara? You know what you said about rage and work?
Give this man a plate of soup and tell him to shut up.
Norm,
All right, then. Let's see.
They don't know how to handle this.
Listen,
Listen, Norm, listen. Not only have you annoyed us, but I've read that you have actually annoyed one of your idols. Who is that?
Oh, the great Bill Cosby.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Oh, my God, I love that guy. He's my hero, you know, just like you. Maybe George or Bill Clinton would be your hero. I love.
There's no stopping you, is there?
No, you seem to like Bill Clinton.
There really, and this man leads into our show on Friday night.
I know.
It's all right. His career's over after this anyway. Who cares?
Right.
Yeah, you know, The View, real career killer, The View.
Yeah, how did that upward trajectory treat you, Joey?
You're literally still sitting in the same studio doing the same thing 23 years later, which, hey.
Only you've become Barbara Walters.
Yeah, you actually have become an even bitchier Barbara somehow.
Who's a great man, obviously. You know, everybody has their opinions.
Cosby thing didn't age
Are you
well.
moving along?
No,
You're
Bill
going to get to the point.
Cosby.
Bill Cosby.
Oh, God. Cosby.
What's in that coffee? What are you drinking in there?
Well, Bill Cosby is a great man, first of all. There has never been any accusations toward Bill Cosby about any...
Will you just tell us what you did about Bill Cosby?
Oh, I met him. I opened for him at a club, and he was a great man, you know. He's my hero of all time. You know how funny Bill Cosby is.
Yeah, so I'll get to the point. I'm going past menopause.
I don't know if he does another Bill Clinton joke or not.
Let's go.
Not everything has a point.
That's about the description of Norm Macdonald's style right there.
Not everything has a point.
Not everything has a point. Oh, our annual viewing of Norm Macdonald going on The View. Veldrain with $5 says the secret to keeping the Steel Toe Morning Show on your front page of YouTube is to make Steel Toe Morning Show the least offensive YouTube channel you subscribe to. There you go. Perfect.
Addition by subtraction, right.
Yeah. Ryan the Garbage Man says Norm Macdonald was trolling before trolling was cool. Yeah, and he's a total original, too. Like, there's no comparison to Norm Macdonald. He's a complete original. It's very rare. Triple N says, has Chris Pratt been blackballed yet? They've been trying. Every so often, they kind of bring up Chris
come out
Pratt.
at Chris Pratt. Like, I don't know what did he do now that's pissing people off?
They might be able to get him now. That, you know, he doesn't have the Marvel people to, you know, get his back. Because all the Marvel people always rally around him, like Chris Evans, Robert Downey Jr. They're always like, I don't know why you guys are fucking around with Chris Pratt. He's a good guy. He's, you know, he's fine. He's not hurting anybody.
Stand-up dude.
Yeah. They all defend, like all these like liberal actors that work with him totally defend him, because you notice with like conservative actors, it's never a big deal to them that they're a conservative, but it's a big deal to everybody else. Like everybody else gives a shit. It's kind of like when people get mad about religious people, but you're the one who's constantly like mocking their religion or bringing up their religion, and all they do is bring it up in like reaction to what you said. And you're like, oh, why do you have to talk about your faith? And it's like, I'd love to not talk about it, but you assholes keep bringing it up. Like you have a choice in Hollywood. You have to sit there. If you're like a Christian or a Republican in Hollywood, you have to either sit there quietly while people mock you and make fun of you and shit on you for what you believe, or you have to defend yourself from it while they go, oh, why do you always talk about your God and your politics? It's like, I don't. You guys do. And then I have to sit here and correct you because you're so fucking stupid. All right, guys, hit like, hit share, hit subscribe, hit all of those wonderful things. We appreciate it. Scarface over on Rumble says Chris Pratt has the terminal list. He'll be fine. Oh,
is that movie thing?
Does he have? Does he know where the bodies are buried, so to speak? Very interesting.
If you're talking about D's and B's,
yeah. Does he know who's getting butt fucked? Perhaps. All right, guys. After our first hour of show here, 160 away from knocking out today's goal. Let's finish it off. What do you say? Great work, everybody. Thank you very much for your generosity. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships, Rumble Rants, and subscriptions. We do appreciate it all. You know, it's very hot here. It's going to continue to be very hot. I think it's hot in the entire country. I think it's like 90s and 100s, pretty much every state in the union. Yeah, it's really bad. All the climate change people are out this week. They're like, see, climate change. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. It's 90 degrees in what they literally call the dog days of summer, like the last 2 months of summer here, and it's in the 90s. Like, if it were doing this in April, I'd go, holy shit, you guys really have a point. This is fucking brutal. What's going on here?
Yeah, where were you guys when we were having that horribly long winter? Going, see the global warming, the climate change, it's all real.
Was that this?
You were inside.
Was that this summer or last summer? Or
winter
I'm sorry. Was this past winter or the winter before? Where we're was barely ever getting above zero. Was that this year or last?
God,
I can't remember.
I think that was this last year.
They're so long that they just kind of run together.
They all blend together. It turns into it's like fucking insomnia. You know, you're just like, oh God, the sun never sets. It's just one dreary gray day forever.
Skeezy says, oh my God, look out. It's the weather. Run. I mean, and then they keep, I see that they shamelessly, every time it hits 90 degrees, they're like, oh, and if this continues for years and years, the water levels will look like this. And they've been predicting that whole Washington, D.C. and New York City and Miami underwater thing since before I was alive. It was
the whole movie Waterworld was based on that premise.
Yeah.
That eventually all the ice caps will melt and we'll all be underwater. And only thing will save us is Kevin Costner on a makeshift boat.
And then we find out he's got gills.
I don't know. I thought that was hot.
Motherfucker. Yeah, there's a whole website here. 50 doomed climate predictions. In 1970, as greenhouse gases pushed a rise in average temperature, plenty of prognosticators asserted a big freeze. Kenneth Watt sounded the ice alarm, saying that if present trends continue, the world will be about 4 degrees colder for the global mean temperature in 1990, but 11 degrees colder in the year 2000. This is about twice what it would take to put us into an ice age. Of course, it never came. The Guardian in 1974, spy satellites show new ice age is coming fast. And you know what's dumb about all these manipulative, political and weather types is that they keep...
The solutions haven't changed?
The solutions haven't changed, but also they keep trying to claim that they're the science people, yet nothing they talk about is based in any science. So oh yeah, they always do it in human terms, never in the way the earth changes terms. They're like, oh, in 15 years, all this is going to be underwater. Yeah, all 0 times that's ever happened. Do you understand how long it takes for the earth to go through a shift like that? And guess what? It's not because people are burning fossil fuels. It's because it just naturally has been doing that forever and ever. It's just they're like, oh yeah, if we don't stop doing this now, in 15 years, this city will be entirely underwater. Yeah, that's not possible. It doesn't happen that quickly. I'm sorry.
God, I wish.
Have those areas been underwater before? Yes. Will they be underwater again? Absolutely.
I hate these climate people. I bought this house assuming if I just wait a couple of years, beachfront property, and nothing. I'm still sitting in the frozen tundra.
I was sitting here thinking, how fucking smart am I going to look when this climate change takes off in 2010, and all of a sudden I've got oceanfront property. God damn it, you guys got me. Veldrain with $5 says the climate is about absolutely out of control. There's tornadoes in Tornado Alley and flooding on the floodplains. Yeah, if their predictions don't come true, they just take the shit that always happens and goes, isn't this fucking crazy? Oh, here's an interesting trick they've pulled throughout history. These storms are becoming more impactful. The amount of damage they're doing is greater than ever before, and they measure it in dollars. And it's yeah, that's because in 1970 in Malaysia, they had fucking thatched roof huts. And now they're starting to build shit up a little bit, and they've got property and construction, and they're coming into being a second world country. So yes, the storms, while the same, are causing infinite times more damage because they're not just destroying thatched roof huts and a rice paddy. They're destroying.
Oh, the fun part of that is like, hey guys, if you look at these storms are getting so much worse. We're hearing about all this destruction, all this. Yeah, it's almost like now that there's a an information network where people can exchange information really, really quickly and show videos and things like that, that you can have more of this stuff available. It's kind of like back in the 1800s when all they had was a quill pen and a fucking piece of paper. They couldn't really sketch all that out for you.
Right. Plankton says after Katrina, they said storms like that would become more frequent. It took 12 years for the next one. Right. Ciro Nunziata Extras says, believe the science. I mean, in the name of science, I have been lied to and manipulated and fucked with. I mean, science really did not do themselves any favors for the next 3 years, the last 3 years. The last 3 years, science made more people believe that they're alchemists and propagandists than scientists. With all the lying they did during COVID, these people, they only live day to day. They don't think about what happens, a year, 10 years, 15 years down the road, because they do all this shit to do what's best for them in the immediate term. Stop the Hong Kong protests, get the president out of there, the whole deal. But then they don't think like 20, 30 years, they're going to be all mad when people are skeptical when scientists claim shit is happening because and they're going to act like those people are bad people. And they're like, no, you guys have lied to me my entire upbringing. You've been fucking with me. You've been lying to me and manipulating me and trying to get me to go along with your scams and shenanigans. So it's hard for me to trust you.
Well, now when a scientist says anything, I go, excuse me, you're not the science. And I hold up a picture of Dr. Fauci and I go, he's the science.
He's the science. This would all be fixed if just like politicians and NASCAR drivers and all that, everybody just wears who they're getting paid for right on the shirt. And then all these scientists, they can go, oh, you got to take this medicine if you want to feel better about your hypertension. And you go, oh, okay. So you're a Pfizer doc. That's interesting. Took a shitload of money from them. How many vacations you take on Pfizer's dime? That's not important. No, it's actually the only important thing.
It's kind of why we're here.
Scrubs actually, for a comedy, did a really good job at kind of like exposing that part of exposing the goddamn business.
The medical establishment?
Yeah. They did a good job.
Scrubs did a good job of that, and then like House did a little bit of that too, but then House got full of itself with being like, hey, but he's struggling with alcohol and drugs.
It's hard. Like, if you're a show like House, though, it's kind of hard not to stroke your own dick after a few years. That's the problem with all those shows. They are really successful, so you can't really get mad at them for, like, being a successful show and then sucking their own dick a little bit.
The weird part is if you were a fan of Hugh Laurie before House, it was a weird twist for him. Because he was more of a comedian and stuff. He did stuff with Stephen Fry and things like that. And then, like, all of a sudden now he's this serious dude. He has an American accent. Yeah. And he's hilarious as a doctor. I love the character. But, yeah, it was weird.
Dude, Americans are so funny. Like, we react like black kids to street magic when we find out that a British guy does an American accent. Like, we get so...
Oh, he's a demon!
Yeah. We're just like... Hugh Laurie's like, all right, and if his DNA was off by 1%, he'd be a dolphin. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, Hugh Laurie, you're great in housing. He goes, oh, thank you very much. Oh, my fucking God, he's British. How does he do that? He's a sorcerer. We need him stopped. But you got.
But then at the same rate, we also aren't surprised at all that so many of us, like even like Britney Spears, oh, well, I'm going to talk like a British person. Like, oh, come on.
Well, we can't. That's the thing. Like, American actors can't do the British accent. But British actors can do the American accent. Like, whenever you see an American actor play a British guy.
Like their N-word.
Whenever you see an American person play an English actor, you know it's an American person playing an English actor. But there have been times where you watch a movie and you're like, holy shit, I didn't know that guy was British. He's fucking good. Like, Robert Baratheon does a good American accent because he did that sitcom for years and years. Still Standing.
I'm trying to think of the actor who plays the lead character in Sons of Anarchy. It was in fucking
Ron Perlman.
No. Ron Perlman was one of the leads. The fuck, I can't place his name now. But yeah, he's one of those too where it's like you can't believe he's got a British accent and stuff like that, and then he has like a really, really like fucking thick one, but he does a English accent almost worse than his American.
Yeah. Yeah, tons of the Walking cast dead are British, says Forkmain. Yeah, that's a lot of the. Yeah,
I think it's Charlie Hunnam. Yeah.
Tom Hardy is the best at American accent. He's pretty good. Gray Duckling is right, though. British people can't do a Southern accent. Do you remember Black Hawk Down when Jason Isaacs tried to do a Southern accent, and it was just, he was basically grumbling the whole movie? He's like, sure.
Some British people can't step out of that role. Jason Isaacs, I'm sorry, he's great, and he's, in my opinion, one of the people they should have tapped for a Bond at some point, but they never did.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can't, you cannot. You can't put him in an American accent.
Yeah, I think about all the things that would have been cool to see Jason Isaacs in, and yeah, American accents. Like The Walking Dead, could you have made him Rick Grimes in The Walking Dead? No, you couldn't have. He just couldn't quite get it down. Kate Beckinsale does a good job of sounding American. Oh, Rachel Weisz, isn't Rachel Weisz British or something?
I have no idea.
I don't think she's American. Or is she American and she did that awful accent in The Mummy? I can't remember which one it is.
I don't think she's American.
Clive Owen played Bill Clinton and had a good Southern accent. Clive Owen, underrated actor. Jason Isaacs, underrated British actor. I guess Clive Owen can't really call underrated. He had a run, didn't he?
No, Clive Owen's not underrated at all, man. Fucking Camelot. And the only thing I will say about Clive Owen that's underrated, because I love the fact that it was a one-and-done movie. Fucking Shoot 'Em Up was great. It's just a giant, it's an adult Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Rachel Weisz is a Brit, Sherry says. Okay, so she is. She's
British.
From something
She's
else.
also still apparently really hot from what I'm seeing.
That's what I've, every time you search Rachel Weisz, she's still doing all right. I want to see if I can find some Jason Isaacs and Black Hawk Down, because it is one of the worst American Southern accents. That and Keanu Reeves in The Devil's Advocate, where he's like, sometimes he's like, hey, I'm just Keanu Reeves and I want to talk about this case. And then other times he's talking like this. The book says we lose. Jason Isaacs, Black Hawk Down. Yeah, when he says, you Delta boys are a bunch of undisciplined cowboys. This Southern accent. To me, Jason, I don't know who your Jason Isaacs is, but to me, Jason Isaacs is always Colonel Tavington in The Patriot.
For me, it's I can't remember the name. He did a show where he played a person who literally was living two lives. He had a car accident, and in one life, the son died, and in the other one, the wife died. And the only way he could keep track is by a rubber band on his wrist, and he couldn't figure out which dream was the dream and which dream was reality.
I have a question for you. Think of the comparison. What I mean by this is really good bit actors that they would sometimes throw a leading role to. Mm-hmm. Is Jason Isaacs the British Gary Sinise?
Yeah.
I think so. I think Isaacs is the British Gary Sinise. I think it's a perfect description. All right, here we go. This is his Southern accent in Black Hawk Down.
What is this, Orin? Another taxpayer-funded Delta Safari?
Not a general.
Taxpayer funded Delta Safari. It's just
Garrison's asking.
Y'all gonna go out and grab? I'm just waiting for him to say something horribly offensive.
You're gonna take some of those jungle with you today?
Oh, I'm in.
Have a nice meal, Captain.
Hey man, there's a line.
Orlando, look at little Orlando Bloom. Look at little Orlando Bloom in fucking Black Hawk Down. Little baby Bloom. My baby Bloom.
How hard are you for this movie just for little Orlando Bloom?
Look at fucking Eric Bana. Are you shitting me?
Eric Bana was actually really great in this movie. He's a hit or miss person though. There's some of his that are not good.
These two switched roles. These two switched like their place in Hollywood. Like Orlando Bloom became the big headlining superstar, and then Eric Bana became the supporting cast. Kind of right around this movie.
There's almost like a torch passing right here.
Yes, we're literally watching fucking Hoot pass the torch to Blackburn.
Well, the best part of it, too, is he's like, dude, there's a line. Like, yeah, I know. And like, yeah, and he's next.
Yeah.
This isn't the back of it. Yeah, I know.
Sergeant. What's going on here?
Oh, just some aerial target practice, sir. Didn't want to leave it behind.
Talking about your weapon. Delta or no Delta, that's a hot weapon. You know better than that. Shake
It just doesn't fit because he's like so intense. Like he's just so. Everyone else is like kind of laid back, and he goes in there. Jason Isaacs, I know, is trying to play a badass, like military officer in this movie, but he kind of just comes off as a no fun autistic guy.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, but Jason Isaacs did such a great job in The Patriot that you can't not see that character.
Yeah.
Especially if he's being a military person.
Right, like I'm sitting here going, British spy! British spy!
I'm waiting for him to be like, that's a hot weapon, and he's killed just as many of our officers in as many weeks.
He's sitting there going, you there! Are you that Marine on that farm with that stupid little boy? And they're like, dude, wrong movie. Cut. Jason, you're fucking it up again. Remember your accent. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I got to talk like this like I got screws in my mouth. I guess. There you go. You there, Sark. Are you that man on that farm with that stupid little boy? No, cut. God damn it, Jason. That's not the line. We're not going to hold him. We're going to hang him. No, this isn't Sling Blade, Jason. What are you doing?
Did he die?
Did he die? That little at the end always got me as really cunty.
on at all times on base.
Well, that's my safety, sir.
Woo.
Let it go, sir. The guy hasn't eaten in a couple of days.
You Delta boys are a bunch of undisciplined cowards. Let me tell you something, Sergeant. If we get on the 5-yard line, you're gonna need my Rangers. So y'all...
He's just... that accent, I love him. I always like to see... Him and William Fichtner, by the way, if you're a movie dork and you like character actors, this is a wet dream for you, seeing Jason Isaacs and William Fichtner in the same movie.
Dude, William Fichtner is one of my favorite actors. I think literally the whole reason that I fell in love with Prison Break was because of his character. Like, I liked the premise in the first 2 seasons, but William Fichtner's character locked me in for so much of that show.
Yeah. No, William Fichtner is awesome in everything. Whether he's a fucking cripple in Contact or he's a badass military guy in Black Hawk Down.
Or a junkie FBI agent.
Yeah. Chris Drives 88 miles per hour says, I always confuse him with the Nazi from Man in the High Castle, Rufus Sohl. Oh, is that guy's name? Obergruppenführer Smith. Obergruppenführer Smith. I always forget what the actor's name is. Rufus Sohl. Everybody looks like him, by the way.
Everyone looks like Rufus Sohl?
Everyone looks like Rufus Sohl. The guy who played, remember the guy who ran the newspaper in House of Cards?
Mm-hmm.
He always reminds me of Obergruppenführer Smith from Man in the High Castle, but I don't think they're the same guy. Bishop says, the oath, all enemies, foreign and domestic, pits the military into a state of perpetual war against every American holding office. Oh, shit. I never thought of that. It's fucking
Holy shit,
wild,
is Rufus Sewell a guy in Dark City?
Rufus Sohl, he's in quite a bit of stuff.
Yeah, no, that's the one we were talking about a long time ago, and it just seems weird that I pulled up his face. I was like, holy shit, because like when I see that face.
Is Obergruppenführer Smith the guy from House of Cards? Now I'm starting to doubt myself. Wait, he's British too? Son of a cunt. No,
we just don't make good actors anymore.
No, we don't. Okay, Obergruppenführer Smith is not the guy from House of Cards. Well, then who the fuck is that guy? Now I don't know. What's up, what's down? God damn it. Jack Hackenschmidt is the character's name. Don't ask me how I pulled that out of my ass. Who played Jack Hacken? I don't even know how to spell it. Okay, wait, you know what? I might have gotten the wrong guy. It's not Jack Hackenschmidt. Who played the newspaper guy in House of Cards? I can do this. Tom Hammerschmidt was his name, not Jack Hackenschmidt. It was Tom Hammerschmidt.
I thought it was John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt.
It could have been John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. That is a common misnomer in the show House of Cards.
That's weird, because that's my name, too.
Oh, you know, whenever I go out, the people always shout, there goes John Jacob Jingleheimer Schmidt. Okay. So Tom Hammerschmidt is Boris McGiver. That's kind of a good actor name.
He's really going to McGiver.
He's really going to McGiver. Of course, if that fucking teenager would have shut his goddamn mouth about Kevin Spacey trying to fuck him in the butt, we could have got a decent last season of House of Cards, but instead they kicked him out and went, I know, we'll let Sean Penn's ex carry the show. No, everybody wanted to see Frank go like 15 more times.
And I'm sorry, but Kevin Spacey's monologuing in that show was the show. It was him taking the fourth wall down to talk to you. And it just, you really felt like Frank and you, we have a rapport. We understand each other. And that's why it was so creepy, because he took that really awesome thing and then he immediately perverted it after all the shit hit the fan. Right. He does a fucking, let's be frank. Oh,
that Let's Be Frank video is fucking awful. And not only that, it's like, that is something Frank Underwood would do. So it was kind of in character.
Yeah.
Like Frank Underwood would be accused of that. And then he'd go, well, let me be very clear. Everything that we're going through here, I have complete control over. Now, everybody else thinks that they're running everything and going behind everybody's back. But if they don't think that I have calculated and known about their every movement since this whole thing began, well, quite frankly, I am insulted. Like this, anyone who thought that show was being watched because of the dynamic cast is full of shit. They were watching that. Some shows are great ensemble cast shows. Like I mentioned Scrubs before. You could take one person out of Scrubs, the rest of the cast could pick them up. But a show like House of Cards is a character-driven show. It would be like taking Hannibal Lecter out of the Silence of the Lambs movies. You can't do it. That's what people are there for. So as far as Spacey goes on that show, once they got rid of him, who's going to carry it? Mahershala Ali? No, thank you. I don't think so. But anyway, we got on all this from climate change.
This is a weird fucking rant.
Guys, this is where the show goes when we don't have much of a goal to get to. We're kind of a little more loosey-goosey. 155 away from today's goal. You see what happens when we're nice and relaxed? You get yourself a nice little show. Somebody pointing out in the chat that they took Roseanne out of Roseanne.
Yeah, and then they tried to keep the show going.
And they didn't, did they?
No, I think they did like one season.
They did one season. It was over. And they were all so confident that they were going to keep it together without Roseanne. That served them right.
Everyone's going to watch the Connors.
Yeah. Coltrane with $5 says, I'm behind in the chat, but I'll believe in climate bullshit once all these celebrities move away from the coasts. Obama's moved to the fucking Hamptons and killed their chef as a sacrifice to their gods. You know, we have the Obama chef story later today, but since he brought it up, you did hear about Obama's chef yesterday, didn't you?
Well, children, no, I did not.
Hello there, Barack. Hi, chef. How's it going today? Bad. Why bad? I'm still married to a woman that a lot of people think is a dude, and most people think I'm a homosexual. Well, what are you going to do about it? I'm going to drown you on your paddleboard. Hey, wait a minute, children. So, yeah, Obama's chef drowned at their house.
Shit, what did he know about the Clintons?
I don't. Yeah, that's what I thought everybody would say. But, yeah, it's he was paddleboarding. So, like, imagine getting caught doing gay shit and then you die doing it. Like paddleboarding. What are you, a 45-year-old?
Saw Michelle's dick?
What are you, a 45-year-old white woman? You're out paddleboarding? Did you die with a White Claw in your hand?
Did you not have a fucking life preserver on? I hate to ask this. I feel like it's the story from before, but sir, were you able to swim? I feel like if you're going to be in the water, swimming should be something you can do.
Right. I don't know many people who go out paddleboarding and go, I know I can't swim, but I figured I'd just wing it. I don't.
What's the worst that could happen? Could you put on the arm floaties? They make me look kind of gay. I don't know.
I don't want to. I'd rather die than look like a mo. Are you kidding me? Thank you to Dub for $5. He liked that line. Took the Roseanne out of Roseanne. Yeah. I mean, and they thought that was going to work. By the way, that chef not doing wonders for the stereotypes. Falling off the paddleboard and not being able to swim. I actually hear he didn't have enough energy to swim because he was on a 103-day special diet.
Really? What diet was he on?
I'm not going to do this. The man just died. If the body were cold, then I would go ahead and do it. But you know what? A little decorum today, huh? A little decorum. Well, for God's sake, Johnny, there's over 700 people watching Steel Toe right now. We got to have a little decorum. Everybody,
they say fruit salad is best served cold.
Everybody hit thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. By the way, also 145 away from today's goal. Just 145 away. Thank you guys very much. So, Obama's chef. Look, I know everybody's got their theories, but I don't know anything about his chef. So you saying that he saw Michelle Obama's cock is about the best I can do as far as any conspiracy theories. Here's what I'll say. Sounds good to me. Let's run with it.
Oh, it's another side, like another thing that Obama's done that's apparently negatively affecting the community. He's supposed to lift them all up, and then it's like, let's make my presidential library, and we'll start by kicking all these people out of their homes.
Papa Dan says, so for the 700 people here, Aaron, explain why people can't swim. Enlighten us. It's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. Because you see, the black athlete, it goes back to the slave days.
Oh, Jesus.
Jimmy, no.
Jimmy the waiter.
Jimmy the chef. Yeah, Obama was tired of hearing his explanations as to why black athletes are superior. He's like, go fucking paddleboard. I love your idea, though. He saw Michelle Obama's dick. She dragged him out with her man arms, dragged him to the shore, strapped him to a paddleboard, and went, fucking paddle. He went, but I can't swim, Michelle. Paddle right now or I'll hit you with my dick. Yeah, all right, fine. Now jump off the paddleboard. But I won't survive. Well, you shouldn't have been peeping, should you? You're about to learn a hard lesson. Barack comes home. He goes, Michelle, why is the chef dead? And why are we having Domino's for dinner? And Michelle's like, I had to let him go, Barack. Why? He snuck in on me changing. Use your violin shrieking. And then Barack goes, well, then I understand, Michelle, and I'll spend the rest of the night away from you as to not incur your wrath. I brought Larry Sinclair over. We'll go get a room at the Holiday Inn.
I know I'm putting myself in danger here. I should hide my identity, but I do actually have some audio of that night. I'll play it for you.
No, the night the chef
No! You want to see my burger? No! Oh, come on. It'll keep your head from exploding.
I don't think that's... are you sure that's actual audio from the Obama's house?
I mean, you're telling me this doesn't sound like Michelle Obama?
You want to see my burger again? No!
That's the chef right there. I mean, that's it. I'm pretty sure.
It really sounded like he was in a no-win situation. Either your head explodes or you see your pecker.
Or you see a pecker again.
And then you drown. Maybe he went on the paddleboard because he saw the cock and he was terrified and he tried to escape. And he's like, I know I can't swim, but I got to get out of here. And all he had was the paddleboard. And Michelle Obama laughed because she had a motorized one. And she goes, you stupid chef. Your paddleboard can't go on water unless it has power.
Oh, God,
and then she ran him down.
A Back to the Future. How did you squeeze a Back to the Future fucking hoverboard reference into this?
Michelle Obama grabbed the hoverboard, went to give it to an area kid, and she goes, keep it. I got a pit bull now. I'm like, I didn't even know they made those in paddleboard form.
Oh.
It's really weird. Well, future's ever-changing and all that shit. Katie Kidney says the 911 call came in 20 minutes before the accident. I don't know that stuff. I don't want to get into the conspiracies yet until I've had a chance to read it. All I know is that they had a chef. He went paddleboarding, like all chefs do at their boss's house. He went paddleboarding and he drowned. It sounds weird. But then again, anybody who dies at the house of the former president, I'll defend the Obamas here. Anytime someone dies at the former president's house, it's going to birth conspiracy theories because it's a weird thing to have happen.
Yeah, I mean, but Donald Trump hasn't had anyone die at his house.
The last president I can think of that maybe died at someone's house is, I don't know, maybe Andrew Jackson was just shooting people on the lawn for target practice one day.
Well, I mean, technically, if you believe the conspiracy theories, Biden died in the White House, and now we just have... there's a couple of different thoughts. I like the one that I heard from a lady where she believes different actors are now playing Biden. That's why, like, Jim Carrey does it, and that's where he does the slipping and the falling because he's a wacky mix-em-up kind of comedian. So, he's got to have some fun.
Some idiot says Aaron's movie autism is why I watch the show. Yeah, I even discussed it Johnny today, but I have a question for the audience and Johnny because I fell asleep, obviously, as you do at night. And when I fell asleep, I woke up and, some autoplay shit had gone on. April turned on, what's the Aaliyah vampire movie?
Queen of the Damned.
Queen of the Damned. She turned on Queen of the Damned while I was asleep.
Good movie.
And she then, she fell asleep, so then new movies started playing. I woke up at 3-something because I had to go make wee-wees. And as I got up, there was a movie. I couldn't get back to sleep. I had to turn SVU back on because there was this really creepy-ass movie on there. And the movie, tell me what it is. It was the end of the movie. There's a woman. She's in a jail. And there's this white dog wolf thing, and it's fucking eating people. And at the end of the movie, she's got the gun pointed at the dog, and she's crying, and she doesn't want to shoot the dog. But then the dog's really nice to her, and they all get to leave the jail, and she's got a kid with her, and she just goes driving, and the movie ends. No?
I have no...
So that movie's just fucking insane. You have no idea what I'm talking about.
Yeah, white dog eating people. You started, there was a woman in it, and I'm like, all right, I've seen one of those.
Here. Movie with a woman in a jail with a white dog. I got girl fight, dog pound. I don't think dog pound is it. I don't know. It's a white...
I'm sorry. Smartass made a thing saying Johnny says nobody died at Donald Trump's house, glossing over the fact Jeffrey Epstein was a frequent guest. I don't see how that's related. Did Jeffrey Epstein die at Donald Trump's house?
Yeah, he didn't die at Donald Trump's house. No,
he died in jail.
No,
under
not
the supervision.
It's not White Fang.
Yeah, no, White Fang is the one with Ethan Hawke.
Yeah. Woman in a jail with a killer dog. It's nothing. This might be, I don't know, maybe after Queen of the Damned, maybe it went to such a low budget dog shit movie.
You need to go look at your freaking recently watched list just to get the name of the movie, because now I'm curious.
I need to know what this movie is now. It's not Tu Wong Fu. It's not Cujo 2 Electric Boogaloo. It's not Brokeback Mountain. The woman has, she's got a gun to the dog, and the dog's eating people. I don't know what it. She's driving at the end of it with a kid sleeping in the passenger side, and a poor man's Billy Bob Thornton is there helping her load the big wolf thing into the truck. Woman, here, movie where woman has white dog.
I'm really loving the suggestions that I'm seeing.
I can't. Sinister? That's Ethan. Oh, that's Ethan Hawke again. White God? No.
Hey, that's just...
Oh, is that the... This might be
God,
the...
man.
This might be the one. Here. Movie where woman is in a cell with killer white dog. I'm gonna find this Unlocked? No, that's not.
Why you keep asking me if you name it, I'll suddenly know. I watch a lot of weird shit, but Jesus, man, this one's something new.
I can't figure out. Nobody knows this fucking movie.
Yeah, someone's saying it was probably a Black Mirror thing. Was it part of an anthology? Dude, what the fuck?
I don't know. It came on after Queen of the Damned, and Queen of the Damned was not exactly a high budget movie.
No, Queen of the Damned wasn't.
So maybe it was a low budget thriller. April, you need to go on our Hulu and see if you can find that fucking movie. People are saying it's called White Dog. No, this was not a 1982 film. This was made relatively recently. I didn't recognize any of the actors in it.
I haven't watched it yet, but it might have been they cloned Tyrone. That's the one with Jamie Foxx that came out recently.
No, Jamie Foxx.
And because I don't remember a white lady in it, but I do remember a black lady wearing a white hazmat suit. Was that maybe what it is? And you just assumed it was a white lady?
It's not. It's not Old Yeller. It's not Turner and Hooch. You guys. No, and I don't think it was Black Mirror. Because it wasn't a Black Mirror-y kind of a thing. There was one of the guards at the jail and the dog dragged him off and ate him. And then the dog's got blood on his face at the end, and he's facing the woman, and she's backed up in a cell, and she's got a gun pointed at the dog wolf thing. It's like a giant fucking dog. It's like a wolf. And the dog doesn't eat her. And then she leaves with the dog.
The worst part is now I actually want to see the goddamn movie. I'm like, what the is going on here?
She's crying, and she's like, no. And you just hear, "Arr!" And it's a deep growl, like, obviously.
Oh, I think I found it. I found it.
What is it?
Let's see if there's a Pit Bulls, a documentary.
It might just be I might have just been watching an actual real-time documentary on pit bulls. Hung Solo says cocaine dog. See, I didn't know. Dognado, blow the dog. You got to put a comma in there, otherwise you can get in a lot of trouble. Donkey Kongington. Oh shit. Tobo chili recipe with $2 says, if this story leads you to telling us some monologue from Kingdom of Heaven, I'm going to kick your ass. I've got some Skyway miles I need to use. Don't tempt me. Yeah, nobody on Rumble's coming up with it either.
Are you sure it wasn't just an episode of Law and Order?
I'm really happy.
I was bored last night. I did nothing but grab sound drops.
I'm really glad you have that. All right. April, I need you to get into our viewing history, and I need you to tell me what the fuck I woke up to last night. Because I have no idea what the hell that movie was.
He woke up to April getting episode of black.com, and he went, I have to see something else in my mind. And so it was a white lady with a killer white dog. A lot of white in here, man. You have a color preference, apparently.
No, April says, how do you know you weren't dreaming? Because I had to get the remote because another movie was coming on, and it was another low-budget horror movie that looked really shitty.
I had to get the remote because I'm like, I want to watch this again.
Yeah, I don't know what it was. April's going to find it. She's going to... Can you go through your watch history on Hulu?
You should be able to. You should be able to go to recently watched. That should be a thing.
And it's the one that probably came on right after Queen of the Damned. We're going to figure this shit out. God damn it. April, text it to me when you get it. All right, kiddos, 145 away from today's goal. We're not even halfway through today's show, and we're only 145 away. Keep chipping away. Keep knocking it out. Let's do that for a half hour of overtime today. Okay, finally, the story I've been trying to get to since we brought up climate change. I swear, people are still, we were talking about how hot it's been in this country. Mm-hmm. This is one of those things where I cannot understand how this is still happening. It's like people who still smoke after all of the shit we know about smoking and how it kills you and how they've watched relatives choke on their last breath and everything. Leaving the kids in the car on a 90-degree day. I don't know how people are still doing this. And what happened to this person's vehicle deserves to happen to every person's head who does this with a kid in the car. So, especially in the day, now that we're in the days of auto start, you can't, I mean, you should bring your kid in when it's 90 degrees, but you can auto start your car and the air conditioning can be on full blast and you're good to go. I know
it'll only run for 20, 30 minutes. So a lot of these cars have features where if it's sitting idling too long and it's going through too much, it'll be like, hey, you got to do something to keep this going, and it'll shut it off. So you can have it going for but again, that's 15, 20 minutes. Why are you leaving your kid in the car though?
You shouldn't leave the kid in the car at all, but you certainly shouldn't be leaving it for more than 15 minutes where you can just turn on the car and let the air conditioning
idle.
Yeah. So a father in Texas hears a baby screaming from inside a parked car. And again, this is Texas this weekend. So we're talking temperatures pushing 100.
Over 100.
Yeah. The baby's in the car crying. Some dick-faced shithead retard left the kid in there because they're such a bad bitch single mom probably. And he just went to town on the windshield with a tire iron, and then another guy came in with something else so they could smash this person's windshield and get the fucking kid out of there
And so they can get the air out, because that's one of the largest windows in the car. You get that windshield out, you're going to get a lot more air moving between the car and the outside environment. Because a car just sitting in like 90-degree heat or whatever, you can get into triple digits really, really fast just sitting in the sun. So if you're sitting in triple-degree heat, that thing is an oven. You can literally cook in it.
It's an oven for sure. Some idiot says, Jesus, that car had to be 120 or 130. Yeah.
Probably higher.
It's at least. So here's the video. Let's play this. I'm really happy that they did this to this woman's car. They should have taken out a few headlights while they were at it, and I hope insurance doesn't cover it.
Is it her car?
Yeah. No, it's not anybody
lady here?
Oh, it might be this lady, but I know that the two guys who are smashing the car open have nothing to do with the kid that they know.
Now, I got to ask you a question. Now, you're this guy, obviously, in the moment. Your concern is only the child, maternal, paternal instincts, whatever, and all of that. But is part of you really excited that you get to beat the shit out of a car?
That's kind of the fun part, right? Like, you're there so you know the kid's ultimately going to be okay.
There's a man here. We'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, no, that woman you're seeing in the video, I just scrolled down a little bit. That's not the mother. Oh, so I bet you this vapid bitch is still in there shopping while all this is going on. Let's check it out. I think there's an ad first.
Hyundai Sonata.
So yes, we got a little 5-second ad here, and then we'll fire it up.
Hyundai Sonata.
Okay, Hyundai Sonata, free plug. Look at that. Just how this looks fun. Like, I would like to do that to someone's car, even if there were no kid in it.
And he's I don't know where the kid is necessarily, so I guess I can't say this, but I think you're going the wrong way about it. You got to be stabbing that glass, get some puncture holes in first, and then just
you can kind of rip it, can't you? Like, you can grab auto glass, can't you?
Yeah, there's like a piece of plastic between the two pieces of the glass.
Yeah.
So that way it doesn't just shatter and like blow in on your face if something were to hit your windshield. That's why if something massive hits your windshield, it's just going to spider web and because it's not supposed to go anywhere.
I have a question. How long, this is a fucked up question to think about too. How long did we have windshields before we figured that out?
Shit.
Like, were the first windshields like people's windshields shattered and like glass and shit just went into their eyes and sliced up their face? Oh,
I don't know about shit going into their eyes and slicing up their face, but like old school cars had just plate glass is all it was.
Yeah. So this guy's just going to town, hammering away. That's just got to feel good. That's a stress reliever right there. And then there you go. There he's grabbing the glass. This guy goes, nah, fuck that. I got a hammer. I want to take a few whacks. I'm a little stressed out.
He's just grabbing the claw and ripping.
Yeah, that's smart. And is that little kid in the front seat? The
kid, I think,
they got the car unlocked and they went in and got the kid. Or one of them climbed in through the windshield and then they got the baby out. Good for them. And again, I'm sure that stupid whore was probably in there still shopping.
I hope they fucking didn't give the kid to her and they just went, let's go find the police or the fire department. I hope she just came back to her car and found the windshield just fucking and the kid gone and like, what happened?
Yeah.
And then she calls the cops. The cops show up and she's like, someone stole my baby. Yes, we're going to need you to turn around and put your hands behind your back for endangering a child.
Yeah. The heat index, by the way, was topping 100 that day.
Yeah.
Left your fucking
Corey was talking about it yesterday, man. They've been dealing with like 109 or whatever for a temperature. He was saying the other day, he's like, yeah, we're going to be getting down to 106. They're like, hey, it's going to be cooling off. He's like, that's weird when you're like, hey, thank God it's going to be cooling down nice 106 degrees.
Oh, nice and chilly.
Yeah.
A bystander filmed the stunning rescue in the parking lot of a gas station in Texas. Footage shows after the windshield was broken, they were able to gain access to the vehicle. That's right, because like newer cars, mine, I know April's, so that's what 2019 and 2020. You can't like grab the locks anymore.
Nope.
You can't grab the locks and pull them up. You have to physically unlock the door. So they had to break some windows and shit. It was not immediately clear how long the baby had been left inside the car. But the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says it only takes 10 minutes for a car to heat up by 20 degrees. So if that baby was in there for 10 minutes, that was a 120-degree car. The terrifying ordeal comes as a heat wave continues to move through southwestern regions of the country. I need to know more about this mom. Excuse me, the mom though. I'm scrolling. I see nothing. They have no update on this, the woman and the kid. I need to search this. Texas woman, kid, car. What do we know about this broad? Houston woman wanted.
I kind of want to know more about the. Are we sure it's a lady? I mean, dudes can be dumb too.
There's a lot of these stories from Texas. Here's May 14th, May 12th, July 5th, July 3rd. Nothing from
It's
the
like
new
people
one.
aren't learning that children are, vulnerable and cars get warm.
God, people in Texas are fucking stupid. You wouldn't believe the amount of scrolling I'm having to do to find this Texas woman.
Is it all babies or is it like babies and pets and shit? Because that's the other one I feel bad for, especially is like dogs. Because then it's like, oh, this isn't really a crime. I can just murder you with my car.
Windshield smashed to save baby from hot car in Texas. Here we go. This is a local news coverage of the story. Oh no, this is the same video we had.
They'll shame the mother.
God damn. Yeah, the local news will call this pig what she is. Wednesday, customer witnessed a crowd. Hope the baby is okay, the witness said. Not sure whose vehicle or whose baby it is, and that's all they have. That is odd. You'd think they would do a minimal amount of follow-up on this one.
They didn't have a license plate or anything they could use to track. I mean, did nobody report a missing baby?
Nothing. There's no update on this story whatsoever. Hobo chili recipe with $4.99 says, name this movie. Your history, but I'm on my break. Stay on it. Hint, oh yeah, you're going to be my regular Saturday night thing, baby. Bad Santa?
God, no, I have no idea.
I think that might be Bad Santa. Am I right, Hobo Chili? Thank you for the $5, buddy. Appreciate it. 140 away from today's goal. If you want to help us knock it out, there you go. Streamlabs, PayPal, best ways to do it. Rumble and YouTube, of course, as well. Gifting memberships is awesome. A lot of people on Rumble commenting on the car story. Driver's side window will take one hit. Yeah, but the only thing is, if you break one of the driver's side or passenger windows, I think you maybe risk injuring the kid. So they didn't want to fuck with that. Whereas the windshield, like you said, is more pliable glass.
Yeah, I don't know if the side windows have the same stuff, the same safety glass shit in it or not. But yeah. And again, like I said, if you rip that window like open, you're going to get more air you can get in there if you get that like a big hole in it. So I don't know.
Hobo's really mad at me because it was Roadhouse. I'm on my break. I thought of the I'm on my lunch break part. Regular Saturday night thing. I thought that's what he said to one of the girls he was fucking in the ass in that movie. So I thought Bad Santa. And it was, I'm sorry, it was Dalton in Roadhouse. By the way, Roadhouse, how do I put this so I don't offend too many people? It belongs in the time it was made.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, I don't know. I don't really think about Roadhouse.
It's remarkably 80s. It's very throw every piece of shit at the wall and see what sticks. Like, it's part rom-com, it's part drama, it's part kung fu movie, it's action film, it's crime thriller. It's just the 80s. They just went, here, do everything. Fuck it. Like, they had just been introduced to coke, like to the, most of the country, and then they were throwing crack in the mix. So they were a little frantic, and they were just like, boom, throw everything.
But it's not all bad. We got some great things out of that, like Short Circuit. Oh my God, that was good.
Guy Sartell says that's every Patrick Swayze movie. There was no kung fu in Ghost. In fairness.
No, but there was Spirit Foo.
It's true. Coltrane says, want to bust open a window? Just use a Home Depot center punch or a spark plug. Yeah, I've used one of those center punches before. Those are nice.
I got one. A couple of my knives. One of them that I used to carry with me when I was DJing had a really nice one on there. Just if I needed to get in there.
Yeah. Alt Companion says those people were tarded. Didn't even open the door and passed the baby over glass. Yeah, I thought that was a bit rushed, but I don't Garrett says, yes, Aaron, Roadhouse is hilarious. It is. The ending of that fucking movie is so stupid. It is so 80s and bad. Everybody just gangs up and murders this man, and then the cops come down and go, I think it's probably self-defense. It's like, what? They literally broke into this man's house and murdered him with shotguns. And you guys are saying, and then the end of that movie where, like, that guy is in any way a threat to Dalton physically, it just kind of took me out of that movie. I'm like, okay, this is an easy, like, end fight scene. Like, Dalton just finds him and kicks the living dog shit out of him. That's it. I don't care if the guy's got an Uzi. I don't care if he's got a machete. It's just, Swayze literally ripped a Kung Fu master's throat out with his bare hands in that movie. And this guy's supposed to be, what, some kind of a threat? I don't know.
Yeah, it's kind of weird at that point. You kind of sent the big bad at him, and he already so it's like you beat the game boss, but the game's not over. You still got to go deal with this guy, but he's a pushover.
It's like in the Arkham movies where you beat the main bad guy, then they send you on side missions to keep the game going. It's like, okay,
it's just shitty.
I beat the Joker. I don't need to go get Mad Hatter.
I'm sorry, you're still the Riddler. I get it. It's a puzzle, but that guy was poisoning people. I just feel like,
Oh, April says you might have been watching CSI Las Vegas. I don't know what the fuck I was watching. There was a woman, there was a white dog. He was eating people in a jail. And then she came out the back door of the jail, and there was a guy with a truck, and the bloody white dog wolf thing jumped into the back of the truck, and then she drove off towards the mountains with a kid sleeping in the car. That's what happened. Now this is going to bug the living shit out of me all goddamn day. Hobo Chili Recipe says he thinks Kingdom of Heaven is some cinematic masterpiece, and you guys are trashing Roadhouse. Now, look. If you're going to... You can defend Roadhouse as a fun movie to watch. That's totally fine. But if you're going to sit there and say that Roadhouse is like a solidly made piece of cinema, you've got to be fucking shitting me. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, the difference is, though, too, I feel like you have to appreciate Roadhouse more because, after all, Roadhouse was based on true events, whereas that whole movie about, the Crusades and the Kingdom of Heaven thing, that's all just, a fairy tale that someone, just thought up in the ether.
Yeah. Somebody says you were watching Cujo. It was not Cujo. Cujo was made years ago. This was a relatively recent movie. Like, it was made in the last 10 to 15 years. Visually, I could tell. Oh my God. I don't know what the movie. This is going to be the story that weaves throughout the show. Like, we'll keep coming back to it.
Until we can finally figure out what the movie was.
Here, let me see. Cast of CSI Las Vegas. And I'll be able to tell you if those are the guys. No.
I guarantee you it's not.
The Billy Bob Thornton looking motherfucker is not in this thing. It is not. None of these guys are the guys. Oh, fucking Ted Danson is in it? No, it's not Ted. There was no Ted Danson. Lawrence Fishburne, Elizabeth Shue. No, I didn't see any of them.
Well, those are over time. They weren't all there at the same time. Like Lawrence Fishburne and Ted Danson aren't the same time.
Son of a bitch. Was it Sandlot? Oh, that was it. No. Fauci's Pangolin says,
who's
look
the guy
up.
that played Gil Grissom. Shit.
Yeah, no, it wasn't White Dog. Oh, no, I got to type in movie because otherwise now I'm just getting pictures of white dogs. No, that's a 1982 movie. This was not a 1982 film. This was 100%.
She took a selfie with the dog.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, come on. All right. Well, April says she can't find it. She says only new things coming up and continue watching are CSI Vegas, Law & Order SVU, and a movie called In the Earth. Nope. No, Amanda Hugginkiss, I was not watching Pride of the Yankees. But thank you. Hump Tower says Bullet Head. All right, let's check it out. Bullet Head movie. 2017 crime thriller. Okay, wait a minute. John Malkovich, Adrian Brody, Antonio Banderas, Rory Culkin. Yeah, fuck no. After a heist gone tragically wrong, these career criminals find themselves trapped in a warehouse. Nope, there were jail cells in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Not the case. Not the case. Well,
I feel like someone's saying, was it The Cell with J-Lo? I feel like that you'd remember that.
I know
and
that
I don't remember a white dog in The Cell.
No, it's not The Cell.
And I remember The Cell. I watched it a lot. I had a J-Lo thing.
It's about stray dogs led by the girl's dog, and they go on a rampage. Death Proof. White God is 2014. Wait a minute.
On God.
White God movie? Could we have found it a Hungarian drama film? Okay, I'm thinking probably not. But okay, let's take a look. This could be, maybe this is my movie. White God. Oh God, that dog has a family. That's not the dog. That might be the girl. No, it might be her. No, there's no subtitles. This was in English. Bullshit.
Aaron doesn't read, people. Come on.
Nope. That's not the one. Sorry, guys. I really thought that one had a shot. No, it was not Scooby-Doo, but thank you very much for trying to help me. The Platform. Okay, The Platform movie. All right. Ooh. This has potential. That girl looks like she could have been in the movie. A vertical prison with one cell tower. Where the dog, though? I need the fucking dog.
The dog has to be a part of this. I feel like that's...
The dog is... Oh, no, Netflix movie. This was on... Again, this is...
Oh, yeah. I know what one you're even talking about. That's the one where there's a hole in the center of the floor. And no one knows how far down you go.
That's not it. That's not the one. No, thank you very much. One person writes, was it Life of Pets? No, it's not The Secret Life of Pets. No, it was not Must Love Dogs. It's Marmaduke.
All dogs go to heaven.
Oh, that could have been it. Brian Boswick says Dogtooth from 2009. Okay. Now, it could have been a wolf, too. Dogtooth.
We checked Fern Gully.
All right, let's see. What is Dogtooth? All right. Official UK trailer. I officially don't think this is it, but okay. No. No, it's again, so guys, you guys are giving me subtitles. It was like a Latino or Asian lady in this movie.
I feel like J-Lo. Was it J-Lo?
Dipshit, look up White Dog 2022. All right. White Dog 2022. Did they remake it? Oh, this has some potential. But there's a lot of black people in this, and I didn't see any black people. Although it was the end, the dog may have eaten them all. All right, let's check it out. Is this
Anderson
my movie?
Swift shot and killed Krista Ibarol.
No, it's the bastards who trained him who should be put down.
As Fuqua, she's charged with murder in the shooting.
What the fuck is this?
You still think it can be done?
No, this isn't my movie.
Talik Robinson
is facing murder.
Why is the White Dog trailer intermixed with news stories of murder? Yeah, that's not it either.
Wow.
You guys are helping, though. You're getting there. It was not Homeward Bound. Dances with Wolves. So it's a racist dog that prefers dark meat. Kane J says, Good Boy. All right, I'll check out Good Boy. Good
Wreck-It
Boy
Ralph?
movie. American science fiction film. No, that is a 2003 science fiction film with a kid and his little dog. Oh, fuck.
Milo and Otis.
You know what? I will find this on my own time. I promise. And we will.
Yeah, but now the rest of us want to know what the fuck this fever dream movie you were watching.
Damn it. Now April's starting to make me feel crazy as though maybe I did, I was in a dream. She says, yeah, I can't find it at all.
I mean, do you recall yelling at homeless people?
I mean, but I do that. That's either a dream or my inner monologue, though.
Yeah, but okay, yeah.
So
No,
I'm
I
not-
see what you're saying.
Into the Dark, Good Boy is 2020. Okay. Into the Dark, Good Boy. No, it was not Watership Down, but great reference. What was it? Into the Dark, Good Boy. Into the Dark, Good Boy. Season 2, episode 9. Oh, so this could have been... Is encouraged by your dog to adopt an emotional support dog. Oh, we might have found it.
I am 39. I've
Nope,
had a couple
that's
of
not
bad
her.
dates.
It's not
I
her.
wanted something kind of different.
Nope.
Were you waiting for me? Oh.
That's not the killer dog.
So you seeing anyone? Just the one I adopted. How did you do this? You're only 10 pounds.
Yeah, this is not. Holy shit.
I used to be such a wreck.
You're hysterical.
Hear that? He's not just a dog. He's a good boy. And he's made all your anxieties disappear like magic.
Yeah, that's not it, but that looks fucked up.
That looks interesting to watch, though.
It's a mentally ill white woman's wet dream.
She adopts a demon dog that murders people?
That murders all the men that are bad to her. Of course. Oh, man, now I got people DMing me on Twitter. People are bound and determined to find me the fucking movie I was watching yesterday.
And the best part is, spoiler, guys, we're going to find out tonight or tomorrow. Completely made the whole thing up. Not knowingly, but just fucking...
Yeah, I made up the entire movie in my head. All right, here's the 1982 White Dog trailer. Yeah, this isn't it. Yeah, this is corny as fuck.
Paul Winfield, Jameson Parker, and Burl Ives star.
Not fucking Burl Ives! Holy shit. Have a holly jolly throat rip. And in case you didn't hear, oh, by golly, it's because that dog just bit off your ear. We got Burl Ives in a movie.
In White Dog.
Is that a pitbull?
That dog is terrifying as shit. Now we're just going to stare at the credits for 14 more seconds?
This is odd. Well, the rule is you should let it play long enough to read it 3 times.
Oh, well, then. Fair enough. Okay, well, we still can't find... Look, guys, if throughout the day you find my movie or you find the show it was on or whatever, then, hit me up on Twitter or Facebook or anything else.
Little did I know that my dog walking mission was so secret.
No trailers had been sent. They didn't even list it as a movie for over a week. All right. Give me tips, says man's
I'll never
best
go
friend.
to an AMC theater again.
Man's Best Friend trailer. This was not a 1993 movie. Oh, 2019. Nope. This is not. This is a guy. Mine's a woman. This is not.
Best case scenario.
Hold on a minute. Oh, shit.
Paralysis from the waist down.
Here's TBI. Traumatic brain injury.
This isn't
I don't want
it.
that maniac getting off on some...
No, that's not my movie.
I don't want that maniac getting off. Well, he's been beating it for 3 hours, so it's bound to happen.
Jive Turkey said it's called Blood Moon. All right, Blood Moon trailer. Oh, shit. Mona Lisa and the Blood Moon trailer. Could this be it? Is this my fucking movie?
Attention all New Orleans units, stand by for broadcast. We are looking for a Violet 103M. Escaped from the home of mentally insane adolescents.
No, mine was
She
a
is
dog.
described as an Asian female, brown hair,
Maybe
brown
she
eyes,
has-
and she is considered dangerous.
How fucking racist are you guys? I said a white dog, you bring me an Asian girl. Craig Robinson.
I know something freaky was gonna happen tonight. It's a full moon. I feel it in my ovaries. I swear to God.
Nope. Although Kate Hudson and Craig Robinson in a movie, that's all kinds of fun. All right, guys. Look, I appreciate your efforts. This is fantastic, but It was not. We'll find it tomorrow or by
I'd like
tonight.
to point out, guys, we've been at this for I don't know, almost an hour now.
Yes, guys, thank you. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, try reservation dogs. We'll try something later. I feel terrible that this has taken up so much time.
I don't. This is an amazing show. You guys should be paying way more for this.
$135 away from today's goal, and we're only halfway through the show. Thank you, guys. Keep them coming. Keep it going. Thank you very much for supporting this fucked up program that we're doing today. We've looked at a lot of dog shit movies.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot. More than I'm comfortable with. And for that, you got to pay. Joe Rogan is once again reiterating that he is turning down Donald Trump for a podcast interview, that he will not have Donald Trump on his show. We'll find out why in a second, I guess, but I want to believe it's because if he opens the door to Trump, he's got to have everybody on.
Yeah, because, I mean, there's not... Look, I mean, I'd say, hey, if Donald Trump got some particular favoritism from Joe Rogan, I'd be like, well, I mean, that almost offsets the unfair amount of persecution he's getting from the DOJ. But yeah, you can't, if you're not going to be on one particular side, yeah, you'd have to have. But he did have RFK on, though.
Yeah, he had RFK Jr. on, and I think after he announced that he was running for president, so that's kind of weird. Because with the Trump thing, you have to have DeSantis on then, you have to have Biden on, you have to have all these other people on, and that does become a pain in the ass, but don't you have to offer the same amount of time that you offered RFK? Maybe because it's not election season, the primaries haven't started yet, so you don't have to follow those rules. But I don't know why Rogan
There's one thing we know about politics, they follow rules.
Yeah. Jive Turkey says, $5 says, I'm 100% sure. Go to the end of the movie. That is definitely it. No, Blood Moon. It's not. It's, guys, there needs to be a killer white dog. That's the main thing. There needs to be a woman in some kind of a cell, and the dog has to be eating people in a cell. And then there has to be her with some little kid, and they escape in a vehicle. A guy helps them, some kind of shit. I don't know. I was barely awake. Brian M. with 5 memberships. Thank you very much. And Jive Turkey with the $5. Appreciate that. We're only 120 away from hitting the entire goal today. Thank you very, very much. All right. Now, people are really torn. They're like, you know what, Aaron, I'm kind of liking this movie thing. Bex Rock, Forrest, C, Tiny 48, and Farmer Moody all getting a membership. Thanks to Brian M. Okay. I got to stop reading the chat because they keep trying to help me with this movie. Into the Dark, Season 2, Episode 9. No, we looked at that. That wasn't it either. We're going to figure this out. Silver Wolf, renewing his membership for 14 months. Says 14 months on YouTube. Here's to hopefully many more to come wherever you go, boss. Yeah, we've got some irons in the fire, so to speak. So what's the reason? So Rogan and Trump were seen shaking hands at a UFC event in Las Vegas this month. Roger Stone has reportedly offered to engage Rogan in a UFC-style cage match in hopes of forcing the podcaster to interview the... Do me a favor. If you're Donald Trump, distance yourself from this fucking Roger Stone jackass as much as you can. That guy's a fucking idiot. God, is Roger Stone horrible. That guy's the worst. There's the mere discussion of Donald Trump on a blockbuster podcast like Joe Rogan builds a remarkable audience, a Trump advisor told the Daily Beast. But here's the issue, and I'm sure Joe knows this too. Donald Trump doesn't need Joe Rogan, and Joe Rogan doesn't need Donald Trump.
Yeah, they're both well established on their own.
Yeah, I mean,
and if you're a Trump supporter and you're one of Rogan's fans, I feel like you're not going to be swayed by anything. I feel like Trump's one of those people where there aren't really undecideds.
Right.
Kind of in agree or not.
And not only that, like, Rogan likes to sit down and kind of have conversations with people, and Trump likes to bullshit a lot, and I don't think Rogan likes kind of the bullshitty aspect of it. Trump recently appeared on the Full Send podcast, whose YouTube page counts more than 2 million subscribers. Yeah, it's a pretty big show. He's making the rounds, I guess. Rogan,
not doing my show. Dick.
Rogan, who has faced his own criticism for spouting COVID conspiracies. What? Please name me the COVID conspiracies that Joe Rogan has spouted, please. And by the way, don't just replace the word conspiracy for shit we don't like that ended up being proven true. They did a study. The study they based the vaccine off of, where they said, oh yeah, the vaccine in our study cut death from COVID by 75%. But what they didn't release in the study, that death from all causes from these people in this study was down 75%. So they tried to make it a COVID thing when the people they picked for this study, death was down 75% across the board from all causes, cancer, you name it, 75% different. From all, it's just such horseshit. On his own podcast,
it's almost like hey, this really proves our stuff works, or it just proves people are dying. Yeah, but our stuff works.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
They went with the correlation is causation thing. But as far as Rogan having Trump on, be honest, I don't really see the need for either of them to do it.
Yeah, no, I don't. Like I said, Rogan's not going to get like a bump from this. The only reason you do it is if you're like, hey, I kind of support Trump or whatever. Who needs actual like Trump fans to boost? Like Rogan doesn't need that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm completely. I have to admit now. I'm fucking stuck on this wormhole of what.
I am too. Somebody sent me another one. April says Colombiana. Let's check.
Colombiana. No. Colombiana is not. Colombiana is not it.
Yeah, this isn't, guys. There's got to be.
Isn't that the one with fucking
Zoe Saldana?
Find her! Look everywhere!
Guys, there has to be a fucking killer. If there's not a white dog with blood on it, it's not my movie. But it's got to be relatively recent. It could be a Hulu special. I don't know. Yeah, this is not it. Yeah, this is the... Where's the dog?
I will not stop.
No. It's not that.
No, I needed, guys, the dog is paramount because she almost shoots the dog at the end. She even says, I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. She's like crying at the dog. Like she doesn't want to put the dog down. But then the dog like loves her. So she doesn't have to kill the dog. Fuck, we're just gonna. This is how the show's gonna go today, isn't it? Story back to this. Story back to this.
Story back to this. Yeah, no, because I have a search window open right now. I'm on movie woman killer white wolf in a cell on Hulu.
Chive Turkey becoming a member for their 14th month. I feel like there's no trust. I see a white blood dog, a gun, and a child.
What?
The Blood Moon trailer? I mean, we can look again. Blood Moon trailer.
I feel like though if that Asian lady was the center of it, you'd recognize her.
Into the Dark, Blood Moon. Remember, I caught the last
very end of it.
10 minutes, 15 minutes of this movie.
Was it untraceable from 2008?
God damn it. There's a white, if you don't see a white fucking killer dog in this movie, you're an asshole.
See you in the morning.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on.
You new in town?
Wait a minute.
For a friend? You know
what? Oh, fuck. That's him. That's the guy. That's the fucking guy at the end of the movie. Oh, shit. How did that Mona Lisa...
We finally found it, everyone.
Yes.
To have rules if anything happened to
That's
me.
the kid.
There'd be no one to look after you. I love you.
From the producers of The Purge, that makes sense.
Invisible Man.
It was definitely purgy.
You're mighty mysterious.
My boy is sick. Are you still with me?
Something's been off since you moved in town.
I have to protect you.
Can I come in?
Mom! Luna!
Yep, there you Luna! That's the name of Luna's the... Yes, that's the one.
So the kid's a wolf?
I guess the
werewolf?
Oh shit, I didn't put that together. I thought the dog was in the back of the truck at the end of the movie. The kid's a dog?
The kid's a werewolf of some kind, I guess.
What the fuck?
What the hell did you expose us to, Aaron?
Hang on.
Yep.
Sheriff, get down here now! Seems bodies follow you wherever you go.
Mom, you think I'd ever hurt you?
Not on purpose.
Oh, shit. So I kind of fucked up describing the movie to you guys because I only saw the last 10 minutes. The kid's a werewolf. And he's fucking eating people. Oh, my God.
Could have found this so much faster with that piece of information.
Thank you.
Damn it.
Thank you, Jive Turkey. That's very helpful. I don't know why it went to that one trailer with the Asian girl the last time. I do owe Jive Turkey an apology. I'm sorry.
And now I want to watch that movie with
That's
the
a
Asian girl.
fucked up movie. Oh, you want to watch the Asian girl one? Craig Robinson is in there.
Reasons.
April says, Into the Dark. I'll search it on Hulu and tell if you were watching it. Yeah. It came on after Queen of the Damned yesterday. Into the Dark, Blood Moon. That was the one. Fuck. Send the gold medal to Jive Turkey, they're saying. Oh, wait. April says it's not on Hulu. That was the fucking movie that was on. She says,
it even said in the preview it's on Hulu.
It said in the preview it's a Hulu movie. I've got bad news for you. It's not on Hulu. That was the movie. I don't give a shit. That was the movie. That was I didn't realize the kid was a werewolf.
It's a television series, not a movie.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That's why it's a TV show. Well, fuck me in the mouth. We figured it out.
Oh, wait a minute. No, this isn't 2018.
God damn it. Don't fucking do this. We got it. We could have moved on.
The 2018 anthology series isn't Into the Dark, but there's another one that says Into the Dark Down trailer official Hulu.
Into the Dark Blood Moon. Into the Dark Blood Moon. Yeah, it's an episode. It's got 5.8 out of 10 on IMDb. It's from 2 years ago. When Esme and her 10-year-old son Luna, yeah, because she's yelling for Luna, and that's the werewolf.
All right, so it was one episode of the show.
Yeah. Where the son turns into a deadly wolf.
And each episode is the duration of a feature film. Okay.
Oh, okay. So it's not like a 1 hour episode. It's like a 2 hour movie.
It's like a one-off. Each story's a one-off. It's an anthology series. It's like someone mentioned earlier, Dark Mirror. It's like Black Mirror. It's not, the stories aren't related, but they have a similar theme. And yeah.
Here we go. Somebody has the end of the clip for me. They said, play the end of this clip.
How can control and maybe coexist with Luna in a more suitable way. Yes, this episode wasn't all about sci-fi and werewolves, but a drama between a mother and a son.
This guy actually really helped me the other day. Like, I couldn't get OBS to work right. And I called him, and he gave me really good advice on how to fix it.
It's funny that you said that, because like, this guy sounds like the dude who helped me fix the fucking the thing with my car because I couldn't get my phone to pair with it. Thank God.
You know what? Also, this guy also tried to help me the other day. He informed me that the warranty on my car had expired, and he was trying to help me. I'm just like, I'm not in a spot right now where I want to renew the warranty.
He's just such a nice guy, man. Like, anytime you see him, and no matter whether or not he had anything to do with your day, he's just like, thank you, come again. And it's just like, wow, so nice.
Yeah, here you go. She's got the shotgun.
Opens up with Esme killing Luna's werewolf father. Then why is that Luna didn't attack Esme at the police station? It would seem that Luna is bloodthirsty when he transforms, but when his thirst is quenched with those policemen, he becomes more docile and in control, which is a good news for Esme, as she now can control and maybe...
All right, well, so if she feeds her werewolf kid enough policemen, he doesn't eat her face. I can see why it got 5.8 out of 10.
She also apparently kills the werewolf father.
Of course she does.
Because again, you gotta take the horrible men in this is what really the problem is. It's just, if we could just control these damn men.
That's what the message is in all these movies, is these goddamn guys with penises. April says, you also apparently watched the whole Alita movie you said you don't like. No, I woke up at the beginning of it. I went back to bed, And then I woke up at the end of it, and I clicked out of it when Jennifer Connelly and Mashahara Ali were fighting each other. I didn't understand what the fuck was going on. Then there was a bad boy, and then there was the Alita, and then who gives a fuck? All right. Let's go to, Johnny, have you ever heard the term the power behind the throne?
Yeah, but I mean, I got a new toilet, so it's just, I kind of know what it is now.
I mean this more in the sense of, there's the person who looks like they're in charge, but there's a person behind them, a Svengali, if you will, that's kind of pulling all the strings.
Oh, Jill Biden. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
So we have this Representative Plaskett in Congress, and they're doing a hearing on Hunter Biden and big tech censorship of the Hunter Biden laptop. And she's going to give a statement before Congress. And one of her, if you guys think that these Congress people are thinking up all their shit to say and they've got it all figured out, and, these are the smart people, watch this crazy ass Rasputin bitch behind Representative Plaskin right here. And watch how you talk about a chick. This might be the first speech she's ever written, and she's really nervous. She wants it to go off really well. But I don't think she's hiding how high strung and stressed out she is. Watch this clip, and you tell me if you're Representative Plaskett, do you feel in charge?
I wanted to introduce into the record page 55 from the committee's interview with FBI employee Roya Demlow, who you just spoke about, which took place on July 17, 2023.
She's wide-eyed as shit and lip-syncing the speech and reading it with her. Lady, calm the fuck down for a second. Jesus.
That is creepy as shit.
She looks like one of the dummies from like one of the Goosebumps movie or episodes.
Dude, man, I really was like, you got to turn around. Annabelle's behind you. She's coming for you.
Now, wait till you see what... You know how when people like help you with things and you're the one like presenting it, like when you worked with a group for a presentation in school and you were going to be the one presenting it, but they worked really hard on some of the stuff and they would get way too crazy and controlling about it and be like in the middle of the presentation, they might go, no, stop, you have to do this. Watch how high strung this lady gets. And look, I understand to a degree. I mean, Congress people are fucking stupid. So you're putting your words and your hard work in a really dumb person's hands and hoping they don't fuck it up.
In that line, she says, the question was asked, okay, if someone were to leave here today, were to leave this interview and were to suggest or imply that when you said the laptop was real, that it meant that the FBI had affirmatively determined in October 2020 that the laptop belonged.
Look, she is losing her fucking shit. Ma'am, why don't you step
What are you on?
Yeah, why don't you step outside and have a sandwich, and when she's finished reading this, we'll bring you back in.
All right, we found who the Coke belongs to.
Ma'am, you also left your Coke in the White House cubby holes. Sorry.
To Hunter Biden, that the contents belonged to Hunter Biden, and that the contents had not been manipulated in some way. Would they be representing what you said, correct? Answer by Ms. Demlow. They would be representing what I said.
She caught something in the speech she wrote where she went, no, you didn't say it right.
Knowledge of that. They would be misrepresenting what I said because I don't have much knowledge of that. Because this committee...
Dude, this chick is high strung as fuck.
You gotta be on something. I'm sorry. You're aware, ma'am, you're on TV. This is really, like, I actually kind of want to see, is she involved with more on TV, like, stuff? I want to watch her, like, lose her shit at everybody speaking right in front of her.
This is one of those people who still thinks they're like they work in Congress. They work for Congress people. These are the people who haven't been blackpilled yet and still think they're making a difference. And like the future of the country is hinging on the words this woman wrote and that this congresswoman is about to speak. So don't you dare fuck it up. I got bad news for this lady. None of this is going to matter. Most people aren't going to see it. Relax. Take it easy. Have a drink, for Christ's sake.
He likes to misrepresent or leave off complete sentences of what individuals said. I'd like to introduce this into the record.
Objection.
Thank you. And as to no comment by an FBI, that's usually what they say when there's a...
And that's the end of the clip. Woo.
She looks like she's about to turn into a dog and eat some people.
Right.
Like, what the fuck, lady?
This bitch is a blood moon waiting to happen. Are you kidding? One person says in the chat, I can't pronounce his name because it's Russian symbols. He says, imagine that being your wife. I was just going to say that. That chick's got to be single. There's no way you'd be able to handle that.
I mean, what if that's her O face?
You'd feel good.
Oh my God.
You'd
just
feel like
high beams.
You'd feel like you'd really given her. Yeah. Quit looking at me while I'm reading with those Manson lamps. Yeah, even more says Adderall 100%. Yeah, I'd probably lean towards Adderall for sure on that one. Silverwolf says she stood up and went, that motherfucker is not real. Oh, that is... by the way, Geese Artel calling dibs on that woman. Don't worry. I don't think you'll have to stand in a long line, brother.
I'm pretty sure there's availability.
Holy shit, that woman needs you. Yeah, she's old Richie April with her fucking Manson lamps. 120 away from today's goal. If you'd like to contribute, we're almost there. And we've still got an hour and a half before we rattle the old offering plate and try to knock it out. So thank you guys very much. If you want to throw in, Streamlabs and PayPal is the best way to do it. Rumble, YouTube, both welcome as well. Also, if you're on YouTube or Rumble, make sure you hit the thumbs up. Make sure you hit the like button and all that. Over 700 people, inching closer to 800 people watching this program at a time. Oh, boy, we got new Carlee Russell news.
Uh-oh.
What do you want to do first? Do you want to do Carlee Russell or do you want to do Ben Shapiro setting Barbies on fire?
Ben Shapiro.
You want to do Ben Shapiro first?
Yeah, dude. I love that Ben Shapiro fucking burned his Barbies. Like, fucking beautiful.
Ben Shapiro is a fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
You know, Ben Shapiro, I feel like, had his shit together a few years ago. And, like, he was kind of one of the puppet masters, kind of, like, like, all these right-wing people. He was like, you're going to think this, and this is the way you should think. And, blah, blah. And I think what happened to Benny is that he drank too much of his own Kool-Aid, and he got a little high on his own supply. And I think Ben started to think he was a shoot. And I think like Matthew Jenkins says, I think everybody over at that Daily Wire might just be mental patients at this point. I mean, Matt Walsh is a lunatic.
Yeah, but I mean, what's the lady's name? Fucking person of color.
Oh, Candace Owens.
Yeah, I don't think Candace Owens is crazy. I think Candace Owens is a best way to put it, a snake oil salesman, and right now she's got an audience.
I think Candace Owens, what she might have is she might be seeing all these guys going crazy and be like, if they keep losing their shit, I might be running this thing pretty soon. I see an opportunity.
Leader by defact.
Yeah. So Ben Shapiro broke himself over the Barbie movie. And like, look, you don't have to. This is Ben's problem. Ben is a woke busting hammer, so everything has to be a woke nail. Like, he's, hammering on the Dylan Mulvaney thing. And, he goes after all these places that do, woke horseshit and all that stuff. Well, now he's getting paranoid and he's starting to see wokety woke where it doesn't exist. And he decided he was going to lean in and shit all over the Barbie movie. And like, it's woke PC bullshit. It's like, dude, nobody's even seen it yet. You've got to relax. So then he kind of got proven wrong. It really wasn't a PC liberal fucking woke fest or whatever. It made a shitload of money. So Ben Shapiro's big cover up on how he kind of fucked himself in the ass on this Barbie movie was to point out, he goes, hey, look, I told you in China this movie wouldn't do well. Oh, really? A movie about a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white-skinned fucking, a Barbie doll, a toy, didn't do well in China. Go figure. Well, Ben Shapiro took that as his big victory. And it's like, douchebag, come on. This is what I hate about people like Ben Shapiro and what I hate about people like, what's the guy who's obsessed with trans people? Matt Walsh. They
can't lose.
They never lose. Like, they never have an opinion that doesn't shake out. Like, they're always right about everything. You know how many, you've been on this show for years now. You know how many shit sandwiches we've eaten on things?
God, didn't we eat one a little while ago about a movie?
Little bit. Like, these guys, they always, when they make a prediction, they can never be like, oh, I got that one wrong. I've got a guy I watch on boxing stuff. Like, he gives predictions on boxing matches. And when he's wrong, the day after the fight, he'll release a video recap of the fight. And the ones he gets wrong, he always starts with, this is the first line. They play the music, the intro, and he goes, I don't know shit about boxing. And then he goes into recap the fight. And it's like, that's how you should handle being wrong, is you're like, I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Anyway, carry on. Because we're all, like, Ben Shapiro acts like he's making these predictions, and if they come right, he's rescued Western civilization. Dude, we're all fucking around and making predictions the way we make predictions in our garage with our friends. It doesn't mean anything. If we're right, it's kind of cool. You're like, oh, I called something. And if you're wrong, you go, that literally cost me nothing. And
honey, would you like to go see the Barbie movie? I don't know, Mom. The quasi-homosexual Hebrew I watch on the internet says that movie's a panderfest.
Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny has just given us the greatest description of Ben Shapiro ever. Quasi-homosexual Hebrew man told me that it's a woke fest, so I can't go. By the way, yes, friendo, that is Rummy's Corner I'm talking about. Subscribe to him on YouTube. He's fantastic. Yeah, if he screws something up, he goes, I don't know shit about boxing. And then moving on. And that's all it is. Yeah, We Totted says, you're probably making a shit sandwich right now. Are you kidding me? Every morning, I have a plate full of them because I'm ready to eat them. For sure.
Yummy dicks.
There's been some times where I have made a shit sandwich, eaten the shit sandwich, found out I was actually right about the shit sandwich, so then I had to grab another shit sandwich and eat it because of the shit sandwich I already ate. Ben, it's okay to be wrong. You were wrong about the Barbie movie. It had the biggest opening weekend in recent memory. It did very well. Nobody's complaining that it's a woke PC fest movie. And you shouldn't be making predictions about movies you haven't seen, Ben. But Ben has the mental maturity of a 14-year-old, and he can't be wrong about anything, and he's got to nail it. So he goes off and goes with some obscure Chinese cinema numbers. And it's
again, I feel like this is all a cover-up. Like, he wanted the movie to be something it wasn't, and he was super angry, so he thought, I'm going to burn my brand new Barbie dolls.
Well, that's the one we're getting to. Ben Shapiro is so mad about the Barbie movie that he set fire to a bunch of Barbie dolls. Now, first of all, why does Ben Shapiro have this many Barbie dolls? I would argue
he does.
Are they his children's Barbie dolls? Because if that's the case, you just burned your kids' toys for no reason. They were having fun with those, you asshole. You were wrong about a movie, so you set your kids' dolls on fire? You piece of shit. Or either that, or they're not your kids' dolls, and you, for some reason, have a shitload of Barbies. Both of these things do not end with a W for you, Benny boy. But let's watch Ben Shapiro really stick it to Mattel and Barbie and Hollywood. Oh, nice Canadian tuxedo, Denim Dan. God, he just doesn't know what he wants to be. Jew Leno. Jew Leno.
Did you see this? You hear about this?
Yeah, you guys see this?
Coming after our money?
Yeah, I'm dressed very sensibly in denim, you guys. Did you see that Barbie movie? Wow, what a woke piece of commie shit that was, huh? You see that, Kev? They don't have a black Barbie, that's for sure. Let's go to Ben Shapiro getting really...
Black Ken, because they had to make a third leg.
Yeah, they're pretty crazy there.
Tripod.
Right? You guys got big dicks, isn't that right, Kev? Jay, what the fuck, dude? So Ben Shapiro decides to set Barbies on fire like he's fucking Gordon Bombay and D2 the Mighty Ducks. This is a Barbie. This is a fire in a barrel. This is a Barbie inside of a fire in a barrel. Any questions? What are you going to teach me the triple deke, you fucking denim-wearing doofus? All right, continue.
What the Run.
Look out! This Jew sets Barbies on fire. Hey, this is kind of a role change, isn't it? The Jewish guy setting the blonde-haired, blue-eyed things on fire.
It's called justice.
I see, Ben. We get back at the man by acting like the man. I understand.
No, actually, he's making a very eloquent point. What he's saying is, if we use this scenario, we would have to burn several trash cans of Barbies for like days and days on end, non-stop. The smoke would fill the skies. Plus, we don't even know why, but apparently all of these Barbie dolls had wooden doors on their boxes.
All right, look, guys, I'm going to kill 6 million Barbies to show you how possible it is. I'm going to kill 10,000 Barbies a day for this many days, and this is how long it's going to... And then he looks at his math, he goes, oh, fuck. You know what? Shit. What? How many... I don't want to look this up because I don't want to know. I've always just made fun of these people. But I just want to see real quick. 6... I don't want to do this.
Well, while you look that up, I do have another clip of this that we didn't.
1,000. Hold on, 1,095 days would be 3 years divided by 1,095. You're only killing 5,500 people a day across your whole empire. You can do that.
50, all right. Anyways.
Okay. Go on.
What? You're needed on the bridge, sir. Knock on my door. Knock next time. Yes, sir. Did you see anything? No, sir. I didn't see you playing with your dolls again. Good.
Ben Shapiro. And that's what you get for eating pork. Ben reviews Barbies. Wow, don't fuck with this guy. Ben Shapiro. He sets little kids' toys on fire. Fucking Ben Shapiro.
I gotta admit, how cute would that have been to Ben in the movie theater at the same time as Ben? Just sitting there. He's sitting there with his little Ken and his little Barbie just playing along with the movie, and then he suddenly gets pissed off and fucking runs out.
Killer Beehive says, I knew Steel Toe was going to end up on Cozy. No, I just said that it is totally... Anyway, moving on is what I meant. No, it's the Ben Shapiro thing. It's just, like, could you just be wrong? Just one time... Why don't you just be wrong about something? Because now all the people are like, oh, yeah, Ben, so much for go woke, go broke. But, I mean, Barbie really wasn't a woke movie. Everyone wanted to put this Barbie movie into a pen.
Political shoebox.
They wanted to put it into a shoebox it didn't belong in. Everyone I've heard from in this movie says, yeah, it's just a fucking Barbie movie.
It's literally... No offense, guys, and I don't mean this to insult, but it's literally a movie about empty, vapid people being empty and vapid. Right. And it's just entertaining for the people that grew up playing with Barbies.
Right.
That's it.
Like,
that's all it is.
For example, like Chrissy Mayer went to see the movie with her Simpcast friends, and she reviewed it. Chrissy Mayer is someone who jumps on anything that might be perceived as a little woke. Like, if it can grab some clicks from being woke and, we don't like woke and all that, she'll go for it. She'll jump right in there. And she went and saw the movie and she goes, yeah, it was fine. It was a good movie. It was not a big deal. So I think Ben Shapiro does this from time to time, though. He'll obsess about shit and you'll be like, Ben, you seem like you're going out of your way to go after this one. This is weird. What's this really about, Benny boy?
Can you unplug from your show, Ben? I feel like you need to step away once in a while, buddy. There's a life to live out there.
Yeah, outside of setting people's dolls on fire. Now...
It's poor. Is it son or daughter, do you think, that he took the dolls from?
Boy, you know what? He could be projecting. Maybe it's a son, and he's like, I'm going to kill two birds with one stone. So Ben Shapiro, I guess, went to... Oh, yeah, here we go. Here's the tweet from Benny. He went to the fucking movie, for God's sake. If you don't like something, don't go and watch it. Ben, this doesn't prove that you're exposing a woke movie or a woke agenda. It proves that you're kind of gay. And you're a tiny little fella. Oh my God, are you a little guy? You just went and took a picture of yourself going to see the Barbie movie. I would kill anyone who released that picture of me. Even if I was going to see Oppenheimer, but you took a picture of me next to the Barbies, I mean, you show that to anybody, and you're fucking goner.
Balls deep. Do not show picture.
Ben Shapiro says, my producers dragged me to see Barbie, and it was one of the most woke movies I have ever seen. My full review of this flaming garbage heap of a film will be out on my YouTube channel tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern. So that would be 9 Eastern. But I feel like Ben Shapiro went into that movie going, I'm going to find every piece of woke dog shit I can. Like, he went into this wanting
I
to
hate
hate
this
it.
movie is the attitude he had going in.
Right.
Just didn't change.
Well, I tell you what, Ben Shapiro does not like Barbie. There's no surprise. Ben Shapiro is political pro wrestling, where, like, you know where he's going to end up before you even, like, see it play out. You're like, okay, here's the storyline. Here's how it's playing out with Ben. This is where it's going to, end up. Or as you call him,
see him do a choke slam off of, like, Hell in a Cell.
Or as you call him, the quasi-homosexual Hebrew man.
Dude, that's just you can't tell me that's not what he is. I've been watching him for too long.
Mo Green says, when does he kick G.I. Joe off his land for a new Barbie homeland? I see. Wrestling Fat Faku says, Ben Shapiro thinks wet vaginas are ewy. He does. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Shapiro went,
I
talked to my wife, who's a doctor, and she says that that's a medical condition. No. Yeah,
it's called stimulation.
Yeah, it's called wanting to fuck. Poor Ben. Poor Ben's wife.
And I have heard that it's mostly piss.
Hey, squirt is, and I just mean the soda. Towley the Towel says, so he's going to keep advertising it. Yeah, Ben Shapiro's whole gimmick, I feel like, is dead, right? Like, I just feel like that whole gimmick is dying. In 2016, 2017, 2018, all that shit kind of hit its peak. And now it's kind of tailing off a bit because the people who were really fired up about Ben Shapiro have kind of gotten black or clown pilled at this point. And they're just like, I watch him. Like, here's one reason I figured out years and years ago I needed to stop watching any of these guys. I realize I watch them and I just get mad. And I'm like, I don't need to be mad. Like, I'm not upset. I'm not an angry person. I'm not a mad guy. But I watch this guy and he's just pontificating and going off, and I find myself getting angry. And there's just no reason. Like, at least this guy's getting angry and he makes millions and millions of dollars every year.
Yeah, but the other thing too is it doesn't help when you're part of, like, the Daily Mail and stuff has done all those things with, like, the her bars or whatever, and all that shit. And when you keep going, here's how we're fighting the woke culture, buy this thing or do that, and you keep going, well, I keep sending you this money, but the woke culture hasn't changed at all.
Right.
So, that's really gonna keep paying dividends, buddy.
Hobo Chili says, like, when I watch this show, what? Me? No. I'm not trying to make you angry. I'm trying to figure out what that fucking movie was.
I can't stand this Barbie movie. They're trying to subvert the culture, and let's be honest, that job belongs to other people.
That's what Ben's upset about. He's like, they're trying to push the culture in one direction. I'm trying to push it in the other. They're using manipulative tactics. That's my job.
That's cultural appropriation.
Yeah. Next thing you know, they're going to be wearing tiny hats and telling everybody what to do. All right, boys and girls, 120 away from today's goal. What do you say we just start knocking that out right now as we enter? We're still an hour and 10 minutes away from rattling the offering plate. Thank you very much. Let's keep kicking down that 120. Streamlabs and PayPal, the best way to do it. Thanks, boys and girls. Friendo says, Aaron, you finally said something intelligent. All these talking heads do is make people angry. I know, that's why on our show we like to kind of stress whenever we talk about this shit. Like, guys, this doesn't matter. We're entertaining each other. All right? Hopefully doing a few laughs, maybe making a point, but ultimately this isn't moving the needle at all. So don't get all, I even tell April this from time to time. Don't get all mad. Don't get pissed off at this shit. There's nothing you can do about it. And then
actually, I'm taking the advice that we came up with yesterday now. Like, whenever shit gets serious, just
boy, are we in debt.
There you go. Just go $33 trillion in debt. And when you start thinking about $33 trillion in debt, what you can do is you can just go, well, we're never paying that, so who gives a shit?
It's on a 5-year credit card. It's like forever away.
Adjustable rates. So now Now the second most expensive thing in our federal budget every year is debt service. Isn't that something?
Awesome.
Military number
I'm sure
one.
that
debt
won't get
service
worse.
number 2.
We have AOC and other people being like, we should just automatically just up the debt ceiling. We shouldn't have to vote on it. Yeah, because, when you have trouble managing your money, you should stop keeping track.
Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme, says, Aaron just needs some positive Kenergy. That's it. Oh, Hobo Chili, the entertainment starts very, very soon. I promise you. All right, Carlee Russell. She finally admitted yesterday that she faked the whole thing. The kidnapping, the whole... So Carlee Russell, literally the last one to say that she's faked the whole abduction. There was no kid on the side of the road, which we already knew. She was never abducted, which we already knew. She stole from her job, which we already knew. She got fired from that job, by the way. And then now...
Can't imagine why.
Then the boyfriend ghosted her on Twitter, deleted all the pictures, deleted all the videos. And I was inaccurate yesterday. I was wrong. I said that they were still together. He just deleted her off of his social media. No, he bailed on the bitch. I mean, he should. She disappeared for a weekend to fuck some dude, probably.
Yeah.
And then comes back and says, oh, yeah, I was abducted. Yeah, by BBC. I got abducted by that dick. It was alien shit. And she comes back and goes, oh, no, I was stolen. I was taken. And they took me out to dinner and beat up my pussy for me. It was just a terrible experience.
And then they released me into the wild, because that's what happens.
Right, exactly. Carlee Russell has majorly ticked off a key member of her inner circle after news surfaced Monday that her kidnapping story was bullshit. Tomar Simmons posted a lengthy statement on Instagram slamming Carlee for her lies and now referring to himself as her ex-boyfriend. He also scrubbed all signs of Carlee from his social media accounts and stopped following her. Well, if Carlee is single, I hear there's someone on Gilgo Beach who might be available as well. So you might want to hurry, though.
Yeah, he's you got to lock him down quick. There's a couple people after him.
There's a couple people who want to, pull out his pocket and have him hang on to it.
I got a whole nother pocket over here.
Yeah. So this was his statement. Her now ex-boyfriend. Carlee's actions created hurt, confusion, and dishonesty. And that's just in her vagina. I was made aware of the false narrative after coming to the defense of my ex, Carlee Russell. Myself and my family's nature was to react in love and genuine concern. We are disgusted from the outcome of this entire situation, and we strongly feel... Oh, I lost it. I strongly feel exactly like you all, blindsided with Carlee's actions. This is still an ongoing investigation, but with all of the recent information about her confession, now we gain closure with this situation. Thank you to all my family, friends, and the nation for support through this. Could we stop pretending like you're a goddamn congressman? You guys were a freaky sideshow. You guys were a distraction. You were the new that motherfucker's not real lady. God, he's releasing this like he's announcing his retirement from basketball after 22 years. It's like, the game has been good to me, and I'm sorry for any hurt I may have caused the people in this wonderful organization. It's like, bro, nobody knows your name with a gun to their head. Just you don't need to release a statement. Just break up with the bitch and start a new life, for God's sake. Thank you to all my friends, family, and the nation for their support through this. I also want to send my prayers and thanks to Miss Angela Haley Harris, her team, and all of the volunteers. Jesus, what are you going to shout out next? Your SoundCloud, your buddy, your producer? Christ almighty. Thank you again for your unwavering support. The severity in this matter has not been overlooked, and I deeply respect the genuine support shared during the situation. Please continue to keep us in your prayers. With love, Tomar.
Marlon Brando, what the fuck?
That's not the clip I wanted. It said Marlon Brando. So I played it. Whoops.
Keep fucking that chicken.
My bad. You know what?
Shut up, cunt.
Sorry about that. Here.
Yeah, that's gay. We're gay.
Here you go, Tomar.
You can act like a man! What's the matter with you?
Simmons, Simmons went on to say they were totally blindsided by the phony tale, blah, 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 blah. Anthony said Carlee made up the whole abduction story as well as her claim that she saw a toddler walking along the highway. Meanwhile, the Jefferson County District Attorney's Office is reviewing the case to determine if Carlee should be criminally charged. I mean, absolutely, right?
Yeah. You kind of told everyone you got abducted.
Yeah, you $68,000 to what is it? The Crime Stoppers that they now say they can't refund to people. You got
Oh, no. Really?
Yep.
Ooh.
Cops looking for you. Well, because Crime Stoppers takes that money and they buy advertising and they buy time on TV and they spend it right away to help find this person. And in this case, they're like, yeah, we already spent it. We can't give any of it back to you guys. So sorry. So you fucked them over. You fucked the people who donated money over. The police officers, they were, they had to go and work on this whole thing too. She absolutely should face charges for this. Now, police spent many hours and tax dollars searching for Carlee after she called 911 to falsely report the child wandering on the interstate. I mean, it didn't take very long. I mean, it was pretty Smollett-esque. It does kind of make you feel good that, like, you can't really sneak, the dirty breaking ball past the batter when it comes to law enforcement and these abductions. Because they'll just keep asking you questions until they go, yep. First of all, I feel like the police kind of can smell bullshit at first anyway. But then when they know that if they keep asking you enough questions and they're patient enough, you'll come out with it for them.
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm pretty sure they've dealt with someone, lying to them before.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's new.
I think they're, I'm sorry, Carlee, but I think they might be onto you a little bit. Fauci's Pangolin says maybe they should train the FBI. No. The FBI isn't bad at their job. All the fucking up they've been doing has been 100% intentional. I mean, the FBI is not investigating the Bidens, and it's not because they're bad at their job. It's because they don't want to.
Because, it's really awkward when you want to investigate your boss, and then he says, don't. You're like, oh.
Right, exactly. They want him in there. So I don't think the FBI is bad at their job on accident. I think the FBI is bad at their job on purpose. Red Fox Mad says she should get 10 years in prison for her fake report. Kofa Yourself says she accused the Stoney's owner of leaving the kid out in the street and telling her, yo, you sucked on Medea. See, now Cheetos never did that. He would never do something like that. That's a disgusting allegation. All right, boys and girls, we're 120 away from today's goal. Let's go ahead and knock that out. Shouldn't take much more. If you want to chip in, Streamlabs, PayPal, YouTube, and Rumble, go ahead and throw a couple of bucks in, become a member, whatever it is. Before we get to anything else, let's talk about Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Guys, if you want to throw the link in the chat to the anniversary show tickets, we've only got about 15 left. 15 tickets to the comedy show at the Steel Toe anniversary party coming up Saturday, August 12th with Chino, Keanu, Johnny, myself, April. Oz is going to be there. I think Tom Chilstrom is coming. Check it out. Saturday, August 12th. Now, it's free to go. You can just go to the party. It starts at 2 p.m. We got the cornhole tournament. It's going to be a lot of fun. The comedy show is going to start at 7. Comedy show's $20. Cornhole tournament is 10. Combo for both of them, $25. Go ahead and join up at eventbrite.com, Steel Toe Anniversary Party. That's eventbrite.com to get your tickets. Again, about 15 left for the comedy show. After that, they're going to be doing standing room only tickets. So
I got to get a hold of Cheetos and make sure, I got to check if he's okay if I bring something. I want to bring my friend.
Jesus Christ. Just don't get the guy in trouble.
I'm going to make sure it's okay. I'm not going to do it without a permission.
Is it even legal yet?
No, well, it will be by then.
Will it?
Yeah.
When does it take effect?
It's Minnesota goes full legal August 1st.
Okay.
It'll be difficult to buy it in like in Minnesota and stuff right now, but it is fully legal as of August 1st. So as of August 1st, I mean, I wouldn't go down the street like just doing that. But this is a thing from my show that I use on the Sunday Smoke Show, and they named him Doc Ock, and he's kind of a beast. So I want to see if people can handle it.
Thank you, Jasper, for $112 over on Rumble. $22 is what comes off of that for 20%. That leaves us at 90, I believe, if my math is correct. That means, guys, $30 away from today's goal. Thank you very much, Jasper. We appreciate that, buddy. Very, very cool. Thank you for being so remarkably generous. And then Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, is April doing a comedy set? I hope she does. She can. I mean, the door is open. That's for sure.
I'll be honest. I'm bringing this mostly to get you to do it.
Oh, man.
This is going to kill you.
That's a whiskey day for me. That's
Dude,
a whiskey
you're going to do it, though. I'm not even going to have to try. If it's allowed to be there, and like I said, I'm going to have permission before even thinking about it. Yeah. But if it's allowed to be there and that happens, like I said, you're going to be like, nah, man. Then at the end of the night, you're, let me do it. And then it's like, oh, April's going to be like, why? Why, Johnny? I had to take care of him all weekend.
I don't think so. I think, you know what? I think I will abstain.
I want Corey to be there. I bet he can handle the doc. I bet Corey can take on the doc. Doc's a big ask.
Well, thank you, Jasper, and thank you, Red Fox Mad. We are now just $25 away from knocking out today's goal and doing a half hour of overtime for you. So everybody get in there, knock out $25. We appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. April says, my comedy will be sprinkled throughout the whole party, LOL. Yeah, look. I'm the MC, so whenever anyone wants to get up on stage and do a few minutes, that's great, because you know what it does for me?
Takes your time.
Cuts down my time. That's it.
That's why they love me, because, like, hey, we can give him, like, 10 minutes, 15 maybe. He's going to take at least 5 or 6 getting up and down, so depending on how long his set is, like, we're out of here for a half hour.
Death Beholden says, I thought Rumble took less than YouTube. It does. Rumble takes 20%. YouTube takes 30%, if you didn't know. 30%. YouTube. April says, so I'm babysitting Aaron then. No, I'm going to be fine like I am every year. Just a pillar of decency and all that shit. Thomas with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much, buddy. Looks like you guys are keen on nailing this thing right now. 15 away. Thank you very, very much. Looks like we might not do music today, Johnny.
Oh, my God.
We got about an hour until that even happens, and we're $15 away. So we will see. Thank you, Thomas. Appreciate that. I was in the middle of reads when we started doing all that shit. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care, whether you go in the ditch, you get in any kind of vehicular trouble, nobody picks you up quicker than our friends at All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Check out our friends at Midland Armory. They got rifles, they've got shotguns and handguns, optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and much more. You can check out what's available in the store and go there physically in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or you can call them online, talk to Derek and Tracy about any problems, or you can call them from the website there, midlandarmory.com. The phone number is there. You can call them, ask any question you want. Derek and Tracy are incredibly knowledgeable, especially if you're just starting out and you're looking for something. But you can go online and order something today. Have it delivered. If it's a firearm, have it delivered to an FFL dealer near you. Or if it's one of their accessories, have it delivered right to your door. The best part is you use the promo code SteelToe when you order in person or online, and you'll get yourself a great discount. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Save some money today with Midland Armory when you use the promo code SteelToe. And then something serious for a moment. Let's say you have to use that firearm in a self-defense situation. I know a lot of people think it's like the movies where you defend yourself, you go off into the sunset, and everything's fine. It's not always the case. Sometimes you get an opportunistic asshole. He might sue you. You might face charges. Yeah, I mean, look, you might be innocent. You totally defended yourself, what have you. But legal problems can arise, and it can cost a fortune. That's why you subscribe to Fairline Defense. If you're someone who lives in an area where maybe defending yourself with a firearm becomes a possibility, or you work in security, repossession, bounty hunting, things like that, and you need someone to defend you, Fairline Defense is there for you at just $19.99 a month. It is peace of mind that if that situation ever arises, you are totally covered, criminal or civil. They give you a 24/7 response team, lawyers, a $1.5 million cushion in civil cases, and if you lose, you don't pay anything back. That's Fairline Defense. Go to fairlinedefense.com right now. We're going to copy that and put it in the chat. fairlinedefense.com, and look into becoming a member today. That's Fairline Defense, fairlinedefense.com. Use our pals at fairlinedefense.com. Red Fox Mad with $9.99 says, let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's not miss the field goal like the Vikings did in 1998. See, now that makes me feel bad.
That's hurtful.
That was hurtful. You son of a bitch. But it only puts us $10 away from today's goal, which, by the way, is Tuesday morning, not Monday evening. What a doofus I am. Tuesday morning goal.
Well, it says Tuesday morning up top here, so I don't got that.
Well, then I'm a fucking idiot. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, guys, only $10 away. Thank you very much. Looks like we may be offering plate free today. And
another win for MSO, man. Sorry, April's not here.
Yeah, sorry about that MSO, but look, we started way ahead of the game today. Look at how easy it is from 200, Johnny. Boy, I could get used to that.
Yeah, that could be fun. That could be nice. We can do a fun show and not really worry about the whole thing.
How about 150?
I mean, all right.
How about 100? I don't know. We'll see. I'll know more later.
Or just hear me out. We keep it at 2 and we discuss other people.
We just everybody. Well, look, that is something that needs to be discussed as well.
In
time. Google the woman that wasn't there, says Thomas Canavan. All right, let's check it out. The woman who wasn't there. Otherwise, we have a funny Cam Newton video that we can take a look at. The woman who wasn't there. A psychological suspense thriller about the World Trade Center Survivors Network and their former president, Tania Head. Really? All right. Is this a little... Oh, it's a documentary about a real woman who started some kind of... Tania Head's astonishing tale of survival. September 11th transformed her into a leader of the growing network of 9/11 survivor. There was only one thing wrong with her story. She wasn't there in the first place.
Oh, no.
She
fucking victim claimed on that shit? Oh, man.
Oh, no. Can we find a kind of a short story on this? 11 years ago. Okay.
Tania Head was just one of 19 people who had been above the point of impact in the South Tower, lived to tell about it. After being badly burned, Tania witnessed the decapitation of her assistant before coming across a dying man who begged her to deliver his wedding ring to his wife. Her own survival, she said, was made possible by the thoughts of beautiful white dress she would be wearing for her fiance Dave on their wedding day.
You know how I know this is bullshit right off the bat? Way too many details.
Way too many details, and no, I'm gonna die, so I'm gonna give my wedding ring to some random severely burned lady and go, hey, find my wife.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but that story's a little too much bullshit to overcome.
And I'm sorry, that last nugget, she was excited to wear her wedding dress. Fuck you. Yeah. All right, I don't believe that.
First of all, ma'am, it's a tent tarp, okay? Let's just be very clear about what these... It's a tent tarp, okay? New rule, a tent tarp is not a dress.
After this woman would learn that Dave, who had been working in the North Tower, didn't make it. Despite that devastating loss, Tania became a beacon of hope. She lobbied to have survivors invited to annual 9/11 commemorations, have them represented in the 9/11 Museum, even gave Rudy Giuliani, Michael Bloomberg, a tour of Ground Zero. But
okay, wait a minute. I have a quick question for you. I'm having not a moral conundrum here because she's a piece of shit. Don't get me wrong. And she probably, the disgusting part is she profited off of it. She definitely took money from this foundation. But she did kind of use her lie to do good shit for other people. The disgusting
That
part
makes it okay.
If she wouldn't have taken any money, I would be like, it's dirty, but no harm, no foul. But the fact that she definitely took money from this foundation makes her a piece of shit.
Oh, and I guarantee you she definitely did this to get some attention and elevate herself. And to that, I'm like, you could have done all of this shit without being. And in fact, in some ways, having never been there, but determined to help these people, this stuff, that almost kind of gives it, in a way, it's kind of like you're, just one of the people helping, the survivors helping with Ground Zero and stuff. It's just, there's nothing wrong with that. Why do you have to be this big virtue? I was saved by Jesus and I picked up a guy's wedding ring and I've done so much.
Does this, well, I'll answer that question. Does this look like a woman who gets a lot of attention elsewhere for other things? I mean, probably not.
Yes, I'm a piece of shit. I get it, Aaron. I get it.
But if she says she was there on 9/11, but you can always tell a liar, and it's really uncomfortable because especially when it's I was there on 9/11, it's so uncomfortable to call bullshit on someone like that because you're just like, please don't lie about this so I have to call you on it publicly. But when you start going, and I ran down the stairs, when you start making it sound like a movie trailer, that's when I know it's bullshit. Because if you ask someone who was actually there on 9/11, like, what happened? They'll go, it was fucking crazy. We were all running. We got out of the building, and then we just kept running. It was all a fucking blur. I have no, like, it was just, we were just panicking. Then I'd be like, okay.
Let me tell you what I remember. I remember drinking my coffee, and then someone went, hey, that plane looks kind of close. And then after that, just bang, smoke, and nothing. I got nothing for it.
And then a lot of running. And like, that panicked running where your legs don't feel like they belong to you. Johnny knows what I'm talking about.
They're just numb, but they're still moving. And you're like, hey, somehow this is working.
Right.
But Tanya, you see, had a very dark secret. She wasn't even in the United States on September 11th. It was all a lie.
It's one thing to lie about not being in the towers, but to not even be in the country, that just seems like you're like rubbing it in.
Not even be in the state. I mean, even AOC was like, I was really worried about January 6th. I mean, yeah, you were like several blocks or whatever away and in no danger at all. But at least you were technically in the area, like to a scope. But fuck it, what were you in France?
Yeah. Oh God, I can't wait to see where she was.
Robin Fisher and Angelo Guglielmo Jr. wrote about Tanya's extraordinary deception. Their new book is entitled The Woman Who Wasn't There. Angelo, who'd been friends with Tanya, told
It's a book about Jesus in Africa.
I gotta say, I had this suspicion going in, but I feel like this anchor lady, for some reason, I feel like she's kind of like, kind of burning this bitch like hard. Like she leaned into it. I felt like there was like a smart thing. Like she did such great things, and then she. By the way, she's a lying bitch. And I'm just like, wow, do you guys just hate each other naturally? It just feels effortless.
That's why they gave this story to a female anchor because they're like they'll really savor it. Like they'll
she'll put it in the back of her voice the whole time. This lady's a cunt.
Yeah, exactly.
First met.
The second we met. She told me her story. I cried and...
You cried?
Yeah. I mean, and she only had really like 70 seconds to tell me the story. It was just barely a minute. And, we became friends right after that. And then she asked me to do a documentary based on her group.
Robin, to you, I mean,
wow.
Tanya had really emerged as a very well-known name within the 9/11 survivors community. Yeah. She wasn't just a survivor. I mean, she was, the president of the Survivors Network? Yeah. What else?
She was. I mean, she was everything. She was the ultimate survivor. She was a widow.
A lying whore.
She was a widow. She used to be a man. Just fucking throw it all in there.
She was trans before it was cool.
She was a victim. She was the leader. She was everything on 9/11.
When you hear the details of her story and her fiance and the ring that she brought...
You know how you should have known she was lying right away? That ain't running out of the World Trade Center.
I mean, yeah, I'm willing to believe that fear is a powerful motivator, but I feel like a cardiac event would come with that motivator. However, like I said, the biggest one for me, she has a fiance. Really?
Right. Yeah, come on.
I mean, I'm sorry, man.
Asshole.
No. All right, I don't
believe it.
To the man after she got out of the South Tower. I mean, did you ever stop and question?
I had a boyfriend. He died in the World Trade Center. That's the, oh yeah, I dated a girl. She's from Niagara Falls. You wouldn't know her.
We're dating, but it's online, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
The story and her personality. Describe it.
Well, you know, she
Wretched
had
bitch.
a personality that was not unlike a movie star. It was magnetic. She had a magnetism. She didn't.
And what?
It's called a gravitational pull, asshole.
I was going to say, what? She has a magnet in her, and what? All the food is made of metal?
Have empirical, like, physical beauty, but what she did have was.
Did he just say she's an ugly bitch?
Yeah, he said she did not have empirical physical beauty, but what she did have.
That's how we used to talk in like 2010, though. We used to say, oh, no, she's fat, so clearly she's not hot. But now every weight is beautiful.
Magnetic. She had a magnetism. She didn't have empirical, like, physical beauty. But
look, she was rough to look at, right? And
look, giant whale. We all understand. But boy, could she tell a knock-knock joke, this broad. Oh, so not only are you ugly on the outside, but then they discover you're ugly on the inside, too. Boy, you really are worthless.
And you did it all for the fucking free dinners. Jesus Christ.
I mean, they look like some good dinners.
But what she did have was this light around her.
That's just high cholesterol.
I was going to say, that's the EMTs. They're just waiting.
She did have this glow around her. Yeah, it's just from the sweat. It's just...
connected you to her immediately. So she was able to walk into a room and just command presence.
That's because she kept eating everything. She would walk
able to walk into a room and just command presence. Get in my belly.
She came into a room and she just commanded your attention. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you walk into a room shouting fee, fi, fo, fum.
She came into a room regular and just started screaming.
First things first. Where's your shitter? I've got a turtle head poking out.
She, but you really did go on a drop run, didn't you?
Yeah.
That's, of course she commanded everyone's attention in the room. Whenever she started to walk towards the room, everybody's water glass started jumping. Oh, shit. That's not very nice, though. It's really a terrible thing to say.
I like to eat the pussy, otherwise I fuck her ass.
Okay, Sheik, that's enough. Hey, Johnny.
Yeah?
Where does, I got to find it here. I got to make sure I find the right thing.
Well, while you're doing that, I can tell you
oh, yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. How is it that nobody asked I'm pretty sure someone had to have asked the obvious question. What were you doing in the Twin Towers? And the only answer she had was,
I was fixing my coochie lips.
Which is a weird fucking response.
You know, Johnny, when this woman walks into a room, you know where she sits?
Where?
Everywhere.
Actually, they had to separate her from her boyfriend when she leaned over his face during 9/11 because they said they told her, quote,
He's gonna puke.
She met with the 45th president of the United States, and he knew her bullshit right away.
You're a nasty person.
How about
white women are one of the most dangerous groups in the United States and abroad.
I agree. All right, let's continue.
All eyes were on her. And, I mean, we connected to her right away. And so did the press, so did the people in the 9/11 community. It was very hard because, as Robin said, you know, she represented a widow and a hero and almost everything that 9/11 came to represent.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
No offense.
It's just really, really weird how she had every single, it's like if there was a patch for what you went through on 9/11, she had them all. She was the scout leader.
And she probably story-topped people. Like, she was like, oh, I was on floor 8 of the World Trade Center. She's like, I was on 46. It's no big deal. Everyone's a hero.
So never at any point in time you said, Tanya, I'm not so sure about you.
Yeah, it was when she went for brisket 3 times.
Again, I feel like this Olivia Wilde looking bitch is throwing some smoke at it. Like, and none of you looked at this fat bitch and went, "You're full of shit."
Right. When she said she had someone who laid dick to her on a regular basis, you guys, the red flags didn't come up then? No?
Well, you know.
You guys you'd be great at the Uvalde Police Department. You miss so much.
It's a strange thing, you know. She's sitting in front of your camera, and you're interviewing her, and you know she's bearing her soul. And not for a second did I believe that she was anything more than an authentic 9/11 survivor.
She's not bearing her soul; she's bear clawing her soul, just grabbing them and eating them. Sorry.
Lay off me! I'm starving.
Her story changed. You know, she was a witness.
I used to grab bear claws 2 at a time, and they would get lodged in this region here.
She said she had a fiance, then a husband, then it went back.
Liar, whore.
To fiance.
Some holes in the resume.
Sure. Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, back to Merrill Lynch. And you just said to yourself, well, she's so traumatized that she can't keep her facts straight. And that was common of a lot of survivors. So, you know, you just every type of detection you had of her, you overruled because of her.
You didn't overrule because that's what survivors do. You overruled it because I get it. It's really uncomfortable to be in that position where you're like, oh, fuck, I have to call bullshit on a 9/11 survivor. This is uncomfortable.
Yeah, you're a douche canoe who's going along to get along because you just don't, and there's nothing wrong with it, but you don't have the stones to go, hey, bitch, I think you're talking out the side of your ass.
Actually, there was a guy who came up to this guy, and he goes, you know why you don't call her out? I think I know why. Because you got no guts. And then he cut his stomach open, and then his intestines started spilling out. He goes, oh, my, look at that. You did have guts all along. They were inside you the whole time. I've never been so wrong in all my life.
Negan is the best character.
He is the best character, but it's like, can we get this is a TV show, not a comic book. Like, can we wrap this war up in a half season? Can we not drag it out so long? I mean, Negan's great and everything, but oh my god.
Hey, but they only gave him his own spin-off show where him and Maggie go to Manhattan.
Negan. Yeah, remember when I popped your fucking husband's eyeball out while you were pregnant with his child and I brutally murdered him? I mean, in fairness, Glenn did murder a fair share of Negan's people. So
Glenn ended up being the biggest badass in that show.
He did.
Trauma.
You talk about interviewing her for the documentary, and she's telling these stories, and you would never think for a second to question that. But who questioned it, who did a little fact-checking, was the New York Times. So this piece comes out, and you come to realize that this good friend, who you know, I'm sure she bared her soul to you and vice versa. You find out this was all a ruse. Are you in shock? Do you think it's a joke?
It'd be funny if this guy went, not as much as when I found out that the Bushes and the Israeli Mossad were actually behind 9/11. Whoa, what? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, yeah, that's why I wanted to come on your show. I needed to talk to you about something important. Did you know that our intelligence services in both America and Israel knew that bin Laden was determined to strike inside the United States using commercial airliners? You'd think that's something we would have been on the...
my friends, the 5 dancing Israelis.
Have you ever heard of the Urban Moving Company? No, neither have most people.
Oh, you know, it's hard to believe, and it's hard to wrap your head around at first. You know, you have to keep reminding yourself that...
They're not meant to be heard or be seen. My friend, the lion lady with obesity. She said that she was in the towers, but it turns out she'd been at a buffet for 3 hours. She's not meant to eat meat that is lean. My friend, the 9/11 lady with obesity. Oh, people are saying her blood type is Ray Goose. See, now that's mean-spirited.
Nah, dude, her blood type is straight up clarified butter.
Yes. Red Fox Mad with 9.99 says, bring back Patrick from Twitch for one of the night shows. I would love to have him back. He doesn't like us for some reason. I don't know what we did to Patrick, but we upset him. Thank you very much. Guys, the goal has been hit. Goal is good. Thank you very much. Chris drives 88 miles per hour with $5, says her fiance's family has never heard of her. That's how she got caught. Yeah. you can't be too specific with your bullshit story. Otherwise, you end up, kind of getting caught fucking around. Hobo Chili Recipe with $5 says she commanded presence in a room because when you didn't stand next to this human parade float filled of cellulite pudding, you stood among her. Very good. Thank you, buddy. Friendo says, this lady makes me sick. I lost my cousin on 9/11. You'd think he would have turned up by now.
Nobody found him yet?
They didn't find him?
Are you still looking?
I don't understand that. Death Proof says they pussified Negan. I got to be honest. I tapped out of the Walking Dead end of season 8 when Rick cut Negan.
I tapped out before Negan showed up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, The Walking Dead, it was kind of like, oh, God, what's the show I tapped out on after God damn it, The Walking Dead is a lot like, shit.
The Boys.
What was that other show I tapped out on after I was like, okay, that's the storyline I wanted to see? Oh, no, it's like the Marvel movies. Like, I tapped out after Endgame because I'm like, okay, that's the wrap to the story I wanted to watch.
That's what I wanted. That's my whole thing.
Yep, and that was The Walking Dead for me, for sure. Hobo Chili says, the Blonde Buddha and Steve Rannazzisi are doing a comedy show on NBC. That's incredible is that Steve Rannazzisi guy, like, still in show business? Because he must have naked pictures of somebody, because that guy literally lied about being in the towers on 9/11. And I know he got kicked off of whatever show he was on, but I don't know if he's still working in the business. Oh, Golden Loaf Piggy, the E-Beggar Supreme says Steve is still working.
There's so many people like that, though, where I'm like, how do you still have a job? Like, what do you have on people? Like fucking Janine Moose at CNN. Like, I'm like, who do you have? They got rid of Don Lemon. They got rid of so many people, but they can't get rid of the lady with the 1920s, like, wah-wah voice. And she just has to. And the worst part is, I get a story that I'm interested in. I find a headline or something. It's like a video. And I'm like, great. And I grab it. And then I see the worst thing in my world narrated by Janine Moose. And I'm like, fuck, I can't use this.
And she uses like terrible puns and all that shit.
Yep. And her stupid tone, just wah ba 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 ba. She has such a fucking algorithm to how she speaks, and it's horrible.
She is dreadful. Guys, anything you throw at the show from now on today goes towards tonight's evening show. So thank you very, very much for all of your support. Cam Newton, like, little rabble rousers at TMZ are trying to get some shit started. We're gonna watch this video, and this isn't gonna be a long one like the last story, but Cam Newton, football player, I think he's still trying to get a job. I don't think he's officially retired yet. I think he's still trying to get hired somewhere. He had a really bad fall from grace because, like, Cam Newton was a Super Bowl quarterback. He was like an MVP. He was like putting up ridiculous numbers, and then all of a sudden 1 year he's just shit. And that's kind of how it goes with mobile quarterbacks, is their legs aren't what they used to be 1 year, and then they start getting dinged up. And then before they're 30 years old, it's all over.
And it's weird, too, because that's a dynasty. I mean, his dad, Fig, was known to be one of the most deadly Newtons.
Yes. Fig Newton was a real...
I miss you, Oz.
Fig Newton was an issue back in the day. Yeah, like if you look at Cam Newton, he's 34 right now. So if we go, yeah, by the time he was 30, it was over. He threw for 570 yards and no touchdowns, so he barely played in 2019. When he was 29, the Panthers went 6-8. He threw for 3,395 yards, 24 touchdowns, and 13 interceptions. That's pretty pedestrian numbers. And then I'm trying to look at the last good year he had. You know, Cam Newton never really had a massive passing year. As I look at his numbers right now, I'm going to go, you know what? Cam Newton, overrated.
Here's what I will say about Cam Newton.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Still better than Kirk Cousins.
Fuck you. Kirk Cousins kicks the shit out of Cam Newton all day long.
I'm doing this just to fuck with you, man.
Cam, it works. Going after Kirk works. Cam Newton threw for over 30 touchdowns one season. back in 2015 when they went to the Super Bowl and lost. That was it. Otherwise, the interception to touchdown ratio is not good. You know what? I'm going to throw it out there. Cam Newton, overrated. Not good.
So in that regard, he is a lot like Kirk Cousins.
Fuck, you watch your goddamn mouth. Look at Cam's ground numbers. Yeah, I get that. If we go with rushing yards here, 260, 244, 336, 300, 284, 277, 242. Yeah, those aren't good either. Like his rushing yards are pretty bad. He only had 2 seasons where he ran for more than 300 yards. So yeah, what is it exactly that Cam Newton did?
He didn't kneel for the anthem.
I guess, yeah, we could give him that. Patrick Mahomes, by the way, calls Kirk Cousins the most underrated quarterback in football. Thank you very much. Golden Loaf Piggy says, look at Cam's ground. Oh, I'm sorry. That's where I left off. Hobo Chili says, Jesus, Aaron, that's what you look like, Aaron Leaf. Oh, I look like Ryan Leaf. I think you meant Ryan Leaf. Oh, well. Expect Cam Newton, but then you get Juice Newton, says, go fuck yourself. I don't know. I always thought his cousin Isaac was the real talented one in the family.
Isaac Newton?
Yeah. Isaac Newton.
I feel like he had a couple of good, laws or principles that he followed.
Yeah. I really thought that his uncle Macintosh was didn't do well. He didn't perform very well, but he was a good enough dude. The Macintosh Newton.
I just feel like in that case, the apple really fell far from the tree.
Oh, no, it was Apple Newton. Motherfucker, do I suck at my job. What was that? Was that like the first attempt at a Palm Pilot, the Newton?
I think so.
Apple Newton.
Thank God they figured that shit out.
It was like a Palm Pilot tablet type of thing. Oh, it looked like shit. That looked like all that stuff we tried to design before it was ready back in the late 90s, early 2000s.
We're like all that crap that my dad would always get because it was the new hot thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Newton did not do it's too bulky. It's too big. You got the Apple logo just sitting right there, all multicolored.
Plus, I mean, you can't beat the best, which is the Olivia Newton. You can't.
Who can forget about the Olivia Newton? It was a great product. Aaron is a big fan of Joey Harrington. I remember the college football game that had him on the cover. Thank you very much. All right, let's go to this Cam Newton thing. So TMZ is saying, hey, Cam Newton, he made a rude gesture at some hecklers. And, he got in a confrontation with some hecklers. We can watch this right now. And I'm going to tell you, I watched this yesterday and I just kind of booed TMZ. I'm just like, here you go again, trying to get some shit started. This literally just seems like some fans who are busting Cam's balls and Cam's having fun with it right back. This does not look like Cam going after.
In other words, a good comedy show.
Yeah, this does not seem that bad.
No, you met me. Yes. I met you. Where? Tell me about it. Show me a picture. Show me a picture. I got an autograph. Show me a picture. How many rings you got? Show me a picture. 9. I got a question. 9. Oh, shit. We got the same amounts. And no, but we don't got the same bank account.
All right, I'm sorry. That's awesome.
Yeah, he's just being funny. He made a little jerk-off motion at him, and
like the dude, hey, we got the same allowance. He's like, yeah, but we ain't got the same bank account. Like, I'm sorry, that's beautiful. That's fucking awesome.
Oh, then he goes, oh, you're too famous to be acting like that. And Cam's got the perfect response to that.
No, don't play the victim now.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you came over, you talk shit. He came over to have some fun with you, and you're like, you're too famous to be talking like that. Fuck you, dude.
No one's too famous to be talking like. I would fucking love it if I met someone who was like a fan and I dished it and they came. I'd be like, oh my God, this is awesome. We're fucking hanging out with Cam Newton, having a great time. He's fucking giving it right back. Awesome.
Yeah, he's busting my balls. I think with the Cam Newton thing, I think those guys were just thrilled that Cam Newton was talking shit to him. And plus, you kind of got to go when it comes to like busting balls with Cam Newton, you got to know that it's on a timer and that you're going to lose eventually because Cam Newton is such a bigger deal and has so much more money than you do that you're going to start talking shit and it's going to go okay for a while, but ultimately he's going to pull the trump card on you.
Yeah, at some point he is just going to beat me.
Yeah.
Incredibly bad if I just keep going. So, but again, that's what makes it awesome. Like he's a regular dude.
Right. He just talk and it wasn't taking it personally. He's just having some fun with those kids. Golden Loaf Piggy says, if I was famous and rich, I'm going to get caught saying the wildest of shit all the time. Right. Just got to make sure you don't say you're sorry and you don't take a backward step. As long as you keep moving forward doing crazy shit, you'll be fine. You have Cam Newton's attention. Roll with it, said Union Jack. Exactly. All right, let's get into some of these 7 o'clock hour cases. 7 o'clock hour stories. We're actually turning
7 o'clock hour cases. What are you talking about, homie?
Thank you. We're actually turning into a cold case show. We're going to be a true crimes program. I hear they're doing very well. I do have an announcement to make regarding Crescent Mount Coffee. Is it up there on the website yet? It is not, but it will be soon. They're putting out a Steel Toe Anniversary Show coffee just for the anniversary show coming up on August 12th. You can order that at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com very soon. It's going to be called Steel Toe Select Limited Anniversary Edition Ground Coffee, a smooth South American coffee aged in a whiskey barrel for 30 days. That's coming in August. So August 1st, that'll be up for the entire month at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com.
Are they taking pre-orders? I might like to reserve a bag.
Well, go check the website right there, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. They've got April's Magic Bean. They've got Steel Toe Coffee. And pretty soon they'll have Steel Toe Select right there at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Special today, any orders that come in before the evening show tonight will go towards the evening show goal. So you can get yourself a little coffee. You can get yourself, you can find yourself a new brand of coffee that will be your new favorite, Crescent Mount Coffee, and a little kickback will go to the program. So there you go. crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Link is in the chat, and the link is in the Rumble chat as well. Okay, let's get into some of these things. We did cover this a little bit. We did talk about Crime Stoppers not refunding any of the Carlee Russell money.
Yeah.
They're not going to be able to because I guess they already spent it. And if you think about it, if you buy like TV time, like you buy hour blocks on TV.
Sales are final.
Well, it does get expensive though, so I can see $68,000 like in an Atlanta media market not
disappearing pretty quick.
Yeah, it disappears pretty quick. That's too bad, man. She should have to pay that back. I hope they throw the book at her.
And I hope it hits her in the face.
Look, man. Ryobi says you guys get a decent percentage of that, right? We split it with Crescent Mount Coffee. I think we get 3 a bag. They get 3 a bag. That's not bad at all. I mean, I'm happy with $3 a bag. So yes, we get a little cut of that. And again, every order today will go towards tonight's evening show at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Shouldn't TV time be free in those situations? Oh God, you've never met TV networks or radio stations. No. They wouldn't care if you needed to find a missing pope. They would be like, well, the rates here are they're reasonable for the time you're getting. We'll give you a nice discount. No, they got to pay the bills just like anybody else, my friend. Minneapolis. So we talked about Minnesota legalizing weed. I guess Minneapolis, always wanting to stand out and always wanting to show everybody up, decided, fuck you, I'm going to ruin your guys' legalization of weed announcement by essentially legalizing psychedelics. Sorry, I'm moving around a little bit here. I need to move my chair. I realized I was off center. It was bugging the shit out of me.
I really don't want to have to go to Minneapolis. They're legalizing psychedelics? Fuck.
Well, it's tricky because they're essentially legalizing psychedelics by basically turning a blind eye to them and saying, we're not going to enforce it anymore.
Oh, well, fuck that then. Then screw it. I'll risk it at home.
Minneapolis Democratic Mayor, what's his face, Jacob Fry, has ordered police to stop enforcing laws that criminalize the purchase and use of psychedelics, such as magic mushrooms, effectively decriminalizing the mind-altering drugs. Now, I'm not against this as long as you say, oh, yeah, and by the way, the energy and the time and the manpower you spent on that, let's try to stop violent crime. Let's get illegal guns off the streets. Let's do all this. But it never works that way with places like Minneapolis or New York or Portland. It's always just, nope, we're just going to enforce crime less.
Because apparently if you do the other stuff, that's somehow racist. I don't know how that works. I'm not racist. I don't know the math.
Interesting, isn't it? How it seems to be the soft bigotry of low expectations. But yeah, they go, oh yeah, we're not going to waste our valuable police time going after people who sell and consume psychedelics. It's like, oh, great. What are you going to, spend that time and effort on? They're like, what do you mean? Well, like, are you going to go like enforce violent crime? Like, no, we're just not going to do that anymore. Oh, great. Mayor Jacob.
So what if someone's like fucked up on psychedelics and like messing up my store? Well, we're not going to do anything.
Yeah. Right. If you shoplift while high on psychedelics, there's now 2 things in Minneapolis you can do, and nobody will bother you. Oh, what are you doing today? Oh, just taking mushrooms and robbing a store. Oh, cool. That's completely legal. I think
Dude, why did you take that without paying for it? That thing was a demon. All right.
Yeah, as long as you don't bring like a weapon into the store, they don't do shit. Because like I think if you rob a store at like gunpoint, then they do have to call. It does become a crime. I mean, thank God. At least we enforce that one. But yeah, if you just walk in and start filling up a duffel bag with black hair care products, they don't give a shit.
You can all keep shopping here if you want to, but that motherfucker is not real.
Right. That's the way it's going to go. So Mayor Jacob Fry issued the executive order Friday instructing the city's police officers to stop using taxpayer dollars to crack down on hallucinogen users, except in cases where they are driving under the influence or bringing them to school. Hey, look at Minneapolis drawing boundaries. A law against selling psychedelics, however, will still be enforced. In announcing the new policy, Fry cited the potential for drugs like psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, to treat mental illness, including depression and post-traumatic stress disorder.
Yeah, and you know what does that really well? People experimenting on their own time. You know, that actually kind of goes hand in hand with therapy and medical professionals overseeing things like dosage and usage rates, maybe talking about some stuff. Not a guy being like, hey, how about we just put these in a peanut butter jelly sandwich and watch YouTube?
Yeah.
It's just not really the same.
Do you think Mayor Fry maybe left that meeting early? Like they just went, psilocybin, magic mushrooms can help with depression and PTSD. And you're like, all right, I got to go, cover for me. And they went, this coupled with extensive therapy and talking about your problems and using these drugs under controlled circumstances where a physician can be with you are really beneficial towards treating these things. And the next day they all look at the executive order that came out. And they're like, what the fuck did the mayor do? He's legalizing mushrooms? They're like, yeah, he thinks it'll cure depression and PTSD. He didn't stay for the whole meeting, did he? No, he didn't.
He said, quote, I have to leave. I am coming down.
I don't know. It just seems like maybe he started getting into it. And now it's okay for it to be legal.
It's like Jada Pinkett all over again. Like, I started doing hallucinogens and I spread it to the whole family. That sounds fucked up.
They made shrooms illegal in the Netherlands a few years back, says the Mood. Just a warning. Yeah, see, in the Netherlands allows all kinds of shit. And now the Netherlands is going, look, we got to back off on the magic mushrooms. Maybe therapeutic, sure. But the rest of it.
Again, it's one of those things where, yeah, if you're microdosing, there's a lot of benefits and it can help calm you and do a lot of stuff. But I think, like, if you're going to go through, like, a heavy trip and you're not being monitored by a medical professional, there's not really a whole lot of benefit to that. Anything can happen.
Friendo says legalize drugs, all of them. I historically have been for legalizing all the drugs. I think it'll help, but You know what's actually kind of backed me off of being passionate about that topic is watching what's been happening in places where they've legalized weed. And I'm not saying that legalizing weed is the reason the crime has gone up, but I certainly know that it hasn't helped.
Oh, yeah. The biggest problem with legalizing weed is that right now you're getting the part where like it's the new thing. So every time a state does it, it just kind of it goes up a bunch, and it affects a lot of because like right now in Minnesota, unless you're on the medicinal program like yours truly, you'd have to get it in the black market kind of area, and those businesses are going to be closing down. There's people that make money on that, and now with Minnesota doing what it's doing, you can't just open up a shop. You can't just turn around and open up a head shop because they have a social justice credit score system on who gets the shops first and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So, because again, we're doing reparations. We're letting all of them have the marijuana. It's like their thing.
People don't like a bunch of drug addicts in the chat don't like that I'm mispronouncing. I'll just say mushrooms then. How's that, dick face?
Psilocybin?
That's what I said.
Psilocybin? I don't know.
People who get high too much get really bitchy about saying things. It's like, guys, you're not the first person to ever do drugs. All right, calm down. Everybody before you did drugs, everybody after you is going to do drugs. You're not the cool kids in class. Relax,
every
everybody.
goddamn day, Danny.
Every goddamn day. Coltrane says legalize all drugs, but ban all medical intervention and Narcan. Now that guy's speaking my language. I like that one.
I wouldn't say ban the Narcan or medical intervention. But I would say, definitely decriminalize everything and then have a certain level of like, we don't have to bend over backwards to save them all. That's all I'm saying. At a certain point, let them go.
T. Thompson says, haha, it does sound funny how you say it. I don't do drugs. Well, go do some. Jasper says, funny, I've been using this shit for years like it was legal almost. You do, like, there are a lot of drugs that you've got to be a fucking retard to get caught doing them.
Yeah.
Like weed, for example. Like, if you ever got arrested for marijuana, you're a dipshit.
Well, let's be honest.
Yeah.
I love marijuana, but there is one huge problem with it. The shit fucking smells. I mean, so like the whole idea, like, how did you get caught with weed? I don't know. They had working nostrils. That was the best thing about COVID is you could trust that people couldn't smell you.
That's why you do things like Coke, where it just goes in your nose and never comes back out. Isn't that wonderful?
God, I really hate that I missed the Coke bus and now it's all polluted with fent and I can't trust it. Like I just want to go on one ride down, see what's on that side of the park.
The one time I tried it, I got in right under the fent fence, if you will, when it was all sunshine and rainbows back in the good old days, about 10 years ago or so, before the Chinese were poisoning us all to death. Wonderful. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, yes, people struggling to sell illegal narcotics are going to feel the pressure of inflation and resort to other illegal activities to support their families or get a real job. I don't know. I'll tell you this. I'm not an economist. I have no fucking clue. Zio Gold.
My biggest problem is they use the marijuana thing as like a backdoor thing to take away people's guns. That's my only problem.
Roots Calhoun says, Aaron has obviously never done blow. Excuse me. Thrash dancing and rapping California Love at my buddy's wedding on the dance floor says different. Or does sitting there tapping my legs, sitting on a chair next to my buddy for 45 minutes talking about how we just did coke, does that not say different? Thank you very much.
Ah, God, I wish I had video of that. That would, I'd love to see that. I imagine you thrash dancing and singing California Love would be kind of like when I watched my my brother get drunk at he used to work for a news station and they were doing a thing for New Year's and he was fucking lit and it's a slow song and I have a picture where everybody's just arm in arm, neck and neck, and he's in the middle of the floor, arms out, fucking dancing to his own beat, man. It's a rave and he's the only one there. It's the best picture.
We knocked over a high top full of drinks. It was a fucking mess. Golden Loaf Piggy says, Aaron has the tolerance of a toddler for all drugs. You're jealous. It's cheaper for me.
Yeah, dude.
What's the benefit of having a high tolerance? Ooh, I can drink all the beers. I can drink some of the beers. It's fine.
I mean, look, if you want to be a skeezy piece of shit, the advantage to a high tolerance is you can continue to imbibe while you get everyone else around you completely fucked up, which makes them then malleable to use them for, say, convincing them to fuck you or somehow, buy or selling drugs. Again, not really great activities to be like super proud of, yes. But I mean, there's benefits.
CO Gold says cocaine makes you go bald, Aaron. Well, I certainly didn't need any help. Thank God it was once.
How much did you do?
Wood Chippy says, yeah, people with high tolerance. I'm more of a loser than you. Dead Game says, Aaron, a cheap drunk. That's a good thing. Of course it's a good thing. It's wonderful. I can't run up $100 bar tabs anymore.
It's financially prudent now in this economy, especially. God, I wish. I'm on my my vape pens and stuff. Like, I literally stopped buying marijuana because I'm like, my tolerance is too high. I've got to lower the damn thing. Otherwise, I'll go through everything like in the drop of a hat. And I'm already planning to bring the doctor to the anniversary show if I can swing it. Yeah. So I'm like, I gotta bring this shit down. Otherwise, I can't afford it.
Yeah, and also you get like sick and like long-term damage faster if you have a high tolerance because you're punishing your body more and more to get the sensation. Me, clean out nice and quick. Friendo says Aaron gets tipsy after a white wine spritzer. I wouldn't even know what a white wine spritzer is, but I will tell you this. 2 old fashions and I'm a bit loopy.
Look, I'm going to say that I have a problem with that. High tolerance does not, no, because you feel like shit for days after you drink. And I drink like a shit ton, and then I get up like an hour later, and I'm like, all right.
You know what most people, a high tolerance actually is? They just need to get more fucked up because they have more shit to bury. That's what a high tolerance is. Like, I'm looking at Roots Calhoun, I'm looking at Friendo, I'm looking at Hobo Chili, or I'm sorry, not Hobo Chili, Golden Loaf Piggy, and I'm like, those are guys with a lot of shit to bury down deep. Boys, be honest in the chat. Am I right or am I right? Those are guys who need to pound a little bit harder because they got to run from a few more things, Whereas I do it for a good time. I don't have to bury as much shit. Guys, I want honesty out of you before I move on to the next story. Wood Chippy says, high tolerance says you haven't seen your kids in a while. Yeah, see? Friendo says, I've done boatloads of coke and I don't like meth. Well, everybody's got to draw a line, It's important. Need Trump says, I've heard if you have a good hangover, suck in some oxygen. That gets rid of the hangover right away. Well, there you go. What's wrong with burying stuff? I never said that. I just said if you have a higher tolerance, it usually isn't technically that you have a higher tolerance. You just need to get to an extra level of fucked up to run a little faster psychologically from what you're running from. Hobo Chili says, wait, why am I not part of that group? Okay, maybe you are. I'm sorry for leaving you out.
I mean, I had to say, like, really, man, you've seen the shit he writes.
Roots Calhoun says, you hit the nail on the fucking head. I've been struggling with alcohol for years. Just put it down. Maybe try something else. Just get, Actually, you know what? You're funny, but you're always kind of a dick in the chat too. Go do whatever you want. I'm not your fucking dad. I think you've got it under control.
Put a pole in his back. Gay sex.
Yes. Put a pole in his back. Gay sex. Plankton says, I got to the point of functioning after whole bottles of tequila. Yeah, that's bad news. You got fucked by an uncle or something. Something bad happened. Friendo says, prejudice against Italians in this day and age. Hobo. Yeti Flyer says, Aaron, look at Facebook Messenger. Bronny James had a heart attack. Uh-oh. Whoopsie daisy. That's not good. Bronny James is like 19, 18. You know what the first question immediately becomes? Any medical treatments? Shall we say?
How many alleged squirters was he banging?
USC All-American Bronny James collapsed on the court Monday and had a cardiac arrest. He was taken to the hospital and is now in stable condition. Is that true? That's just a screenshot. I don't know. I don't know if I buy that. Oh, yeah. Holy shit. 15 minutes ago. LeBron James' son suffers cardiac arrest at USC practice. The guy's a 19-year-old prime athlete born from great sports genes. I mean, how many more times is this going to happen? Like, How many times are they going to threaten with banning you from the internet? How many times are they going to... This pisses me off now. How many times are they going to threaten you with suspensions and all this other shit? I'm sorry, but a 19-year-old in the All-American basketball player doesn't just drop fucking damn near dead on the court. It never happens. Len Bias was the only one. And didn't he have like shitloads of coke in his system or something? I thought Len Bias was geeked on coke when he dropped dead.
I don't know. I think you might be biased with that opinion. We just talked about coke. It seems a little convenient.
Wood Chippy says, Aaron, great sports genes. LOL night. No, he does. I mean, LeBron James is the greatest, one of the greatest basketball players who ever lived, next to Jordan. But I don't know. Maybe this story was for Rumble Friday.
They breed the big basketball player with the big doctor. Wait a minute. What?
Jimmy the Greek is always... Jimmy's always here in spirit, you know? Bronny James suffered cardiac arrest while practicing at USC on Monday. LeBron James confirmed the scare involving his son as he prepared for his first season with the Trojans. While practicing, Bronny James suffered a cardiac arrest. Which, by the way, I'm not a doctor, but that's literally your heart stopped beating, right?
Yep. Cardiac arrest is your heart stopping.
So you die.
Not necessarily. You can function.
No, I mean like
beating.
you died, technically. Like that, the whole engine that powers your life died for a second.
Well, I mean, yeah, the engine stopped for a second. Your pulmonary system immediately stopping. I forget I don't think you can move when that happens. Like, I think your muscles don't really respond anymore. But I do know technically you have like about a minute and a half that you'd be alive in that condition.
Medical staff was able to treat Bronny and get him to the hospital. He is now in stable condition and no longer in ICU. Fuck. I mean, how many times is this going to happen to athletes in the prime of their lives in the last couple of years?
Did you see Jamie Foxx's Instagram post?
I didn't, but I heard he talked about like how he's been to hell and back and whatnot. Does he look like shit?
He's been to hell and back. He had tubes in his chest. He didn't want people seeing him like that, but he wanted you to know his eyes work. He did a little thing. He does everything but say, I did or didn't have this particular complication.
Oh, okay. I did or I didn't have. Was it stroke? Was it cardiac arrest? What was it?
We don't know.
Well, a stroke is a blood clot, so...
He didn't really tell us what it was. It was just a very serious thing.
Bronny was rushed. Sorry. Yeah, you're right. Bronny was rushed to the hospital after a 911 call was made at 9:26 in the morning from the practice court. Bronny, 18, a 4-star recruit after starring at Sierra Canyon High School. LeBron said he's going to keep playing basketball, by the way, until he can play a professional game with his son. So that's, I guess... Yeah.
Really hope that's not a never there, buddy. Jesus.
Theo Tanofsky says, don't forget to get your boosters. I mean, it really is remarkable that we still can't talk about it. We still can't discuss it, even though we all know what it is. We all we're watching high school and college aged athletes dropping, their heart stopping. Never happened before, never been an issue before. And now it's far too commonplace.
And, like, it's not like if we were allowed to talk about it that would change anything. It's not like we're going to be able to, like, hold anyone accountable or sue anyone that might be responsible for having brought this about. It's not like anyone's ever going to be like, hey, but those people. Nope, never mind. Just keep going.
I mean, at least we can get it out. You know, that would be it. At least we could just say it. And go like, hey, this particular thing has been fucking killing your children. And, I mean, why can't you admit it? It's not like, you know, there was exemption signed where they can't be sued. The people that we're talking about. So,
yeah, that's just because you're not allowed to say that, you know, abstinence causes
AIDS,
heart attacks in young people. They have to fuck.
All right.
They have to let them fuck. God damn it.
Whoever sent that story to us, thank you. You've sufficiently bummed us out with fucking Bronny James story. Wood Chippy says 500% statistical rise in cardiac related events. Damn biased science. Exactly. Let's go into this story. Remember the doctor who's been on MSNBC like sucking COVID's dick and sucking the jabs dick and all that stuff. And then
The
RFK
lady that got a job?
No. Professor Peter Hotez, the goofy, fat, chubby guy with the mustache and the bow tie.
Fuck, the one that was on Rogan and shit.
Yeah. Well, remember when RFK Jr. was on Rogan and he challenged this guy to a debate because he's just such a slimy piece of shit? Well, they've kind of been keeping tabs on Professor Peter Hotez and his Twitter and what he's been talking about and, what kind of conversations he's been having. This is the kind of shit that this guy tweets. And by the way, he said that he's too dignified to debate RFK Jr., that debating Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is it's beneath him, essentially.
Okay. That seems a weird.
But tweets like this are not beneath him. So he was responding to the performance of Barbie and Oppenheimer at the box office. Now, saying that theaters had their biggest crowd since Endgame back in 2019. Well, Professor Hotez had this to say in a retweet. Not to be a Debbie Downer. By the way, Johnny, whenever anyone says not to be a Debbie Downer, what are they about to be?
A Debbie Downer.
They're about to be a Debbie Downer. But anyone worried about a post-Barbie box office COVID bump? Or post-Oppie? We'll probably never know since no one seems to be keeping track of such things anymore. Keep up with your boosters and find a pink N95 or KN95 if you can. This motherfucker doesn't want to leave COVID because he doesn't want to be irrelevant again. So he wants us all to live in that same prison we were in so that he doesn't have to go back to talking to nobody.
I feel like I just want to be like, hey, man, you know what? You sound like you're very scared about this. How about you just stay inside? Don't talk to anybody. Don't tweet. Just stay away from all of us. Lock yourself up. Who knows? You could be right, and COVID could become it could go beyond airborne. It could go quintessentially viral, and you could catch it through the internet. So you better just lock it all down.
Oh, man. Oh, yeah, the
Start
movie.
pissing in jars, homie.
Isn't anybody worried that there's going to be a COVID bump from the movie theaters? Short answer, no. And guess what? We probably never should have been worried from the beginning. We should have just gone out, done our thing, done what we wanted, because it didn't seem like the lockdowns helped this. Man, down, up, down, up. It seemed to do this no matter what happened. No matter what you did, that shit just seemed to happen. So maybe we should have never tried any of it from the first place, and we shouldn't have been keeping track in the first place as hard as we did because they just used it to scare the shit out of people.
Bump he's worried about is the one in his bank account that he gets for pushing this.
Exactly. Or like Deborah Bricks or whatever, Burks, whatever her name was, who just became the CEO of a pharmaceutical company after all of her wonderful work. I mean, why wouldn't you? If you're a pharmaceutical company, why wouldn't you hire these people? They made you a fortune.
You know what'll be really funny is if for whatever reason, maybe because he's a wiener guy or just off-putting or whatever, they don't do anything with him. And he eventually, it's like, hey, why haven't I been offered a CEO job? Right. I have been schlepping for this thing, even though it has been detrimental to people. I have been doing all of this work. Where is my reward?
I've been sucking your guys' dick forever, and I got nothing. I'm not dumb. I'm smart. Not like dumb like everybody says. I'm smart, and I want respect. ATF Media says Burks couldn't even figure out a way to put sunshine or Lysol in the blood like Trump suggested. All right, look. We didn't need to be putting sunshine or Lysol in our blood. I understand. Everybody said some wild shit back then.
Hey, look, it did wonders for Trump, man. Not only did he not get COVID, have you seen his complexion? I might start putting some fucking Lysol sunshine in my blood.
Everybody hit like, everybody subscribe, everybody follow, whether you're on Rumble, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. Thank you very much for another fun day of Steel Toe. Let's enter overtime. It's overtime. There's no music. There's no can rattling, nothing like that. We just knocked it out. We just did it. It's perfect. Cocktiff says, here we come, kick. Well, no, Rumble, we're still good. Person with nothing but Russian symbols for a name with $5 says, let's play a game, Final Jeopardy. You both have 30 seconds to decipher my name.
Well, that's rough.
I'm going to go frontwards and backwards. bonus.
I'm trying to just. That doesn't look like a letter. It looks like that. That looks like something I would have saw on like a fucking ramen package upside down. Is that even? That's what? Fuck it. I can't even figure that out.
I think it's Russian.
I think it's Russian.
I'm going to do it here. Russia to English translation. Here we go. Enter text in Russian. There. Nope, that's not a thing. Ooh, translate term from Finnish. Okay. Nope, not a thing. I don't know what it is.
No idea. I am gone. I have nothing.
Inknerbergukanus.
You know what it is? It's Albanian. My ex-wife, her fucking family was from Albania. Couldn't speak English for shit.
Yeah.
I have no clue what they're fucking saying, but I guarantee you it's 100% Albanian.
Let's go, Mr. Galakanokis.
Obviously, that man's name is Rumpelstiltskin.
SH says they're trying too hard. All right, what is it? Somebody go ahead and do it. Someone says it's sauerkraut. It's upside down? Okay. That doesn't help me. I know. What a bunch of tards we are. Look at this. Hold on. I got it.
I'm going to figure this. Actually, no, you know what? I'm being stupid. Hold on.
Yeah.
I got a phone. I'm going to take a picture of it and then just flip
Oh, Johnny's outsmarted you. He flipped his phone around.
Yeah.
Albanians will run your pockets, Johnny.
Where is it? I got to find his name now.
All right, guys.
The chat's moving too fast.
Somebody go ahead and tell me the answer. Hobo Chili says, it says I love Jews. Well, he hates this show. Just kidding. Nobody? It's
right,
dyslexic
so even
talk
upside
for
down,
some.
that still makes nothing. I got
Oh,
no.
Friendo nailed it. It says black don't crack. Okay, see, now we got that taken care of.
Holy shit, it says we were never friends.
Oh, Adrian, you son of a bitch. All right, guys. Let's move on to the next thing. You know how the South Park guys bought Casa Bonita?
Yeah, dude, I fucking want to go there, but there's like a fucking waiting list like you wouldn't believe.
Well, they bought Casa Bonita, they reopened it, and the employees, however, are already pissed off at Matt and Trey. Because at their restaurant, they're paying the wait staff $30 an hour and no tips.
Okay.
They're just giving them big hourly and no tipping. Now, the reason that's shitty, I'll take the $5-6 an hour or whatever it is now. It's probably like 9 or 10, whatever the fuck.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll take that. And like you give like what's the average bill for a family of 4? $60? You're probably looking at a $60 tab, so that's $12 on a 20% tip. You're looking at here 60. How many tables do you have at a time on a shift? 4?
Well, it depends on the size of the floor, but yeah, you're gonna probably do 4 to 6.
Okay, so let's say 5. And are you going to turn those tables twice in an hour or just once? Should we say once? Be conservative.
Once in an hour, especially this place. Like I said, Casa Bonita has got like a fucking backlog of people that want to go because, again, South Park. And they've even said this thing does not make money for them. It will not turn a profit. They're just sinking money into it.
They sunk $40 million into it. Okay, so if you have 5 tables and you work for 6 hours and each table gets occupied once an hour, you make $12 a table. That's $360 in a shift. Versus 30 times 6 hours, that's $180 in a shift. So you'll double your money if you take tips.
Yeah, but if the people tip, again, tipping's not required, and then it kind of, here's the bad thing about the tipping. It puts you on a situation of trying to impress or somehow push a table to like you so much that they do more for the tip. You either try to get them to buy more food or whatever.
Yeah.
But in this particular case, like I said, they kind of want turnaround to be relatively fast in here. So I don't think they want to like, hey, how about, you just they buy whatever they want to buy, you sell them the shit that they want to, buy, and then we all just call it a day. Here's what I'll say, though. If you're working a dead shift, boy, are you going to be happy for that $30 an hour.
Yeah, that's the other thing I was thinking when I was a server. Like, you have those nights where you're like, I'm going to make this much money, and then you made half of that. You're like, fuck. That was a real kick in the dick. People are shitting on me for my $60 for a family of 4. They're probably right. Tin the Toolman Taylor says $60 for a family of 4. This isn't 2012 anymore, Aaron. I spent that on 2 people easy. I just didn't think Casa Bonita was a place where they had like super expensive food, but I guess I could be wrong.
I think the food is going to take a little bit of a step up, but yeah, they're not going super expensive on them.
Okay, so $20 a person. Yeah, you know what? They're right. $20 a person, because even like kids' meal shit now is like $10. So all right, let's go $80 plus a tip. You're looking, $100. No wonder the economy's in the shitter and people don't go out anymore. You want to take your kids out to eat? It's $100 for food. And by the way, for food that they don't appreciate, it's food you want to eat. Like, we asked the kids what they wanted for supper the other day, and they went. I said, "You guys want adult breakfast or kid or adult dinner or kid dinner?" And they said kid dinner. And I said, "All right, what do you think? Something chicken patties." As soon as I hit chicken patties, they're like, boom, like, "All right, you want us to make chicken patties, like bread them and stuff?" They're like, "No, get the frozen chicken patties with some frozen curly fries."
Shit.
Yeah, and that's what we want, and you make them that. So, like, you go out to eat, you're getting them good stuff that you like, but they don't give a shit about it, and you can make the stuff. You can make make it for a fraction of the price at home.
My daughter will be perfectly happy to eat fucking French fries and chicken tenders with ranch. Like, it does. So, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you can get them from a couple of different places. So it's really kind of flexible.
Right. Like, I don't, necessarily want to eat chicken patties for dinner, but I mean, I guess if the kids want to eat chicken patties, I mean, they're not bad. I don't dislike them. I'm like,
The kids want to eat chicken patties. It's more lobster a la king for me.
Darren Orson says, waiters that bitch about their pay suck at waiting tables. I was pulling down 20 plus an hour in tips back in the mid 2000s because I didn't suck at the job. Well, somebody's little Richie pants over there. Golden Loaf Piggy says, you eat what you get and you don't throw a fit. Sandy Squatch says, people aren't going out anymore. My restaurant where I work has been swamped daily for months. We've probably tripled our customers. Well, then fuck me, I'm wrong. I am a backwards ass piece of shit. Root says, them chicken patties on onion buns with raw onion, pickles, and barbecue sauce is fire. That actually doesn't sound too bad.
That's not half bad.
That is the other thing.
Again, make your own patties.
Yeah, you can dress up that cheap shit. Like Oz used to buy, and he might still do this, the Totino's party pizzas.
Oh, fuck yeah.
And
then
basically
you put extra cheese and toppings on it.
He'd just throw 8 different toppings on them and make a completely different pizza. And that's how he ate his pizza.
What you really are doing is you're buying a piece of Tostino's edible cardboard, and on top of it, you're putting your pizza.
It's exactly what you're doing. D-Rex says, I received a $1,000 tip for tree removal last summer. Whoa, find me that guy. Tell him about the show. It's really good, especially while you're cutting down trees. Wood chippies. The sex position, formerly known as 69, will now be called 96, says goofy Russian name. Due to inflation and the rising cost of food, it's too expensive to eat out. Hey, see what he did there, kids? Bearded Trucker says, if nobody's going out, what is all this food on my truck then for restaurants? Your favorite Cisco driver. All right, fuck me. I'm wrong about the people not going out thing. I've been hearing that people are going broke. That's all I've been hearing. Sorry.
I'm going broke. I'm just not budgeting. I'm still going out.
Okay, that's what it is. People are just loading up their credit cards now instead. Well, boy, do I feel sheepish.
Ba-da-da-da-da. I'm paying credit.
Sean says, chicken patty is the parents of chicken nuggets. Fair. Accurate. Yeah, once you grow out of the chicken nuggets, you got to grow up and graduate to chicken patties. All right, here we go. Let's go ahead and open up the final hour of stories that we have today. We haven't watched the ESPN guy yet who collapsed. Let's do that one. We got 20 minutes left in today's show. By the way, thank you guys.
Collapser?
Yeah, thank you guys very much for chipping in, supporting the show today. I think we had like a $200 goal. We didn't even play music today, which was awesome.
Knocked it out.
Thank you guys very much for knocking that out the way that you did. All right, ESPN's Shaka Hislop collapses in scary live broadcast scene. Let's go ahead and watch this. I've never heard of Shaka Hislop, but then again, I don't watch soccer, and I think that's what he covers. Let's check this out and see what happened. Are they going to run a little 5-second ad for us before we get to see the guy crash on the fucking soccer field? Or are they just
Mountain Dew?
Yeah,
hard Mountain Dew? Oh, come on. Grow up, Count Chocula.
Hard Mountain Dew. Do you remember when your incredibly diabetes-fueled game drink didn't have alcohol? Well, guess what it has now?
Mountain Dew with booze. It's supposed to be either Mountain Dew or booze. Fucking pick a street.
And by the way, Mountain Dew has always had booze in it when you mix them at the party. All right?
Exactly.
So that's why you get the Smirnoff and you get the Mountain Dew.
Ugh. Let's watch Shaka Hislop in his soccer coverage.
Jamie Foxx is looking great.
Falling asleep on the job, though. I can't condone things like that.
Summer, he's been left behind. He's on the naughty step from
Uh-oh.
BSG. He's not gone on the tour of Japan.
Oh, you know, the worst thing about that losing consciousness before you hit the ground is you just unprotectedly face flop right onto your head.
And you get, like, at least in my experience, you get to see most of the descent.
See, I've never been in this position. I've never lost consciousness and passed out.
I got really, really bad food poisoning. God, I think this was back in 2010 or 2011. I remember the event solely because I used to do World of Warcraft raiding with a group of people. It was like our regular Tuesday, Thursday night thing. So I'm like, I gotta go, guys. I'm too sick. I gotta leave the computer. And my wife at the time was also in the group doing the stuff. So they were talking to her, and they're like, all right, Johnny, have a good night. And then literally she's like, guys, I gotta go. He just fell in the fucking hallway. Literally, I got out of the living room. I turned by the fireplace thing I had down there, and then literally I saw the white stones, and that's all it was.
Just a header right in the hallway.
Just a header, straight down.
Yeah, that'd be scary to me, man. I've never fallen in a way where like I couldn't get my arms out or my hands out, and I've had to just bounce my face off the earth. It's never
Fortunately, the ground broke my fall, and I was already brain damaged, so as far as we can tell, no difference.
Yeah, no harm, no foul.
Summer, he's been left behind. He's
Look
on
at him.
the
He starts
naughty
right there. Okay, so that's the first wobble. That's where we get the first indication that something's not going well.
Summer, he's been left behind. He's on the naughty.
See, like right here, I would think, oh, he's got to piss. You know, no big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And then,
From BSG, he's not.
oh, that's where I go. Okay, did somebody come by and punch him in the jaw and I didn't see it? Like he's wobbling.
Is he shitting his pants right now?
Yeah.
Tour of Japan.
And then, oh.
Shut.
I love how he kept the whole, like, we're just here doing a thing as a commentator, like, the whole time, until the dude is clearly on his way into the ground.
Yeah.
Like, oh, shit.
Like, he's keeping it together as a professional during the wobbling, but then as soon as he hits the ground, he's like, all right, there's no point. This guy, I don't need this guy dying in front of me. I don't need my legacy on television to forever be, this guy dies, and I pretend it's not happening, and I'm talking about the pregame of a soccer game nobody gives a shit about.
Is this the guys or the girls?
Hey, I don't know, but don't everybody rush all at once, you know? Don't everybody just run out. I mean, you're going to pull a muscle if you all go
Well, that's
off
why I
running.
was saying it was the girls. Like, oh, they don't have a medical team on staff. It's the girls.
The broadcast quickly cut to commercial as medical personnel attended to the 54-year-old. Thomas tweeted after the kickoff that Hislop was conscious and in the care of medics and provided an optimistic update at the half. He's conscious. He's talking. I think he's a little embarrassed about it all. He's apologized profusely. Not a man who likes people to make a fuss about him. He was a Trinidad and Tobago soccer player at the 2006 World Cup. Okay. So that's a big fucking dude for a soccer player.
Actually, most soccer players are giant dudes.
Are they really?
Well, if you're a big, tall dude, it's hard for someone, because soccer is a game where you can't physically stop anybody with your body. And, if you're just a big, tall guy, you can just run through kicking the ball.
I suppose. Laughing Lion said, this guy's just lazy. Where did he say that? Oh, yeah, lazy's right. Yeah, he's up there. It just says lazy. Yag says, joined late. Are we on this topic because of Bronny James' collapse today? No, you just missed our Bronny James talk about a half hour ago. We did plan on talking about Shaka here as of last night, but we did talk about the LeBron James thing. Citizen M says, oh, it was a punch from the Flash. It is like fucking sometimes guiltily fun to watch. Those like those guys like catch a good one on the chin and their legs just leave them, and they just go breakdancing for a while. Have you ever seen Zab Judah? His knockout loss to Kostya Tszyu. This was a bad one because Zab Judah was actually winning this fight for a round, and then in the second round he just got tagged by a good left hand, and he made the
so it's the second round. He's coming out of the first one as the victor, so to speak.
And what happened was he made the big mistake that a lot of fighters make, where you try to get up right away when you've been knocked down. The advice you get is take a knee, get your balance back, get your head right, and then get up at 8. You know, you still got.
They're gonna give you a 10 count. Burn it.
Yeah,
take some time.
Take the 10 seconds. You just got clipped, homie. Just, take the time. Well, this is Zab Judah. They call this the Zab Judah chicken dance. He got tagged pretty good by Kostya Tszyu and then tried to get up right away.
Judah telling us the early stages.
It's the first round. Yeah, see, in the first round, he was looking real good.
The final minute of round 1.
All right, so you're ducking his shots. You don't think he's going to hit?
Yeah, you're looking pretty good here in the first round. Yeah, look at that. You're tagging him. Look at that. Little wild, but you're looking good so far in the first round.
Is it normal for someone to dive in from that far out?
It's not normal. A lot of fast fighters will do that because they can get away with it. And those are the guys who, as they hit 30, start getting knocked out. Because they're like, oh, shit, I've been doing this forever. So now in the second round, that was a cool uppercut.
Zab Judah lands first. And again, Kostya Tszyu cannot back.
So then in the second round, Zab gets caught.
Was Kostya Tszyu's clearly evening things up.
Now look, he gets knocked down by the left hand as he's leaning backwards. And then he goes to scramble up right away instead of waiting a second.
Nice right hand in this round was Kostya Tszyu's clearly evening things up.
And now here. Oh, no. And again, that's why you don't try to get up right away. Because if you stumble and fall back down, the ref will wave the fight off and go, he's not okay. Gotta call it. But if you sit there and you take a knee and you wait till 8 and you get up and your legs are a little more steady, he'll let you keep fighting. Zab Judah actually choked the referee after this fight and got suspended from boxing. Like, he got in big trouble after this one.
That's not his fault.
Right. The ref did what the ref had to do. This was this guy's first loss, by the way. He's not taking it well. Are they going to... Yeah, this is where he goes to the ref and chokes him. Yeah. And that's where he got suspended, was for putting the glove to the referee's neck. I mean, what's a referee supposed to do in that situation?
You're the one who popped, and I don't know if it was like a knee-jerk reaction. Why did you pop up so fast? I mean, you literally jumped up like nothing hit you, and you took, if I was counting it correctly, you took 2 hits to the face and then 1 really good knockback to the ground.
Yeah, and then he tried to pop back up right away. It's like when Trevor Berbick got hit with a left hook by Mike Tyson, and Tyson knocked him down 3 times with 1 punch. Berbick kept trying to get up, and his legs were just not there. Yeah. Zab was great. He just got caught. It happens. Yeah, Zab Judah went on to become the welterweight champion of the world. He was pretty good. He was always just kind of... he was one of those guys who had all the talent in the world, but he didn't work as hard at it as maybe he should have. And that's the problem with being really naturally talented, is sometimes you feel like you don't have to work. Because he got caught, like, he got beat by guys he should have never got beat by because he played down to his level of competition. To me, Zab Judah is always going to be a what-if story because he was more talented.
What if he had done better with a better trainer that kept him maybe going a little further, pushing it hard?
Yeah, some guys, you can only push them so hard, though. Like the trainer thing, you're right. The right guy has to have the right trainer. But at the same time, if you're a good trainer and you catch a fighter who's lazy, it's going to be tough. Friendos,
I'm just amazed he came back from dancing like me after that hit. I mean, that should be the end of your career.
Yeah. Friendo says, Kostya Tszeu's son is a boxer. I think he's Tim Tszyu, I think is his son's name. He's not bad.
His son Tzu?
Sun Tzu. Yes, it was the Art of War. Yes, Sun Tzu. I just want to. Zab went on to become unified welterweight champion. Yep, absolutely. My favorite spaghetti legs moment is Berbick versus Tyson. Yeah, that was a bad one. Adrian Broner had a couple of bad ones too. Berbick, Tyson, KO. Trying to think of some. I'm coming up rough on spaghetti legs moments. I can't believe I'm blanking on these.
20 years old,
Yeah,
Mike Tyson.
Tyson hits him with one of those left hooks where it hits you like in the front of the face across the nose, and it looks like it would really fucking hurt. Not like where he catches you
sting for a while.
Yeah, not like where it catches you in a flush part of the head where there's lots to stop it, but just kind of like right across your face.
His way to becoming one of the youngest heavyweight champions of all time. Bangs the body. Wow, with that uppercut is Tyson.
Right there.
Catches him with the right left hook, and he goes down. He goes down. He should be able to get up from this. His legs may be shut up.
No. Let's try again. Let's try one more time. Yeah, no.
He's got the heart.
Let's try one more time. What do you think?
Do what his mind wants to. And he's counted out.
And he would have went down a fourth time if Mills Lane hadn't grabbed him.
Yeah. And just let it been like, no, dude, we're done.
You're fucking up, bro. Fucking up. Foreman Lyle. Yeah, there were a couple of those in Foreman Lyle. A couple of those. Yeah, Dead Game says Adrian Broner. Adrian Broner, another fighter who had a lot of talent and was just lazy. That's all. I grew up with Berbick's nephew. You best believe we all did his uncle's dance all the time. Yeah. Hey, you made millions of dollars. You were a former world champion. And then you get known for Mike Tyson making you look like a fucking little dancing doll. Oof.
Crazy legs.
Mike
People's wobble, but they don't fall down.
Mike Tyson had my favorite combination in boxing history, where it was that big right hand to the body, and then he turned it right into an uppercut. Oh, that's a hard punch. Like, that's one you always imitate on the heavy bag, and when you do it, you go, how the fuck did he throw that so fast? Like, I would never throw that combination at someone in sparring because I'd be too worried about the left coming back at me. But he would throw it so fast, and you're like, he'd throw those two punches before you knew one had hit you. Oh,
I thought you were gonna say your favorite. Nope, that's.
Oh, now wait a minute.
Are you saying your favorite combination was? I can't.
What?
Do it. I know.
Here you go. Here's a video called "Epic Chicken Dances in Boxing." You want to see that one? You want to see the?
We should put. I hope they put it to the chicken dance song.
Here's the chicken dances.
Watching a boxing match can produce an exhilarating and confusing experience at the same time. All it takes to change the course of a fight is a well-timed shot.
Right,
Sometimes,
here.
Perez defeated Austin Trout to unify.
Look at how little, what a baby Canelo was back in the day. A little baby-faced Canelo.
WBC and WBA junior middleweight titles after 12 rounds of battle. Although it was an extremely close and competitive fight, Alvarez did more damage, including dropping Trout in the 7th round with a powerful straight punch that landed flush on the chin. Trout staggered a few steps backward before falling to the canvas.
Remember there.
Just the shit. I mean, that's another reason boxing should probably be illegal. I mean, the fact that you can get hit with something and it makes your brain do that to your body, I mean, that can't be good. You don't come back 100% from just that one punch. Anytime your brain goes, and and then you're doing that hundreds of times in a fight. I don't know.
When we saw Muhammad Ali at the Olympics, we didn't see someone standing there barely able to just shaking like a dog shitting peach seeds. No. We saw a beautiful man at the end of his long career in life having no negative side effects from being repeatedly punched in the face.
When you listen to Thomas Hearns talk now, you could never tell he was a fighter.
BO International Cruiserweight title, but the most memorable event of the fight is the dramatic knockout. Dawson caught Keaton with a short left hook in the second round that seemed to cause a disconnection between his brain and body for a moment. Dawson followed up with a barrage of punches that left Keaton hanging onto the ropes for support.
So your brain makes you go like you're advertising a car sale, and then that guy hits you in the brains 4 more times before it's finally. That's gotta be a horrible thing.
Wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man.
This is if you've never seen Nikolai Valuev before, he was a 7-foot tall heavyweight, and he had the WBA title for a while, and David Hayes smacked it out of him.
Nikolai Valuev made his second defense of his WBA heavyweight title against David Hay in a bout billed as David versus Goliath at the Nuremberg Arena in Germany.
Hey, Nuremberg.
Despite suffering a broken hand after hitting Valuev on the head, Hay managed to claim the
I broke my hand on your giant 7-foot tall monster noggin.
Dude, the guy, I'm sorry, but the guy literally looks like, I'm not trying to be mean here. He looks like an ogre, all right? He looks like Lord of the Rings, let one of them out, and they washed him off. It turns out it was mostly all dirt, and they're just... Jesus,
he's actually from Chernobyl, I think.
I can't believe, dude, seriously, this guy could have been in the Planet of the Apes, and they wouldn't have had to use any makeup. What the fuck?
Title from the Russian giant, winning by a majority decision. Hay also stunned Valuev in the 12th round with a left hook, forcing him to do a silly dance.
Where? Oh, there we go. I love when they shake their head no after they just got wobbled, like, you didn't hurt me. It's like, well, science says different, asshole. How do you hurt a guy 7 feet tall? You saw the first couple punches land on him, and the guy shook him off like they were nothing, because they probably were, because the guy's 7 feet tall. His little fist looked tiny hitting him in the head.
And, I'm sorry, he really, I can't feel like, I'm going to hit you in the head so hard. Ugh, that doesn't seem like you're going to get a lot in there.
Well, and also, that guy had no power, if you believe it or not. That 7-foot tall guy couldn't knock anybody out. Nobody good, anyway.
You're telling me that he didn't just build his career off of being a giant piece of human that nobody could beat down?
He stopped one guy because he choked on his body hair. I think that was how he beat him. Golden Loaf Piggy says they let Cro-Magnon man box. Yeah, Nikolai Valuev was not good. Carlos says if Valuev were robbing a store I was at, he can have the store. I wouldn't go near him. Yeah, he's a big, goofy-looking motherfucker.
He might not have been great in boxing, but I will say he did do great as a salesman for, what was it, Geico?
He was a good guy. Yeah, you're right. He did. They even gave him a sitcom out of the whole thing. All right, guys, that's going to do it for today. Thank you very much. All goals knocked out. Back to even. Thank you very much for all your support. We appreciate it. We're going to be back tonight for the 7 p.m. evening show, but then Johnny's going to be on at 2 p.m. this afternoon for Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble, so be sure to join him there. Follow those channels. Johnny, thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And we will talk to the rest of you tonight at 7 p.m. and then tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Take it easy.